What's up, Wizards? It's Dev. It is the time that you have been waiting for, I assume, if you clicked on this video. It's the Duskmourn full set speed run, ladies and gentlemen. As of right now, I think there might still be like 2 cards or something in the set that have yet to be revealed. I'll tell you what we'll do is right after we are done with the speed run, I'll check Mythic Spoiler or something like that, see if there's anything left that we haven't seen yet. But this is the entire set, again, save maybe 1 or 2 cards, or it might be the entire set. I'm not too sure, but still. We're going to look at this whole thing. We're going to rate every single card in the set from 1 to 10, all for mostly standard, but I will bring up limited and commander when they are, especially important to that. But as soon as I open this folder, I'm going to reach over and start this stopwatch, and that's when the speed run goes. I'm pretty sure that I've explained everything that I need to explain, so let's click on the first card, press start. Let's go. Abhorrent Oculus is a mythic, the first card of the set. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 5/5 eye. As an additional cost to cast it, you have to exile 6 cards from your graveyard, and it has flying. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, manifest dread. So I actually like this a good bit. It's usually only going to come down, starting on like turn 4, 5, something like that. But if it does come down on turn 5, then you've got, counterspell, shields up, you've got, removal, shields up, whatever it is. So you've got mana to do other stuff. And I actually kind of really like cards like that. I also think that people are underselling this last line of text, the beginning of your opponent's upkeep, manifest dread. So if it survives your turn out, then it's probably going to get you a little extra value. So that's like 7 power and toughness for 3 mana. And you do have to kind of build your deck around it, but I don't think it's going to be as hard to get this come turn 4, turn 5 as some people might have originally think. So I like this a good bit. Not really sure where it goes, but some sort of like soul time mid-range deck I could maybe see it ending up in, but nothing that we actually are doing in current standard. So kind of a tough sell in that way, but I still think the card is pretty good just on a baseline level, like in a vacuum. So we're going to start the ratings tonight with a 5.9. I think this card is pretty good. That's not a bad rating at all. Acrobatic Cheerleader up next. This is the 2 mana 2/2 survivor that if it's tapped at the beginning of your second main, it gets a flying counter. This is just kind of a fine Magic card. I'm going to give it a 2. You'll play it in limited sometimes. Say its name. Now, this whole thing is in alphabetic order, but this is not because of the next card we're going to look at. I wanted them to go together. Say its name, though, is 2 mana for a sorcery, mill 3, and you can return a creature or land from your yard to your hand. Then you exile this card and 2 other cards named Say its name from your graveyard. Search your graveyard, hand, and or library for a card named Altanak, the thrice called. Put it onto the battlefield. You search this way, shuffle, do this at sorcery speed. So what's neat about this is that you don't actually have to cast it in order to use its ability, right? If there's just a bunch of them in your graveyard all at the same time, well then, you can do it, which is pretty freaking cool. Altogether, is that a little bit better? Is that the right way to view things? I think it might be. But altogether, yeah, the actual card here, the 2 mana sorcery, mill 3, get a little bit of, card selection, isn't the worst thing in the world, but the sorcery speed sucks a little bit. I think that the best use of this card is to never actually cast it in a game of Magic. You just mill it into your graveyard, enough copies as it takes to get this guy out. Don't worry, I will rate that last card. I'll just do these at the same time. Altanak, the thrice called, is the thing that this gets. Say its name gets. 7 mana, that is 5 and 2 green for a 9/9 legendary dude with trample, and when he becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you draw a card. You can pay 2 and discard it from your hand to return a land card from your yard to the battlefield tapped. I really like that ability, especially considering like turn 1 Fabled Passage, turn 2 this during your opponent's end step. You're actually set up pretty well. You have effectively ramped, and even better, you can go ahead, end of their second turn, put that Fabled Passage back into play. Your turn 3, play a land, and then pop the Fabled Passage, and that land should come into play untapped. So just altogether, the Fabled Passage synergy is pretty neat, but is the card good? Well, I do think that in these like green or black based like mill decks, self-mill decks, then this is a pretty good option, but you probably only have like 1 copy of this, and if you do have the 1 copy, then you might feel it necessary to play a bunch of copies of Say Its Name. So, at least 5 spots in your deck filled by this strategy, I'm not sure is great, but this is effectively a ramp card. And there's multiple ways of actually getting that to pop off as early as the game in the game as turn 2, whether you're playing Evolving Wilds, Terramorphic Expanse, whatever. This card will always get your fetch land back. So I kind of like it, but I can't rate it too high. As far as Say Its Name goes, it's pretty dependent on this card for that to be a decent card, right? But it's kind of, Say Its Name is a little bit like an Anticipate in green, but it's sorcery speed. And that's not the worst card I've ever seen. So I'll give Say Its Name a 4.1, and I'll give Altanak the Thrice Called a 5.1, somewhere in there. I really should give this like a 5.6 because I really, really like this ability on the bottom end of the card. But I don't actually think that the big stupid threat part of the card is that great, but could be underselling it here, I admit. Anthropede is up next. This is the 4-mana 3/4 with reach that can blow up rooms if you discard a card or pay an extra 2. This is, I want to say this is a decent like standard sideboard card if rooms are good, but they're not. It's not, you know, because you could just, rooms are enchantments. So wouldn't you much rather put like Tranquil Frill back in your sideboard than this, or any number of like disenchant effects, whether they're on a body or not, but like stuff like Lauren, you know, it's just much better than this most of the time. So this is mostly a limited special. I'm going to give this a 3. Next is Appendage Amalgam. This is the 3-mana 3/2 flash enchantment creature, and when it attacks, you surveil 1. Flash gives this like a 1.5 to me, but that still doesn't make it score very good. I'll give this card a 2.9. Arabella, Abandoned Doll. This is the Boros legend. It's a 1/3 legendary artifact creature, and when it attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent. You gain X life, X being the number of creatures you control with power 2 or less. So I really like this. I'm not sure how great it actually is going to be in Standard. I feel like I have to point that out. Because you have to wait till it attacks. It does die to cut down, but it does not die to go for the throat. And, you know, as far as cut down goes, it's a 2-drop that dies to cut down. Most of them do. So it's not really that big of a deal. You know what I mean? But I feel like this could be a one-of in, say, Boros, Convoke, you know, because you got a bunch of little dudes in that deck. And you can stack certain triggers like Sanguine Evangelist or something to get the battle cry after this thing's trigger goes off. So all your creatures are small, that trigger goes off, and then Sanguine Evangelist battle cry trigger goes off. All your creatures are slightly larger, you know, so I could see this maybe doing that, but mostly I see this as a very, very cool commander brew around. But that said, it's an uncommon, like, sort of build around card for any format, but even Standard. You know, I do think that even in a small format that doesn't have a whole lot of things to facilitate it, like, this card could still be good. And we've seen a lot of these like power 2 or less things in the last few sets. So I think that maybe we could get this working. You know, a couple of people have mentioned Mardu Legends and Delny and Ratadrabic. I can never remember. Ratadrabic, that's correct. You know, and a bunch of other cool Mardu Legends with power 2 or less could go really well with this. And I'm kind of into it. So the card might have a couple of things it can do in Standard. And for that, and for the fact that it's a pretty ridiculous commander, I'm going to give this a 6.5. Actually, let's give it a 6.66 because that makes sense. Attack in the Box is up next. This is a 3-mana 2/4 artifact creature. When it attacks, you can give it +4 power till end of turn. If you do, you have to sack it at the end step. This is better than it looks while still not actually being very good at all. I like that it, you know, doesn't die to cut down. Doesn't die to go for the throat. Those are good things. And if they waste any other removal spell on it, they're probably going to feel a little bit silly. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you get lost at my attack in the box? Well, thanks, I guess. You can bring this brat back in a multitude of ways, I guess, if you want to. And having a 3-mana creature that attacks for 6 the turn after it comes into play is kind of no joke. I think the card is better than it looks while still not being actively good in any way, so I'll give it a 4.5. Next is Baelmerk Leech. I like this guy. 2 mana for a 2/2 Leech with Eerie. Whenever you Eerie, each opponent loses a life. It's my kind of Magic card. They knew that when they printed it. I like enchantments. I like doing criminal damage. It's amazing. I want to start on Vine Lasher, this on turn 2, and like double Hopeless Nightmare on turn 3, you know, deal all the damage to them. But I'm not sure that that's good. I'm just not sure that's a great strategy, but still want to try it. They wisely made this black, and the reason I say that is because there's a blue-white creature in this set that allows you to play enchantment spells for 1 less. There's a green-white creature that just rotated out. It was in Kamigawa, Jukai Naturalist, that allows you to play enchantment spells for 1 less, right? And so to fit this guy into those decks, you'd have to play 3 colors. One's Azorius, one is Selesnya. So, but that said, I'm pretty sure Dex and Pioneer can work this guy in. It's just all about whether or not they do. You know, like the green-white enchantments decks that just rotated out of Standard, they wouldn't need this guy. You know, they don't care about incremental damage. You know, this guy, what does he do? Like 4 damage over the course of a game? Big deal. They want to punch you for like 20 on turn 4. You know, that's what they want to do. So they could care less about a card like this. And I feel like a lot of Enchantress decks are going to feel the same way. But I got a few things I want to do with this in Standard and a few things I want to do with it in Commander too, especially considering that says each opponent. So I'll give this card a 5, and I mean it. I think that this is a pretty sweet trigger right here that you can abuse in a variety of ways, seriously. But next is Balustrade Worm here. This is 5 mana, 3 and 2 green for a 5/5 worm that can't be countered. It also has trample and haste. And if you have Delirium, you can pay 4 mana at sorcery speed to put it back into play from your yard with a finality counter on it. Solid Magic card, but probably just solid. Man, green has some 5 mana options to mess with control, right? Like this guy can't be countered. They already had Thrun the Silencer, and that card's really actually very good. If you haven't played Thrun in Standard in a while, give him a shot. Turns out he's kind of hard to deal with for like anybody. But yeah, when compared to Thrun, I just don't know about this guy. But having a thing that can come back from the graveyard is always sweet. And this is a dude that kills your opponent in 4 bites and has haste. The trample is obviously also like really, really good. So, you know, no Cavern of Souls required, just gets through counters. And I love that. There's just a lot of good things about this card. I feel like if it was printed 8 years ago, it would be like the best card in its set. But here we are in 2024, and I'm not sure that it's as good as it once would have been. You're going to hear me be a little bit harder on Magic cards tonight than I usually am. That's because I'm judging for mostly competitive Standard play, and whether or not they show up for realsies. And I think that this could have a spot, but ultimately I'm going to land on a 5.5 for this card. Baseball Bat up next. Underrated card while still not being great. This is 2 mana, Selesnya colors. For an equipment that equips for 3. When it enters, attach it to a dude you control. That guy gets +1/+1. And whenever that guy attacks, tap up to 1 target creature. That's the good part of the card. I think people are severely underrating this card, but I'm just not really sure where it shows up. You know, I think that it might be a good card in a vacuum, but like, what do you put it in? You know, I'm just not, maybe green-white survivors, but I don't think that's a deck. I just don't think that that's a real deck, but I could be wrong. There's some really strong cards for it. That said, man, I think tapping a dude when you attack is traditionally underrated ability. And in Limited, I think this is actually a very, very good Magic card. Incredibly good Magic card. Having an Eternal Tapper is great. You know, so I think in Limited, this card is like bomb. I really do. But in Standard, when you look at that format, I really don't think it's horrible there, but I'm not really again, I'm not sure where you put it. So I'm going to end up giving Simic Cookies. Even that deck, I'm not sure wants it, but maybe. I'm going to give this a 4.9 because I really think it's on the verge. I really, really do. But card is a home run. Thanks, chat. Bashful Beastie's up next. 5 mana for a 5/4 beast. When it dies, manifest dread. Fine card. Fine limited card. I'll give it a 3.1. Bear Trap is this next card. A single mana for an artifact with flash. You can pay 3 and tap it and sack it to deal 3 damage to a creature and a creature only. Still pretty good, you know. It gives limited decks that don't normally have access to good removal a fine removal piece. Not like great, but fine. And any decks that wants artifacts, this is pretty decent. And obviously, if you're trying to get Delirium, this kind of helps you do that again in Limited. In Standard, I'm not really sure what wants it, but we try to build Oops All Colorless every season, and this might be a halfway decent removal spell in that deck. So altogether, I'm going to give this card a 4.72. Beastie Beatdown's up next. 2 mana, a green and a red for a source. Choose target creature you control and target creature an opponent controls. If you have Delirium, you put 2 +1/+1 counters on a creature, the creature that you control. And then the creature you control deals damage equal to its power to the creature an opponent controls. 2 +1/+1 counters for 2 mana and a bite effect is pretty good. But Delirium's going to be like reasonably tougher to get than you think. And I think by the time you have Delirium, depending on what colors you're playing, you'll play a better removal spell than this. So I think it's a limited specialty. I will give it a 4.2. It's not terrible. Bedhead Beastie's up next. Brand new card. Just came out this morning. Have not covered this one yet. It's the Mountain Cycling guy of the set, though. It's a 6 mana for a 5/6 menace with Mountain Cycling 2. These are always decent. I will basically give these cards a 4 every time I see them. Because 4 is not a horrible score. But these are pretty good. These are typically pretty good. Betrayer's Bargain is up next. 2 mana, 1 and a red for an instant. As an additional cost to cast it, sack a creature, sack an enchantment, or pay 2 extra mana. Deals 5 damage to a creature, exile that creature when it dies. Probably fine, but I think it has to wait for like Witchstalker's Frenzy to leave Standard. We've got Scorching Shot in Standard, but this does have the instant speed on it. You might want to sack a creature or enchantment, right? So card is obviously halfway decent. I will give this a 5. Blazemire Verge. I have consolidated both these lands and the 13 life lands into one entry on the list. That said, I have to acknowledge some will be better than others. Some will see more play than others, and that's true of most non-basics. But these in particular, the ones that want you to have one or the other basic land in play, and they don't have to be basic. You can have like one of the surveil lands in play, and that counts for these, making them even better. But these are phenomenal. I think that these are among some of the best dual lands ever printed. They combo with any fetch land really well, so that means they might be modern playable pretty easily, really. But they're definitely standard playable, where we have a fine number of basic lands in our deck, and they go really well in any deck that's looking to put like basic lands into play through some usually green means, right? Like, Heaped Harvest or whatever that card is called, or anything that searches for a basic puts it into play. Obviously, these are really good with those effects, and there's a lot of decks in Standard want to do that. So just ultimately, we're playing enough basics in Standard that these are very playable lands, and they come into play untapped too, so they work whether you're aggro, mid-range, or control. These are fantastic. They work early, they work late, just wonderful, wonderful cards, man. I really think these are worth talking about for more than 30 seconds in what is supposed to be a speed run, just to really sear into your brain how good these are. They'll get probably one of the best scores of the night. I will give them, if not the best, I will give these an 8.4. These are that good. I can just about promise you. Bleeding Woods, though, is the representative for the 13 or less life lands. These are exactly what they sound like. They come into play untapped if someone has 13 or less life. If they don't, come into play tapped. Simple as. So in the early game, these are pretty bad. I have to acknowledge. Not super great in the early game, but all that said, fantastic anytime after, a little bit later in the game. And obviously, aggro decks are walking a weird line with these lands because they want your opponent to be at 13 or less life starting on like turn 3, right? Most of the time. But they also don't want tapped lands, like hardly ever. So kind of hard to say exactly what these end up in. Maybe like Golgari midrange or something wants the black-green one, but I'm just not too sure. That said, in a vacuum, these are obviously pretty good lands, so I'm going to give these just a solid 7. Right at a 7. Might seem high to some people, and might seem a little bit high to me too, but I tend to think that potentially untapped dual lands are among some of the most powerful cards in Magic the Gathering. So you have to respect that. If you want to amend that score to a 6.7, I guess you can, but I'm not budging 7 right for this guy. These are pretty good. Boiler Bilge Ripper over here is 5 mana for a 4/4 human assassin. When it enters, you can sacrifice another creature or enchantment. When you do, this guy deals 2 to any target. Fine limited dudes sometimes, if you're in that deck. I'll give him a 3. Bottomless Pool and Locker Room is our first room of the day. Bottomless Pool is a single blue mana. When you unlock it, return up to 1 creature to its owner's hand, and Locker Room is 5 mana. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. So these are both pretty good effects. And I like this one more than I like some rooms. Because rooms typically cost a fair amount of mana. They tend to cost too much mana for what their effect is doing on both sides. But more than that, what they really cost you is tempo, because they're all sorcery speed, right? Sorcery speed bounce spells are typically not great. You want to play them during your opponent's combat step and like screw them up after they played a pump spell or whatever it is, mess up their attacks or blocks even, right? Mostly we want bounce at instant speed to maximize the value. So enchantment, even for 1 mana, the fact that it's sorcery speed tends to suck on cards like this. But, rooms costing you that tempo, I think that getting a room down in your rooms deck that sort of mitigates that tempo loss a little bit is kind of a big deal, or at least it makes it slightly better than other rooms, because rooms cost you real tempo. So I don't hate this. It does just cost the 1 mana, but you're not going to play it on turn 1 very often, unless you go second and they played Swift Spear or whatever. So that is also a mitigating factor, right? You might play this on turn 2 and it effectively cost your entire turn. So you might not want that either, but I do still dare say there are good things about this. And obviously, if you can like find room in a game to play the 5 mana version, then I think you're doing okay. I think you're all right. If you're getting through, but you're not necessarily going to win the race, you're still racing against a potential sweeper or a couple of removal spells, or they get to play another guy and suddenly you're not like in the driver's seat anymore. This will help you put you firmly in the driver's seat, but it's kind of like virtual loyalty, right? You have to find like the opening to actually play this half of it. And that's easier said than done. But altogether, I don't hate this card. I'm going to give it a 5.4. I think it's in that territory somewhere. Break down the doors. All right, man. This is 3 mana for an instant. Choose one, exile an artifact or an enchantment or manifest dread. Instant speed is key on this, and exile too. I think exile is fantastic. This is basically a 3 mana flash creature that can also kill stuff. Forever. Forever? That's really... I think that this card is being undersold a little bit too, dude. I'm going to give this card a 5.4. I just gave that out to a card, but I think they're of similar power levels in a way. But... yeah, I think this is beyond an average card, right? The average Magic card's a 5. And I think this is definitely better than average. This is pretty good removal that also puts a body into play and messes with your graveyard. This is a fine card. I promise you this is a fine card. Brood Spinner's up next. 2 mana Golgari colors for a 2/3 reach, and when it enters, you get to Surveil 2. You can also pay 6 mana, tap, and sacrifice it at any speed you want to create a number of 1/1 black and green insect creature tokens with flying equal to the number of card types among cards in your graveyard. So what is that, 8 potential types? It's like, God, can I do all these live? It's going to be hard. Creature, artifact, enchantment, instant, sorcery, planeswalker, land, battle. I think that that's all 8. That we have access to in standard, or that exist to begin with. So that's you're not going to get 8. I imagine you won't get 8, but you know, if you have Delirium, you get 4, right? But you don't have to have Delirium. So I think that there are times where you get like 3 1/1 flyers, and you're happy. You're happy with that outcome. You know, I kind of really like this guy. I really do. He's fine for the self-mill decks, the Insidious Roots decks, stuff like that. He blocks Deep Cavern Bats and other like small flyers and stuff. Spyglass Siren, like there are a few of them in standard right now. And I like that about him. It's just like 6 mana is a lot for this ability, but in the mid-game, that is potentially game-winning. Like an Alrund's Epiphany number of 1/1 flyers is not terrible, so... whether you're just blocking Aclazotz for a couple turns in a row trying to get back in the game, or you're just sending them all in, baby. Like, you get 3 to 5 1/1 flyers, and like that seems great to me. It's I don't know. I don't think that it's like the best 2-drop in standard. Far, far from it, especially given the options Golgari has. You know, Mosswood Dread Knight and the Bronco, and there's a lot of Deep Cavern Bat, right? So I'm not sure this quite makes the grade, but I still think it's a pretty strong Magic card end of day. So I'm going to give this card a 5.6. Totally serious. This is a pretty good uncommon by my eye. Cackling Slasher's up next. This is a 4 mana 3/3 human assassin with Death Touch. Enters with a +1/+1 counter if something died this turn. Wish it had flash, right? But not all cards can be really, really good. Even then it wouldn't be amazing. Ultimately, though, a potential 4 mana 4/4 Death Touch. It's a lot better than a Hill Giant, you know? So I'll just give this like a 3.4. Cathartic Parting up next. This is a 2 mana sorcery speed disenchant effect where the opponent shuffles the thing into their library, but then you get to shuffle 4 cards from your graveyard into your library. If you're looking for a disenchant, you could do a whole lot better than this most of the time, right? But you have to respect these cards, I'm telling you, that allow you to shuffle things back into your library from your yard. These will keep you from decking. This notably does not exile when you cast it, like some of these effects tend to do, so that means that you can cycle them. One Cathartic Parting can put another Cathartic Parting back into your deck, and you'll never mill. You'll never deck yourself out. And that is usually, for one deck or another, or at least not usually, I won't say that, not the majority of the time, but some of the time. That's an important piece for a deck or two. So wouldn't put it past this seeing play. I tend to like these Gaia's Blessing sort of effects. So I'm going to give this a 4.8. We're getting really close with this one. Cautious Survivor up next. The 4 mana 4/4 Elf Survivor. When it survives, you gain 2 life. Normal Magic card. I'll give it a 3.1. Central Elevator and Promising Stairs is the second room we come to. Central Elevator is 4 mana for an enchantment. When you unlock it, search your library for a room that doesn't have the same name as a room you control. Reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle up. Promising Stairs costs less mana than the card on the left. Why are you doing that? It's 3 mana, 2 and a blue. For an enchantment, at the beginning of your upkeep, Surveil 1. You win the game if there are 8 or more different names among unlocked rooms that you control. So note that these effects are not tied together at all. So it's not like at the beginning of your upkeep, do this and then you win the game if. It's just always constantly checking to see if you have 8 rooms in play. That's really, really neat. They also made sure that on both halves of the card, you have to have different names, which means you can't just copy the room somehow a bunch of times and then win the game that way, cheese it out, boo, Wizards. I don't know. They were probably doing the right thing. They probably were doing the right thing. But ultimately, I think this is probably gimmicky and not great, but it is like the thing that wins the rooms deck the game. So I'm going to give it an honorary 5, and I don't really believe that. I think if I had to really rate this card, I would give it like a 1.9. You know, it's pretty bad, folks. But again, honorary 5 because it is the card in its deck, right? We'll move on to Chainsaw here. 2 mana, 1 and a red for an artifact. It's an equipment that equips for 3, and when it enters, it deals 3 damage to up to 1 target creature. Whenever 1 or more creatures die, this thing gets a rev counter. An equipped creature gets plus X plus 0, X being the rev counters on Chainsaw. I really like this thing. I gotta say, man, I don't know where it goes off the top of my head, but I feel like there's been a couple of times I've been building decks in Standard, and I've thought to myself, man, I can't wait till we get Chainsaw. there's kind of a red X artifacts deck that's popping off in my head, nowhere else, that might actually want a card like this. Also worth noting that artifacts are relatively difficult to remove in current Standard. You know, you got people playing Braids and stuff like that, main decking disenchant effects and stuff. But still, there aren't that many good ones in Standard to take out the existing Urabrass Forge and Simulacrum Synthesizers. I feel like those cards are getting a foothold in Standard because there's not a whole lot of good artifact removal. So I feel like that gives artifacts kind of a leg up. And in some ways, especially equipments, I really have been wanting to try out sort of blue-black, whatever it is, because it's in Standard right now, and I think it might actually be really sick to play that card. But as it is, a card like Chainsaw does have to have dudes die. I admit that, but I think there's multiple cool things you can do with it, right? Even if it's like sack this guy, sack this guy, sack this guy, and then put the chainsaw on one of my dudes, suddenly he gets like +3 or +4 +0. Calisel Sword, sack that guy, deal a bunch of damage. You know, like there are ways to make this work in Standard. So all that said, it's also just, you know, a good removal, just a serviceable removal spell. I like it. I think it's decent value. So I'm going to give this a 5.3. Again, just kind of a bad removal spell with an extra mode, so I'm not going to give it like too high of a score, but I do think it's well above average. Next is Warped Space and Charred Foyer. What is this? Why do I have to turn it? I didn't have to turn the other ones. It's kind of weird. Crap, I'm going to have to turn it again. No, I won't. Charred Foyer and his 4 mana, 3 and a red for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. You can play it this turn. Warp Space is 6 mana. Once during each turn, you may pay 0 rather than pay the mana cost for a spell you cast from exile. So that means, you know, adventure guys and stuff like that, just anything out of exile. So that's kind of sick. But obviously it works with this, works with Ren's Resolve effects, and a couple of different things we have, especially in red right now. But 6 mana is an awful lot to actually pop this room off. That said, I kind of like Charred Foyer. I really do. You know, 4 mana for a one-sided Howling Mine of sorts. Seems like you're going to have to find an opening for it to actually get this card down. But I don't think it's too terrible. You know, there are mid-range decks that might actually want access to an effect like this. So I guess when it's all said and done, I'm going to give it like a 5.7. I will. The more I think about it, the more I want to increase the score. I'll give this a 5.7. I think it's a fine Magic card. But I'm not sure how much Standard play it sees. Both modes, as is typical of a lot of rooms, both modes are really expensive to play. But I still don't put a card like this past seeing Standard play in some sort of, you know, like the Boros, I play a bunch of Sunfalls and Urabrass Forge deck. This seems right at home in a deck like that. So kind of like it, but we'll move on to Clammy Prowler. This is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 2/5 enchantment creature. When it dies, or when it attacks, rather, another target attacking creature can't be blocked. Fine limited card. I think this can get your bomb through for some damage and make sure your survivors actually survive combat. So there's some things you might want to do with it. Triggers, eerie, whatever. Meets at a lot of different crossroads. You got to respect a limited card like that, but you can't give it much more than like a 3.4, you know. Clockwork Percussionist is 1 mana, single red mana for a 1/1 artifact creature with haste. And when it dies, exile the top of your library. You can play it until the end of your next turn. What a good little dude, man. What a great dude. Puts an artifact into play, puts an artifact and a creature in your yard for Delirium, has haste, so just is Raging Goblin, and gets you some card advantage. That's so good, bro. That's a really, really good Magic card. All things considered, it just has to find its deck. And maybe some sort of red-black sacrifice pile. This might go in, and, you know, it gets to deal a little damage for a couple of turns, maybe, and that's fine. So, altogether, 5.1. You know, not the best card in your deck ever, but it does some good stuff. Come Back Wrong is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a sorcery. Destroy a creature. If a creature card's put into a graveyard this way, return it to the battlefield under your control, sack it at the beginning of your next end step. It does not give the creature haste. So it's not a full-on like Shallow Grave effect, but it's still pretty good, man. Like, especially if the creature has an ETB, obviously, or just naturally has haste, this card gets even better. And a lot of good creatures have one of those two things if we play them in Standard. Seems like every time we review a card, content creators in general, we have to be like, this doesn't have haste or an ETB, it's bad. So that said, most creatures you nab with this will do something for you, right? So altogether, cool card. Not sure exactly how many copies you play, and that number might be 0, but really, really interesting in Commander, if nothing else, right? But even in Standard, I could see some uses for this, but I'm just not too sure. Altogether, really sticking in the 5s, but I think a lot of these cards are just slightly above average in this particular belt of cards. I'm going to give it a 5.47. Commune with Evil is up next. 3 mana for a sorcery. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. 1 goes into your hand, the rest go in your yard. You gain 3 life. So a sorcery speed impulse that actually mills the cards costs 1 extra mana. So 50% more than an impulse. Way, way lower speed. But you do gain the 3. I feel like often black effects like this that give you card selection would lose you life. So I actually think this isn't horrible. It triggers any life gain effects, but I think more importantly for a lot of decks that don't have access to good card selection effects, right? A card like this could actually, you don't mind playing it on turn 3. You wasted your whole turn on it, but you got the sweeper or the card you built your deck around or whatever. A 4-card dig is pretty good. So you got the best card from the top 4, and you kind of probably negated an early attack step. So again, give yourself some breathing room. You don't mind having cast this card. But I'm not going to rate it too high. I think you could just do better in the 3-drop slot in most decks. So you're playing this or Preacher of the Schism, Liliana of the Veil, take your pick. So I'm probably just going to have to give this like a 4, but I think it's an earned 4. It's not terrible. Conductive Machete is up next. 4 mana for an equipment. It equips for 4, but you get to manifest Dread when it comes into play and attach this to it. The equipped creature gets +2/+1. So you get 4/3 for 4, and then you can equip the Machete for 4 later in the game. So fine limited card, but that's about where it starts and ends. I'm just going to give this a 3.2. Coordinated Clobbering is a single green mana for a sorcery. Tap 1 or 2, target untapped creatures you control. They each deal damage equal to their power to target creature an opponent controls. I cannot tell you how many times I have had a bite effect in my hand and wished that I could use multiple creatures to take down one guy. So we get that ability for just a single green mana on this card. And if nothing else, it's just a straight up bite effect, but it does make you tap those guys down. And most bite effects don't make you do that. So the card is pretty well balanced, I'll give it that, but it's still pretty serviceable 1 mana green removal, and those get a 4.8 from me. Cracked Skull is here. This is 3 mana, 2 and a black, and it's brand new. I have not covered this card yet. This is an aura that enchants a creature. When it enters, look at target player's hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. When an enchanted creature is dealt damage, destroy it. Really haunting flavor text in some ways here. This guy looks like Tommaso Ciampa from WWE, but in any case, this is not very good. Obviously, it's a coercion effect, and those can be okay some of the time, but still, you have to have a creature to put it on, and it's 3 freaking mana. I don't know, man. I'm just going to give this like a 2.3. Creeping Peeper is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a 2/1 eye. You can tap it to spend a blue, but that mana can only be spent on enchantments, unlocking doors, or turning things face up. So that's actually kind of a lot of things you can do with this one card. And I do like that it's a blue guy that taps for mana, that taps to play enchantments. So usually the blue guys that tap, like our blue dorks, are, they tap to cast like instants and sorceries or something. But this actually lets you cast permanents with its ability, which is not something you see every day. I don't hate this card. 4.6. Cryptid Inspector is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 2/3 elf warrior with vigilance. Whenever a face down permanent you control enters, and whenever Cryptid Inspector or another permanent you control is turned face up, this guy, Cryptid Inspector, gets a +1/+1 counter. So no matter how you do it, if you face up this guy, if you face up something else, whenever you face up something, this thing gets a +1/+1. But I still think it's like pretty bad when you consider the entire package. 2.7. Cult Healer is 3 mana for a 3/3. It has Eerie, so whenever you Eerie, this guy gets lifelink till end of turn. 3 mana, 3/3, sometimes lifelink is not the worst thing ever, but it's a very drafty card, isn't it? It's not even a cleric. It's a doctor. You can't even put it in your cleric's deck. Get out of here, buddy. It's a 3.1. Cursed Recording is probably a trap. It's 4 mana, 2 and 2 red for an artifact. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this thing gets a time counter. And then if it has 7 or more time counters, you remove the counters, it deals 20 damage to you. That's your whole starting life total. Tap it. When you cast the next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy the spell, choose new targets for the copy. So I will say that 7 is a lot of spells to have to cast before this actually kills you. And I'll also say it might not kill you, you know, like if you're playing, you know, stuff that gains a lot of life, and there are multiple cards. It's like a 3 mana white instant that gains life equal to the number of cards in your hand, and you draw a card too. And I actually really, really like that card a lot. So I imagine if you're gaining like 7 life off of that, then like maybe this doesn't just kill you immediately. And you can just keep tapping it because you remove the counters. So if you survive the 20 damage once, you get to do it 7 more times, which is nasty, but obviously this thing makes you play mostly instants and sorceries in your deck. But copying just about any instant or sorcery that you play at least once a turn could potentially be extremely powerful. And the fact that it takes 7 counters, 7 counters, you really should kill them by the time the 4th counter is on this, you know? So maybe it's not as trappy as I think. Ultimately though, it is gimmicky. And trappy and gimmicky do not necessarily a good score make, but I am going to give this a 5.3 with the potential to gain a whole extra point. This could be a good magic card, but it usually has to survive a turn once it's out, and you know, there are things to consider here, but I do think there's some real potential on a card like this. Moving on though to Cursed Windbreaker. The most non-threatening name per card in a set full of threatening names. It's 3 mana for an equipment. Equips are 3, but it's another one of those where you just manifest dread and attach it to the guy when it comes into play, and the equipped creature has flying. So in limited, it's a way to give your bomb flying at some point in the game while also getting a 2/2. It's all good, you know. I'll give it a 2.43. Cynical Loner is 2 mana, 1 on a black for a 3/1 human survivor that can't be blocked by glimmers. It also has survival. So if it survives, you search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard, and then shuffle. I misread this the first 2 times I read it. Thankfully, it didn't get to camera. By the time I got to camera, I realized what this card did, but I thought this was just Demonic Tutor the first time I read it, and I was like, what? But now that we've seen all the different ways of making sure that survivors survive, I don't know that this is good enough. But, you know, just crewing a vehicle. You know, this on turn 2 into the UFO thing on turn 3 that lets you exile a creature. That seems like pretty decent. You know, this into a turn 4 Head Shredder, the 4 mana green vehicle from this set that allows you to like ramp and mill cards. That seems okay. You know, you just have to have a plan for what you're putting those cards in your graveyard for. But ultimately, I just don't think that this is better than other options you could play in decks that have the UFO or the Head Shredder or whatever. So I'm not like too sold on it, but I will give it like a tentative 4.5. Because, like, again, this is another one. It could be worth a full extra point and be a 5.5. But, I'm just not really feeling it right now. You know? Next is Dagger Maw Megalodon. This is the blue land cycling thing. Just 6 mana for a 5/7. Vigilance, Island Cycling 2. These are always fine. They get a 4. Dashing Bloodsucker. He looks great. I gotta say, dude looks amazing. He's 4 mana for a 2/5 Vampire Warrior with Eerie. Whenever you Eerie, this guy gets +2/+2, gains lifelink until end of turn. Or +2/+0, actually. Gains lifelink till end of turn. I think I said +2/+2. But yeah, I guess if you can Eerie more than once in a turn, this guy can attack for like 6 or 8. But again, limited thing here, and still not even that great, I guess, in that environment some of the time. So I'm just going to give this a 2. Defiant Survivor is 3 mana for a 3/2 human survivor with survival. So if it survives, Manifest Dread. Pretty good. Nothing wrong with that, I guess. This is one of those that if you are building survivors in standard, I think you probably play the card. Dies to cut down, 3-drop that dies to cut down. You don't usually want to play those, but you might be able to tap at the turn it comes into play if you play, you know, if you have a vehicle or something like that. And then it's probably going to get like some sort of value the turn it comes into play. So, I don't know. It's not bad, but it's also not quite good enough. So I'm going to give this a 4.9 because it is very close to being there without actually being there, you know? We'll move on to Demonic Council. 2 mana, 1 and a black for a sorcery. Search for a demon card, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle up, and if you have Delirium, you just get to cast Demonic Tutor. Search your library for any card instead of a demon. It's all right. I guess, I think there will be some sort of mid-range control hybrid. I play a bunch of removal and a couple of huge guys, like a deck like that probably wants this card because it can get Delirium relatively easily. I think you can get Delirium by turn 4 or 5. Again, somewhat easily in Standard just as a matter of playing the game. You don't have to play a bunch of weird, gimmicky, like mill yourself cards. I think that just by virtue of Fabled Passage, play a removal spell, play a creature that dies, look, you're 3/4 of the way to Vigilance, right? Or to Delirium. Vigilance? Why did my brain choose Vigilance? You're 3/4 of the way to Delirium in that situation. And of course, if the creature that died was an enchantment creature or an artifact creature, you have Delirium. Congratulations. I just don't think it's that hard. You can use Liliana to like discard a Planeswalker or discard whatever you want to discard for Delirium. So you can use strong cards. You are not forced to use bad cards in your deck to achieve Delirium. And when it comes to like aggro Delirium cards, like we've looked at a couple of already, I don't think those are great, But this, on the other hand, I think is much, much, much better. I think this just is Demonic Tutor on like turn 5 or 6. The problem is, because there is a problem, is it better than, Pillage the Bog comes to mind? Because like on turn 4 or 5, yeah, Pillage the Bog doesn't look at your entire deck, but it looks like 8 to 12 cards if you're ramping. Like that's ridiculous. And you don't have to like jump through any hoops. You just play lands and Pillage the Bog is amazing. So this does have to earn slots. If your deck incidentally plays demons, I think it obviously gets much, much better. It may get better when Lorwyn comes out. We get changelings and stuff, so keep that in mind. But ultimately, just again, in a vacuum, I think this card is just good. So all that said, a lot of talk on this one. Doesn't feel like a speed run, but I'm going to give this a 6. I'm going to give this a 6, which is slightly overrated, I feel like, but I still feel like this will show up in Standard. We've seen a fair amount of tutors that haven't really made it in Standard, but I think this is one of the better ones, if not the best. So we'll move on to Dissection Tools here. 5 mana for an equipment, equips by sacking a creature. The cool thing about that is that it's not mana. But when it enters, manifest or add attach Dissection Tools to the creature. And the equipped creature gets +2/+2, has Death Touch and Lifelink. So 5 mana for a 4/4 Death Touch Lifelink is kind of okay. It's really not that bad, but the equip to sack a creature is what I'm interested in because that is a free and repeatable sacrifice outlet in Standard that also gives you Death Touch and Lifelink on one of your guys, which is pretty insane. Especially consider this for a second, even outside of Standard. In Pioneer, does the Mayhem Devil deck want this card, right? Because you can get this equipped to your Mayhem Devil for free. Just sacrifice a creature. You're going to do that anyway. Equip it to your Mayhem Devil, and now your Mayhem Devil can, target guys and kill them because it has Death Touch. So, like, every shot kills one of their dudes. Just seems really good to me, but I don't know. 5 mana is a little bit too much for this, all things considered, but +2/+2 and Death Touch and Lifelink is a ridiculous spread. It really is, dude. So I don't know. I kind of wouldn't put it past it. This feels somewhat sleepery to me. So I'm going to give the card a 4.8. But again, this is one of those where it could gain a whole point. It goes infinite with Silver Fur Partisan? Does it? Okay. We learned something today. That's true. Flame Guts, thanks for the tech. I just keep looking at this and thinking there's something to it. That's all. But Disturbing Mirth is our next card. 2 mana, red and a black for an enchantment. When it enters, you can sacrifice another enchantment or creature. If you do, you get to draw 2 cards. And when you sacrifice this thing, you manifest Dread. So plays well with copies of itself, right? Plays really well in multiples. And I like that. But there's also kind of a sacrifice enchantments theme in this set. And we already had a couple of enchantments in Standard that kind of want to be sacrificed. So this works well with those two. Is it good enough necessarily to be, a key figure in a red-black sack deck? I'm just still not sure that it's there, but, it's effectively 2 mana for a 2/2 and some graveyard value and a couple of cards. And that seems good. That seems pretty good, dude. When you really get down to brass tacks on card advantage, you sack a creature enchantment and then you sacrifice Disturbing Mirth. So what are you down? 2 cards on that? But you drew 2 cards when it came into play and you get to manifest Dread. So leave me alone, antivirus. But anyway, you're actually up a couple of cards on that exchange when you consider it. And I don't mind that for just a couple of mana, sort of, the starting investment. So I'm going to give this card a 4.6. I know that sounds relatively low given all the praise I've just voiced for it, but this one's really going to have to prove itself to me. I think that if there is a red-black sack deck, then there may just be 36 better cards than this, right? But we'll see. We'll see about it. Diversion Specialist is our next card. 4 mana, 3 and a red for a 4/3 human warrior with menace. You can pay 1 and sacrifice a creature or enchantment to exile the top of your library. You can play it this turn. It'd be much better if you could play it until the end of your next turn, but who's counting? Mostly because this is just a limited playable enabler for the sacrifice decks. And it's pretty good there, but outside of that format, it does nothing. So we'll just give it a 3.7. Next is Dollmaker's Shop and Porcelain Gallery. Now, Shop over here is 2 mana for an enchantment. Whenever 1 or more non-toy creatures you control attack a player, create a 1/1 white toy artifact creature token. Porcelain Gallery is 6 mana. Creatures you control have base power and toughness, each equal to the number of creatures you control. So, pretty sick. This is the first time I've noticed on Dollmaker's Shop that if you attack a Planeswalker, you don't get a 1/1. If you only apply, that's all you're attacking. It says whenever these creatures attack a player specifically. So just want to point that out. But especially if you played an aggressive 1-drop, Dollmaker's Shop seems pretty good on 2. But it also seems okay on turn 4, right? Because you have a couple of other mana to work with. You have multiple creatures at this point in the game, so you're more likely to be attacking with at least one of them. So that's kind of fine. But Porcelain Gallery, this seems like the thing that's going to make the card a one of in like mono white tokens, because Dollmaker's Shop will trigger Caretaker's Talent whenever you attack, and that'll get you tokens. And then Porcelain Gallery over here, well, I've got Virtue, I've got Biza, which may have given me a couple of tokens when it came into play, but that's a creature in and of itself. Sometimes you play Carrot Cake in that deck, you've got Urabrass Forge in the deck, so that'll be a creature once a turn. You've got a fair number of tokens in that deck. Archangel Elspeth makes tokens, right? Even your Incubator token is a creature, so that's kind of actually really interesting. In specifically the red-white or, again, mono-white tokens deck as maybe just a 1 or 2 of, but I do think it could definitely earn a spot in those decks. It's not bad. So I'm going to give, it's just, again, I'm going to bring this card up again. It's a lot like Virtue of Loyalty, because sometimes in mono-white or red-white, you have to find the opening to play Virtue of Loyalty, but you'll play it. Like 1 out of every 3 to 5 games, you will play Virtue of Loyalty out of exile, and it'll sometimes even win you the game. Porcelain Gallery seems a lot like that to me. It's not as protected as Virtue of Loyalty because it's just sitting on the table like a grapefruit, just ready to get sliced open. But still, same principle. If you happen to have 6 mana because you drew dead or you drew a land that turn, Porcelain Gallery is really, really good to just activate. It's kind of, in a way, rooms, just like adventure cards, rooms are kind of like having a card in your hand, even after you cast a card. And that's just good old-fashioned card advantage, really. You got 2 cards for 1. That's good. So I like these. I do. They always feel like, enchantment adventures. And that seems powerful enough just to point out on its own with rooms. But this one seems especially powerful compared to a lot of the other rooms in the set. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a 6.2. I think this is a good Magic card. Doomsday Excruciator costs 6 black mana for a 6/6 demon with flying, and when it enters, if it was cast, each player exiles all but the bottom 6 cards of their library face down. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card. That means you'll run out of cards faster than them, but hopefully you have ways of milling them, like in your hand already when you cast the thing. That's probably how you're going to kill them at that point. Not quite Doomsday, but that is the card that it's obviously referencing, you know what I mean? So got to give it some props just for nostalgia, but I do think this is fine. I do think this is potentially okay, but also has the chance of just becoming a bulk rare, which is really, really sad. It is. But that said, if nothing else, in Commander, it's an extremely unique effect that you don't see every day. So that's pretty good. I think that maybe in Commander it'll find its true calling. Hey, let's end this game. I want to leave and get tacos. And I'm never going to get tacos if this game keeps going for the next hour and a half. So here, everyone has 6 cards. Deal with it. I think that could be fun. But ultimately, I'm going to give this card a 5.2. A little bit above average just because it's insanely unique and calls back to an incredibly powerful effect. And again, By Commander, it's pretty silly. You know what I mean? It's not bad. But Drag to the Roots is next. 4 mana, 2, a black and a green for an instant with Delirium. So it costs 2 less to cast if you have Delirium, and you destroy a non-land permanent. Classic Magic card right here. Decent piece of removal. Non-land permanent for 2 mana. Even if you had to pay full price, it's okay, I guess, sometimes. You know, I'm going to give this a 5.3. It's fine. Duskmourn's Domination, the worst control magic I have ever seen. 6 mana for an aura that enchants a creature that you now control. You control enchanted creature. However, if you wanted a good creature, you're SOL, buddy. Enchanted creature gets -3/-0 and loses all abilities. So, like, why did you even do that? Why did you even get him? He's terrible. Why is he so? She's so bad now. Why'd you do that? This is like a 3.1. It's a control magic effect. Like, at the end of the day, it's still control magic. So I'm going to give it a 3. Emerge from the Cocoon is 5 mana, 4 and a white for a sorcery. Return a creature from your yard to the battlefield and gain 3 life. It's more playable than it looks. Really, is 3 life isn't the biggest deal in the world, but like, if we're talking gravy, it's better than some gravy. You know what I mean? So you have to pay 5 mana for a Reanimator spell. First of all, if you're in white and don't have access to black, that's a reason to play this. But I think you might play this over like One Last Job or something in white, because that 3 life is like potentially pretty good. I don't know, dude. I have to give it like a 4.6. It's really not the worst Magic card I've ever seen. It's more like a 4.4. It really is. But like, you might catch me playing this thing from time to time. Enduring Courage, the Cowardly Dog, 4 mana for a 3/3 enchantment creature. Whenever another creature you control enters, it gets +2/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. When Courage dies, if it was a creature, return to the battlefield under its owner's control as an enchantment, not a creature. So, little too expensive, I think, to really make waves in standard aggro decks, but neat for Commander and might be decent in like a big red deck of some kind. You know, I want all of my, I want Terror of the Peaks to have haste. I want Dragonhawk or whatever his name is. I was playing with him earlier today. I want him to have haste. That guy did, by the way, Dragonhawk, whatever his name is from the last set, I did 12 damage during the end step with that guy earlier. It's ridiculous because I played 2 of them in the same turn and I had a bunch of guys out. It was pretty dumb, but that's not what we're talking about tonight. I want my Bonehorde Dracosaur to have haste, So like, I don't know, there could be something to this. And just on its face, it's a good card. Like, all things considered, I'm going to use this term so many times tonight, but in a Hoover, in a space vacuum, this card just is a good Magic card and is well above average too. So I'm going to give this a 5.5. Next is Enduring Curiosity. This is, I guess we get to do all the Enduring stuff at the same time. 4 mana in blue for a 4/3 flash enchantment creature. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. When Enduring Curiosity dies, if it was a creature, return to the battlefield as an enchantment. So, pretty good, man. You can flash it in after blocks are made or not made, and then draw a bunch of cards. Gross. I think the flash on this is good, and you can flash it in as kind of a blocker. I feel like this could be really swingy, right? Because when you're in the trenches and when neither one of you is really in the driver's seat, you're attacking back and forth, you can flash this in, block a guy, keep it out, not even trade, block a small guy with it. And then when it comes to your turn, you kind of get a Gix. You kind of get a Gix that you flashed in. You draw a couple of cards, dude. It's pretty good with Deep Cavern Bat, obviously. Any flying or evasive creatures, and there's a few evasive creatures in this set that I particularly like, especially with this, but even if you're just all flash and you go like Fairy Mastermind on turn 2 into eventual this, Tishana's Tidebinder on 3 into this, I think you're doing pretty good, dude. So I like this card a lot. I like it more than some of the other Enduring cards, as a matter of fact, and it's a cat, so that's extra points. 5.8. Very good card. Enduring Innocence is next. 3 mana, 1 and 2 white for a 2/1 enchantment creature. It's a lifelink, and whenever one or more creatures you control with power 2 or less enter, draw a card. This ability only triggers once every turn. And when it dies, if it was a creature, return to the battlefield under its owner's control as an enchantment. I'm going to give this, right out of the gate, a 6.2. I think this card is very, very good. I think that most of the time, you're just going to block with it, gain the life, take it as an enchantment. Now it's tougher to kill, Seems pretty good right there. So I think that these effects, these draw a card when a small fry enters, have been somewhat playable for the last couple of years. I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. And on a body, it's especially good because, you know, it's not like a body that just dies and eats a removal spell and you never see it again. This is the rare body that never actually dies. I think that's just fantastic, man. 6.2. Enduring Tenacity. My personal favorite of the cycle, but I can't say it's the best. Probably not, but it is 4 mana in black for a 4/3 enchantment creature. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. Man, when it dies, if it was a creature returned to the battlefield as an enchantment, let's go. So this is what a Sanguine Bond that costs less mana. And I would say, but it's a body and they can kill it and then it never comes back, but it just becomes Sanguine Bond when it dies. It seems really good, man. Like they can Sunfall it away and you won't get it back, right? But in the meantime, it's still a Sanguine Bond. And I do think this has some like playability in Standard. There's not a real life gain deck right now, but there is a black-white mid-range deck that gains a lot of life. That just happens to gain life. There's the Bats deck in Standard that gains a lot of life. Case of the Uneaten Feast plays the flying 1/2 that's basically a Soul Warden on turn 2. Plays Zoraline, that gains you life, right? So a lot of incidental life gain in those decks. And this is really, really good in any of those decks, dude. So I don't know. This might actually have some Standard playability, or it might cost just a smidge too much to actually like fit into those decks. But we're going to try to make it work, dude. You know, turn 4 Enduring Tenacity, turn 6 Corrupt, you lose the game. It seems like something I want to be doing in Standard. So I'm going to give this card 5.6. I do think it's a very strong Magic card. And, you know, Commander, definitely. This is going in Dina as soon as it cools off and isn't like $8 or whatever it is. You know what I mean? If this goes down to $1, I am pressing the button right then and there. But yeah, this with Virtue of Persistence, yeah, like little stuff like this. You know, if you have this in play, Virtue that guy, you know, it's really not bad. I gain 3, you lose 3. There's a lot of incidental life gain on good Magic cards in Standard right now. That makes this a lot better. But Enduring Vitality is the green one. This is 3 mana for a 3/3 enchantment creature with Vigilance. Creatures you control can tap for any color, and when this guy dies, throw it back on the table as an enchantment. So a Cryptolith Rites, which is a very good Magic card and pretty expensive to order if you want to play it in Commander. So this is relevant for no other reason than that. But I think in Standard it could be pretty good because it's going to pay you back 2 mana a lot of the time the turn that you play it. So you go like turn 1 creature, turn 2 creature, Enduring Vitality on turn 3. You should have 2 mana open now because you can tap your creatures down. Same thing works if you went like turn 1 nothing, you know, tap land, but turn 2 Resolute Reinforcements. And now you tap those guys down. Also works in similar ways with like Hop to It and Gleeful Demolition, which is really neat because, you know, Gleeful Demolition on turn 2, this on turn 3. Now you have 3 mana. Like there are really good setups with that you can envision with this card in Standard. So I want to say, like half of me wants to say this is the worst in this cycle. But the other half says that you can never discount this kind of like fast mana this quickly because usually, you know, you'd be scared because, oh, if they untap with this on the table, now they can make like 7 mana on turn 4 really easily. But with a card like this, you don't even have the luxury of waiting until they untap. You know, if they just have dudes on the board when they play this, it pays for itself or some of itself or plays another spell the turn it comes into play. And that's just super good. So, man, smoke settles, dust clears. I'm going to give this a 5.7. Just because, again, Cryptolith Rites is such a good card in Commander, and I think that it's playable in Standard, even at 3 mana. I do think it is. Here, Roots candidate. Yeah, I could see that. You know, not just your tokens because of Roots, but now all your guys can tap, and that's neat. With Tyvar and stuff, let's kind of go, right? Enter the Enigma, single blue mana for a sorcery that draws a card, and one of your dudes can't be blocked this turn. Better than it looks. These cards are typically very good. You know, we had Slip Through Space. The one that's just like this card, but it has Devoid. We had it a few years ago in Standard, and it saw sparing play in these like spell slinging decks. And I think this will have the same story. It actually gives us a reason to play blue-red, or at least tips us over into wanting to play blue-red like Slick Shot. You know, those decks have typically been red-black or red-green or just mono-red. But I think that blue already had a couple of good options, like Shore Up and just counter spells, basically. And now this, to make sure that, you know, your Heartfire hero gets through for combat damage, and then you sacrifice it and you win the game and you just feel good. So, you know, I think that Into the Enigma definitely has like a real shot of seeing Standard play, but mostly as a role player. But anything that cantrips for 1 mana is probably okay. Like most of the time. It's worth noting. So let's go ahead and give Enter a 5. Solid 5. That's a solid card. Entity Tracker. The name and the art on this I don't love, but when it comes to the text box and the mana cost you're paying for it, yeah, I love it. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 2/3 human scout with flash. It has Eerie. Whenever you Eerie, draw a card. So for an Enchantress, 3 mana creature, whenever you get an enchantment, draw a card. That's a good baseline, but throwing flash on it, putting it into a color that usually doesn't always get this effect, and giving it extra gravy in the form of unlocking rooms, and apart from that, it's got more power toughness than an Enchantress would normally have. But that said, I have to point out that it's a 3-drop that dies to cut down. I mean, you have to point that out. I'm sorry. I know you get sick of hearing it, but it do die to cut down, and that's a really, really played card in Standard. But it doesn't die to that much else, right? I just think that it having flash makes it one of the better 3-mana Enchantress creatures we've ever seen in our lives. And so I have to give this a very good score, I think. I'm going to give this a 6.3, and I mean it. I mean every point. I'll give it a 6.31. I don't care. I think this is a very strong Magic card. I really do. But Erratic Apparition is up next. 3 mana. Oh, yeah, I should point that out, too. This curves very well into a ton of 4s. A ton of 4s. Somebody in chat mentioned the Blue Glimmer. It does. They both have flash. That's awesome. It draws you a card when the Glimmer enters the battlefield. That's insane. But this also curves really well into a Nico from this set. We'll get to him a little bit later, but he makes 2 enchantment tokens when he comes into play. And so you play this with flash on turn 3, immediately untap and resolve Nico, draw 2 cards. Gross. Absolutely sickening. Good card. Erratic Apparition up next. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 1/3 spirit with flying and vigilance. Whenever you Eerie, this guy gets +1/+1 till end of turn. This is okay, but it has a relatively low starting PT, which means it's only limited playable. Unless you have some sort of infinite combo going where you can copy the same enchantment creature over and over. Like, that could happen, but ultimately I just think it's mostly designed for limited play. It's like a Windrake you have to work for, and that's kind of poopy. So I'll just give it a 2.9. Ethereal Armor, beautiful reprint here. A single white mana for an aura, enchants a creature. The creature gets +1/+1 for each enchantment you control, and also has First Strike. What a card, dude. I have won so many games of my Magic career in paper with Ethereal Armor. I have a lot of love, respect, and memories with Ethereal Armor. This card is boffo. This card is a beating, dude. Like, if you've never faced off against Ethereal Armor, you don't know, dude. This is +5/+5 in First Strike for a single mana. And that's a really good aura. So I'm going to throw a 6 on Ethereal Armor and call it a day, baby. Throw a 6 on that thing. Exercise is up next. 2 mana for a sorcery. Exiles an artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. I knew there was a card I was forgetting when I was reviewing this card, and I don't think anybody in the comment section got it, but I saw it earlier today, actually. And I think it's called, it might be called Make Your Move, but I'm probably wrong about that. It's a 3 mana white instant with this text, but it says destroy. So if you want this effect at instant speed, you have to pay 3 mana for it, and it downgrades the removal effect. That means I think that this is the better card. I really do. Sorcery Speed sucks, and it always sucks. Everyone hates it. But 2 mana for an exile on any of these things is almost main deckable. I really think it is. 5.4. Fanatic of the Harrowing is 4 mana for a 2/2 human cleric. When it enters, everybody discards a card. If you discarded a card this way, draw a card. It's not bad. If it were 3 mana, it'd be pretty playable, but at 4 mana, I think it's just kind of right out. But cool effect and pauper playable for that matter, so that might do something, but I doubt it. Altogether, 3.8. That's fine. Fear of Abduction is 6 mana for a 5/5 enchantment creature. As an additional cost to cast it, exile a thing you control, a creature. It has flying, and when it enters, exile a creature an opponent controls as well. When Abduction leaves the battlefield, put each card exiled with it into its owner's hand. So cards don't come straight back to the battlefield, which I think is interesting, but I think 6 mana prices this out of Standard, makes it mostly a limited, almost bomb at Uncommon, but a very good card in limited at Uncommon. But all things considered, I still can only give it like a 3.8, something like that. Fear of Being Hunted is 3 mana for a 4/2 enchantment creature with haste, and it has to be blocked every single time it attacks. Garbage. 3 mana for a 4-power guy with haste is a decent rate, I'll give you that much, but You know, it's not that good. I'll give this a 3.6. Fear of Burning Alive is 6 mana for a 4/4. That is so serious, dude. 6 mana for a 4/4 enchantment creature, and when it enters, it deals 4 damage to each opponent. Also has Delirium. So as long as you have Delirium, if something would deal non-combat damage to your opponent, then it deals damage to that much, or deals that much damage to a dude they control as well. So neat little Delirium effect. It really is. But again, 6 mana seems a little bit priced out. It really does. So I can't give this more than a 4, but I'm going to give it as much of a 4 as I can. 4.14 is what I'm going to do. Fear of Exposure is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 5/4 enchantment creature. Has an additional cost to cast it. Tap 2 untapped creatures and or lands you control. It has trample. So it's 4 mana for a 5/4 trample and tap a guy. 5 mana for a 5/4 trample. 3 mana for a 5/4 trample. Either way, I think at 3 mana, you have to score it next to things like Pelucranos and Pugnacious Hammerskull and stuff like that in Standard. I just don't think it's quite good enough. I really don't. Plus, you know, in green, the creatures you would be tapping to cast this are often mana dorks anyway. So you just cast like a 5-drop instead. You know what I mean? I don't know. In limited, it seems okay. So it works with survival. It's an enchantment creature, triggers Eerie, is 2 things in the graveyard for Delirium, and is kind of tough to block because of the trample there. So I could see this being a monster in that format, but outside of it, sleep. I sleep. So I'll give this a 4. Solid 4. Fear of Failed Tests is 5 mana for a 2/7 enchantment creature. And when it deals combat damage to a player, draw that many cards. Boo! What is it? It's 5 mana, bro. Like, all of these are not just tuned for limited, but in some cases, way too detuned. Way too detuned for limited. Like, do you see? It's a limited card. See? You see it? It's like, yes, I do. Stop it. Okay, so this is like a 2.4. It can draw you a couple of cards or even more if you increase its power. Like, how you're supposed to play the card is pretty obvious, but it's still bad. No matter how you slice it, it's just not very good. Fear of Falling is 5 mana for a 4/4 flyer, it's an enchantment creature. And when it attacks, a creature a defending player controls gets -2/-0 and loses flying until your next turn. I promise you this will win you games of limited. For an uncommon, this feels like a bomb. A 5 mana 4/4 flyer that like shrinks a thing and makes it grounded like that. Bro, like actually, and it's until your next turn. So like it won't have flying on their turn anymore. It's shrunken on their turn. I'm telling you, for an uncommon, you draft this thing, man. But I'm just going to give it a 3.8. Fear of Immobility is 5 mana for a 4/4 Nightmare enchantment creature. When it enters, tap up to 1 dude. If an opponent controls that creature, put a stun counter on it. So you can make your survival guys trigger by tapping them with this guy. But you can also stun your opponent's guys. It's not horrible. You'll play it from time to time in limited, but mostly 2.7. Fear of Imposters is 3 mana for a 3/2 flash enchantment creature. And when it enters, counter a spell. Its controller manifests dread. You can target your own things and get like 5 power. That's something. But mostly I think this is a pretty good little guy. Really too, man. You know, counters a spell. You get a body, and sure, they get a body too, but they don't get their good spell. So I don't know, dude. I like this like a lot. I'm going to give it a 5.6. Stop me? You can't. Fear of Infinity is 3 mana, 1 in Dimir colors for a 2/2 enchantment creature with flying and lifelink. It cannot block. Also, whenever you Eerie, you can return Fear of Infinity from your yard to your hand. If it could block, it might get a score, but in limited, I think especially if you get like multiple copies of this, then it could potentially be good, especially with the lifelink kind of making sure you win the race. But ultimately, this is, again, kind of detuned, and I don't love that about it. So I'm gonna give this I'll give it a 4.1. I'll do that for it. Fear of Isolation is 2 mana for a 2/3 enchantment creature with flying. As an additional cost to cast it, return a permanent you control to owner's hand. So kind of Nurturing Pixie vibes, you know, and I would probably give Nurturing Pixie a 4.9. I will give this a 4.6 for being twice as much mana as a Nurturing Pixie, but it still could do some work. It could do some works. And yes, you can loop 2 of these as well. So that's kind of cute. Fear of Lost Teeth is a black mana for a 1/1 enchantment creature. When it dies, it deals damage to any target, and you gain a life. I like little dudes like this, but they're never more than role players, right? Never, ever, but cool little thing for sacrifice decks, if it even makes the grade there. There might be stronger cards. You know, like Market Gnome. That looks like a card that should be in like every sacrifice deck, but then you go to actually building and tuning your sacrifice deck, and like Market Gnome's the first thing to come out like every time. unless I'm just stupid. Turns out you actually have to be aggressive and deal damage in those decks, and Market Gnome is terrible at that. But Fear of Lost Teeth, you can't say that about it. It can do some damage, right? So I think it's cool, but cool doesn't get you a high score. I'll just give this a 3.4. Fear of Missing Out is 2 mana for a 2/3 enchantment creature. When it enters, discard a card, draw a card. Delirium. So if you have Delirium, whenever it attacks for the first time each turn, then there's an additional combat phase. You can untap target creature, and there's an additional combat phase. So you're only untapping one creature, but this works pretty well with Vigilant guys, I guess. I shouldn't have to tell you, right? But I still don't think this card is that great. I think it wants to go in an aggro deck. I think a lot of aggro decks might have a tough time getting Delirium early enough in the game that it matters. So there is that to contend with. Plays pretty well with multiples of itself because, you play the one on turn 2. You discard a copy of itself, and you're halfway to Delirium. Look at that. But only halfway, man. It's those third and fourth cards that are the hardest to get sometimes, So I'm just not too sure. I think it's kind of a hype card, but it also is a little bit overhyped. So I'll just give this a 4.6, and I'm totally serious. I don't think this is quite where we want to be. I really don't. Fear of Surveillance is 2 mana for a 2/2 Vigilance. When it attacks, surveil 1. 2.2, something like that. Fear of the Dark is 5 mana for a 5/5 enchantment creature. When Fear of the Dark attacks, if defending player controls no glimmers, it gains Menace and Death Touch until end of turn. So you get it if they don't have any light, because it's Fear of the Dark. So if they don't have lights, then it gets stronger. Neat card, right? But again, limited specialist here. But 5 mana for a 5/5 potential Menace Death Touch. Most of the time, Menace Death Touch is not the worst rate, right? I think that if you look at this in Pauper, it sees no play. This is probably like a 3.1, not even that. It's like a 2.9. Final Vengeance, no, it's a 3.1. It is. Final Vengeance is a single black mana for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast it, sack a creature or enchantment, exile target creature. Maybe the best Bone Splinters we've seen in a really, really long time. I like Annihilating Glare too, and we've got that in standard. But between Annihilating Glare and this, we've got like the 2 best Bone Splinters effect imaginable. We've got Duskrose Reliquary too. Incredible. So like at this point, it's like, what all Bone Splinters do you play in your standard sacrifice deck? Does this even make the grade? I think it does. Especially if you do have the enchantments, your Hopeless Nightmares and stuff like that. Then this is fantastic. Exile. Exile is the clause that they gave me, and that is really, really good. So I'm giving Final Vengeance a 5.4. Just a fantastic Bone Splinters, man. Flesh Burrower is 2 mana for a 2/2 insect with Death Touch. When it attacks, another guy you control gets Death Touch as well. A solid, limited Death Touch guy. I like my Death Touch dudes in limited, especially when they're cheap. Mostly only when they're cheap. But 1 and 2 mana Death Touch guys I am a sucker for. But that said, I can't give it more than like a 2.8. Flood Pit's Drowner is 2 mana for a 2/1 merfolk with flash and vigilance, and when it enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. You can pay 2 mana and tap and shuffle Flood Pit's Drowner into and target creature with a stun counter on it into their owner's library. It can be anything with a stun counter on it. That's kind of neat. It doesn't have to be the thing it put a stun counter on. But yeah, this whole package is great. It really is. I think it might just be standard playable. I don't know that it translates to other fish decks in other formats. But for 2 mana, you get 2 power, you get the flash, you even get vigilance for no apparent reason. I guess you can attack and use its ability the same turn. But yeah, you get a real keyword ability in vigilance, and you get the ability to play at instant speed, and it has a sweet ETB that gives your opponent, or denies your opponent tempo, really gives you tempo. All fantastic, dude. All fantastic. This gives me hope that the blue decks that are tempo-based will return to an actual creature-based strategy, right? Like Fairy Mastermind, this guy on turn 2. You got your Phantom Interference and stuff. You do have counter spells, obviously, in that deck. But you're not just trying to go like, you're not just playing 8 creatures. Mono Blue right now plays literally 8 creatures, and that's it. And I would like to see a little bit more in terms of, a more low-to-the-ground traditional tempo deck that plays 2 drops and stuff. And I think that we're kind of getting some signs for that kind of deck. So just all-around great Magic card. 6.1. Serious. This is a great piece of tempo right here. It is. Found footage is a single mana for a clue. You can look at face down creatures your opponents control anytime you want to. Thanks. And you can also pay 2 mana and sack this thing to surveil 2 and then draw a card. Not a bad egg. 4.8. That's pretty good. Frantic Strength is 3 mana, 2 and a green for an aura that enchants a creature and has flash. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has trample. Neat that they gave it flash, but is he using a lamp? Using a lamp to protect. I've never noticed that. But he just, the first thing he could reach for, it's a lamp. Why couldn't this be a fireplace poker or something? Come on, man. It's a lamp. It's a lamp. I will give this, like a 2.7. The flash does not help it as much as I would like it to. Friendly Ghost. Casper over here is 4 mana for a 2/4 spirit with flying. When it enters, a creature gets his power toughness till end of turn. +2/+4. Limited. It's really not that great. Let's just give it a 1 point. No, let's give it a 2.2. Let's do that. Friendly Teddy is 2 mana for a 2/2 artifact creature. When it dies, each player draws a card. Why is it each player? Why does it have to be each player? It's lame. What incredible flavor text. You could say that with every card in this set that has flavor text, but my God. Incredible flavor text, dude. This is fine, though. I'll give it a 4.9. I think that it is extremely close to being there. Seriously. But next is Funeral Room and Awakening Hall. I'm excited for this one. 3 mana for an enchantment. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life. You gain 1 life. I love that line of text every time I see it. Awakening Hall is 8 mana. When you unlock this door, return all creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. And we have seen multiple ways in the last few days of just unlocking rooms without having to pay the mana for them. This goes especially well in some ways with the 5 mana thing that makes 3 1s. We'll get to it later, but it's a 5 mana thing that makes 3 1s and you can unlock rooms. And this seems like a great card for that deck, but ultimately this mode on the right is too expensive. This mode on the left is too expensive. You would normally want this to cost 1 less. So I don't think that it's amazing, but I do think it's a card I'm going to be playing. I'll give it a 5.7. Probably deserves slightly more, but we'll see. I think that this is like the Aristocrats like payoff, right? On 2 cards. Like this is a payoff for Aristocrats on the left. This is a payoff for Aristocrats on the right. Really a finishing, like a flying elbow drop finishing move on the right-hand side. But Aristocrats needed that right now. Sacrifice decks needed that right now. But Get Out is next. I'm not going to do the JoJo bit this time. This is 2 blue mana for an instant. Choose one of these. Counter target creature or enchantment spell, or return 1 or 2 target creatures and or enchantments you own to your hand. So save your guys. Cool that it can also grab your dudes back if they get stolen. I like that. Or just Essence Scatter or Annul. It's so many good cards all at one time. I could see fitting 1 or 2 copies of this into a deck. I could see putting it into my sideboard if I am mono blue tempo, right? To save my dudes, get those ETB triggers again, like we just saw on that 2-drop. All good stuff, dude. So ultimately I'm going to give this a 5.4. I really do think that Essence Scatter plus Annul plus other stuff, it's always good, dude. Cheaply costed, all good. Good card. Ghostly Dancers. This is the thing I was just talking about. Ghostly Dancers is 5 mana for a 2/5 spirit with flying. When it enters, return an enchantment card from your yard to your hand or unlock a locked door of a room you control. Eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, you get a 3/1 flying token guy. So, yeah, again, with this, you just play Funeral Room on 3, Ghostly Dancers on 5. Unlock this door, return the creatures from your graveyard to the battlefield, and at the same time get a 3/1 because you fully unlocked a room. That seems pretty good. But only if a bunch of creatures are already in your yard at that point in the game. So, I don't know, dude. I don't know if Aristocrats wants a 8 mana room and a 5 mana creature that only really cares about enchantments and stuff. I'm not too sure, but it is a pretty powerful seeming sort of sequence. So, but ultimately, I think this card is pretty powerful generally. Like when not comboed, when just considering it by itself, I think this card is pretty powerful. It gives you the ability to generate a 3/1 by returning the enchantment from your graveyard to your hand. It draws you a card by returning the enchantment from your yard to your hand. There are plenty of enchantments that might be in your yard right now because people are playing disenchant effects and you're playing enchantments. You're playing Caretaker's Talent. You're playing Virtue of Loyalty. You're playing Takassi's Welcome, maybe. You're playing other enchantments in your deck, right? So there's no shortage of potential targets for this later on in the game. And also, it just kind of gives you a Hallowed Haunting. Like, it doesn't only proc once per turn, right? It's not quite Hallowed Haunting, but it is whenever an enchantment enters, get a 3/1. So like if you actually still have this in play, the turn after you cast it, you untap with it in play. Well, you're casting an enchantment right there because you got it from your graveyard. And you might have another enchantment in your hand. So 2 3/1s plus a Hopeless Nightmare plus whatever you got out of your yard. Like this all seems really, really good to me. So I don't know. I'll go so far as to say it could be sleeperish even, because it does generate real advantage. And if it's left in play unchecked for more than a couple of turns, it's going to also create a massive board presence if you're doing things right. So don't sleep on this guy right here. I think he's okay. I'll give him a 5.6. Ghostly Keybearer. If nothing else, Commander will love that guy. 4 mana for a 3/3 spirit with flying, and when it deals combat damage to a player, just unlock a locked door of up to 1 target room you control. So Phantom Monster with room unlocking abilities. Very, very cute. This is a little too slow and telegraphed, I think, a lot of the time to actually work. But in Limited, you'll play it. If you're playing rooms, you'll play this all day. I'm not sure if you try to build rooms in Standard that you end up on it. I think you can probably just do better. I don't know how many creatures you play in the rooms deck. I think you just play rooms and sweepers and try to make that work. But Ghostly Keybearer, I will give a 4/2, which is pretty high, but only because that effect is very unique. Not many cards do that. Ghost Vacuum is up next. A single mana for an artifact. Tap to exile a card from a yard. Pay 6 and tap it and sack it to put each creature exiled with Vacuum onto the battlefield under your control with a flying counter on it. Each of them is a 1/1 spirit in addition to its other types. Do this at sorcery speed only. I will not say in a vacuum with this card, sadly. It feels like the most appropriate one to do it with, but I'm not going to. I probably will say it because all the things that you put into it are, in fact, in a vacuum. But I think this card is kind of busted a little bit because you can, mill your own guys into your yard, put them under the vacuum, or you can kill your opponent's guys and put them into the vacuum. And you can do that. As a matter of fact, you can do both. Porque no los dos, as they say. So, whether your own strategy is fueling this or you see a piece of candy on the other side of the table and you cast Go for the Throat and say, oh, I want that later. 6 mana is a lot, but it's not too much. I really don't think it's too much. If you get 3 guys off of this and 2 of them have an ETB trigger, I think you don't necessarily automatically win the game, but I think you're doing really good, Chief. I think you're doing great over there, with your, whole team of flyers and your, at least 1 busted ETB trigger. So I don't know. I think this is potentially very, very, very good. And if nothing else, it's just, play in their yard, get rid of their important stuff. And it penalizes, it penalizes Reanimator decks on a level beyond what cards like this usually do. Because, if I'm Reanimator and my opponent plays with Agatha's Soul Cauldron on turn 2, I'm like, crap, that ruins my whole thing. But if I'm Reanimator and my opponent plays Ghost Vacuum, that's different. This is even more punishing than something that would just, exile all the graveyards. Right? Because you're going to exile my Atraxa and then play it. I know it's just a 1/1, but you get that ETB trigger. It's a 1/1 flying lifelink, But, and a tally. Yeah, I know it's just a 1/1, but now you get that ETB trigger. So this, again, punishes Reanimator decks in a way that cards like this have not punished them before. And I think it's, really a serious beating. I really think it's brutal the way this punishes Reanimator. So yeah, this set brought us a lot of good Reanimator strategies, but it also brought us one of the absolute most brutal, anti-Reanimator cards I've ever seen that also works with your own stuff, So I love this. I'm going to give this a 6.5. I think this is kind of one of the better cards of the night in some ways. I really do. But Given to Violence is next. 2 mana, 1 and a black for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2, gains lifelink till end of turn. Actually a very, very swingy, limited, combat trick. It probably doesn't do anything outside of that format, but who can you swing the game immediately with this thing in limited? So just keep an eye out for it is all I'm saying. Effects like this tend to be pretty good, but I'm just going to give it a 3.6. Next is, what's the name of this card? Glassworks and Shattered Yard. 3 mana on Glassworks, 2 and a red for an enchantment. When you unlock this door, this room deals 4 damage to target creature an opponent controls. Shattered Yard is 5 mana. At the beginning of your end step, this room deals 1 damage to each opponent. So I don't hate this because I tend to kind of like effects like Shattered Yard. And obviously Glassworks, when you're on your way to Shattered Yard, Glassworks is just a removal spell, which is cool. You know, it's not going to kill everything out there. It doesn't kill Shellys or Bezas or whatever, but it kills most creatures at a rate you would not normally pay at a speed you would not normally want to cast a card at. And I admit all that. But ultimately, I kind of like the full value of a card like this, and just a serviceable removal spell is always good. You know what this card reminds me of, and it will remind no one else of this, but I think this is one of the reasons you come here, is because 5 people will have also thought this, and I will then immediately create a neural connection with you. Glassworks Shattered Yard. This reminds me of Sweet Home Alabama with Reese Witherspoon, because her ex-husband, right, the whole thing is about glass. They when they're kids, they're gathering glass on the beach because whenever lightning strikes sand, it creates glass. And then later on in the movie, the ex-husband has, well, he's still her husband, but they're trying to get divorced. He has a whole shop where he goes out on the beach and he lets the lightning strike these rods, and that creates glass work. And then he sells those at a little glass shop. So the glass shop is his glass works. And then Shattered Yard is the beach from Sweet Home Alabama. So Sweet Home Alabama reference here on the stream, cutting into my time, but I felt like it was worth it because all I ever think when I look at this card is Sweet Home Alabama. 4.7. Sure. Oh my God, I remember that now. See, people know it. Glimmer Burst is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for an instant. Draw 2 cards, create a 1/1 white Glimmer enchantment creature token. I think this card's okay. I do. You know, we see these 4 mana instant speed, draw 2 and do something else effects. See play a good bit of the time. And this puts a creature on the table. And also, I guess for what it's worth, triggers Eerie, which is cool. But I think this is borderline standard playable. I really do. You cast it during your opponent's combat step, block, draw 2. It's fine. I think it's better than it looks. I'm going to give this card a 5.7. You can't stop me. I really do think this is a fine Magic card, dude. I do. But Glimmerlight is up next. This isn't as good. This is 2 mana for an artifact. It's an equipment that equips for 1. When it enters, you get a 1/1 white Glimmer enchantment creature token. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. So it's whatever. I guess you get an artifact and an enchantment and a creature all at the same time. So that's noteworthy. Anything that puts 2 permanents into play at the same time, there might be something you want to do with that, but ultimately, I think that the final power level of this is relatively low, right? So 2.6. Glimmer Seeker is 3 mana for a 3/3 human survival. If it survives, then you get to draw a card if you don't control a Glimmer. But if you already do control a Glimmer, you get a 1/1 white Glimmer. That makes sense, right? So this is kind of hard to actually get working. And it's even harder to get drawing you cards, but maybe you have other ways of creating Glimmers so you can kind of skip the first trigger and just start drawing cards. Maybe you have one of the rare Glimmers. Maybe you played this blue thing that draws you cards and gives you a Glimmer, and then you play Glimmer Seeker and you get through and draw. Feels good, but I don't think it's actually going to happen as often as you'd like it to. I don't want to call the card an out-and-out trap, but I think we're close. But it can never truly be a trap because it's a 3 mana 3/3, and those are just kind of playable and limited anyway. So I'll give the card a 2.9. Grab the Prize is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast it, discard a card. Draw 2. If the discarded card wasn't a land, Grab the Prize deals 2 damage to each opponent. Neat. Don't see a lot of tormenting voice effects that just damage the opponent. We're looking for gravy. Why don't we just hit them? Sure. You know what I kind of like this in? Weirdly, it will not see play in this deck. I can almost virtually guarantee you it does not see play in this deck. But you know what I like it in? Lizards. Lizards has 4 different cards that want your opponent to have lost life that turn. And sometimes you can attack profitably. I mean, you might be able to get in with the 1-drop that does a damage whenever it attacks. And that'll guarantee you these post-combat effects. But then it might die in combat. You don't want that every time. So I think Grab the Prize is kind of interesting as a call in Lizards to draw you into more Lizards, which you always need. That deck runs out of cards really fast. It deals damage, which you definitely want in that deck too. You're trying to count to 20 as quickly as possible. And it triggers all of those, it turns on all of those effects. So I think that's kind of neat. But I still don't think it's quite worth playing in that deck. It's the best deck for it. So I just don't know exactly where this goes. But I do think as far as Tormenting Voice effect goes, it's a neat one and a technically unique one. I know that just extra damage doesn't seem unique, but we've never really seen this effect stapled to a shock. So I'll give this a 4.6. It's not terrible. Next is Grand Entryway and Elegant Rotunda. Now, 2 mana. It's Elegant Rotunda. That's what I say I've got going on downstairs. You know what I'm saying? On the backside, that is an Elegant Rotunda. But Grand Entryway is It's 2 mana, 1 and a white for an enchantment. When you unlock this door, you get a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token. There's a way of getting a glimmer. On curve, by the way, with the the 3 mana lady that wants you to have glimmers. Anyway, Elegant Rotunda, on the other hand, is 3 mana. When you unlock this door, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. So you see why I mixed that up there. This is pretty decent, I guess. 2 mana for 2 enchantments. I think that's kind of important to point out because the Glimmer's an enchantment, the room itself is an enchantment, so that'll trigger Eerie twice, and that might matter for some reason or another, but it also just puts 2 permanents on the table at the same time and gets you a blocker or whatever, So that's not bad. And then later in the game, Elegant Rotunda will probably be something you want to do if you just have 3 extra mana. Again, you draw dead. It's kind of like having a card in your hand. And that's worth something. So obviously neither side is amazing, but I'm still going to give this a 5.1. I think it's just slightly north of good, or of average. Grasping Longneck is 3 mana for a 4/2 enchantment creature with reach, and when it dies, you gain 2 life. That's fine. It's whatever, I guess. I'll give it a 2.6. Greenhouse and Rickety Gazebo up next. Greenhouse is 3 mana for an enchantment. Land you control can tap for any mana. Any mana. Rickety Gazebo over here is 4 mana, 3 and a green for an enchantment. When you unlock the store, mill 4. See how that? I got bars. Then return up to 2 permanent cards from among them to your hand. So that's kind of good card advantage, right? I mean, this card's not terrible. It's really not. You want all your lands to tap for any color. That's the Wrenn and Realmbreaker ability. It's a lot of cards do that. But 3 mana was that Coalition Relic or whatever. It's the same thing. It's not bad. And then Rickety Gazebo, draw 2. You get to mill too. I guess you want to mill some of the time, but just, if you got nothing better to do on your turn, again, you drew dead. I think drawing 2 is something you definitely want to do. So again, I just can't hate cards like this, even though they're a bit expensive to do whatever they do, but there's some commander playability on this and even some potential standard playability. Because I'm telling you, you don't have to do Rickety Gazebo until like turn 6 or 7. You run out of gas, Rickety Gazebo. It's not that bad, man. So I'm going to give this card a 4.68. 4.68. Gremlin Tamer, ladies and gentlemen. This is a white and a blue for a 2/2 Human Scout. Whenever you Eerie, you get a 1/1 Gremlin. Done. Beautiful card. Excellent Magic card. Hard to say that stuff like this actually ends up seeing play in Standard, but anytime I see a young Pyromancer, or in this case, like a 3rd class or 3rd path Iconoclast, that card's in Standard, sees no play, but we all love it so much, don't we? And we've all tried to make it work, and sometimes it does. Monastery Mentor, a card like this that we all know and love, So I just really like that we have this. I think it's great in Commander and all the, enchantments decks that are currently in Commander. This is pretty good in those. You'll just automatically play it. But even in Standard, I think that it could fill the board pretty easily. And when your Hopeless Nightmares are, 2 damage and they discard a card and they come with a 1/1, I just feel like that's a ton of value. So like Esper Enchantments, maybe something looks pretty good with this card. Altogether, I'm going to throw a 6 this thing's way, and you can disagree with me. Boo hiss. This is a 6. Grievous Wound, one of my favorite cards in the set. 5 mana, 3 and 2 black for an aura that enchants a player. It's not a curse, though, for some reason. Enchanted player can't gain life. Don't even think about it, sister. Whenever enchanted player is dealt damage, they lose half their life rounded up. Can I repeat that line of text? Whenever enchanted player is dealt damage, they lose half their life rounded up. What? Like, you hit with Iridescent Vine Lasher. Half your life. You take 1 and then you do half your life. Bloodletter of Aclazotz. Obviously, this is another insta-kill with Bloodletter of Aclazotz, so long as you're able to deal 1 damage to them. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. It's 5 mana, though. So I don't know how standard playable it's going to be. I really don't. But I will say, if you can engineer a situation where, removal spell, sweeper, Grievous Wound. And now, they're in trouble, man. If you get through with Deep Cavern Bat, that's half their life. You get through with a creature land, half their life. Aclazotz, half their life. It's pretty gross. Note that this only works with damage and not life loss. So if something would make your opponent lose life, doesn't work. But if it does damage, it does work. And I think I've only named things that deal damage, I hope. So I stayed away from saying like Sheldred. Sheldred doesn't work. It's loss of life. But still, I do like this a good bit. I think it could be the basis even for its own deck. Again, a very sweeper heavy sort of control deck. I think it's very good. But again, when you get to formats like Commander, I think it gets even way better, even though it's only ever enchanting one player. So you got to point that out. But I still think it's a great card. Cool design. And once it's on the table, oh my God, they're in some trouble. So I'm going to throw a 6 this thing's way, just mostly for unique points. There's not a whole lot of cards do this, you know. But Growing Dread is 2 mana, Simic colors for an enchantment with flash. When it enters, manifest Dread. Whenever you turn a permanent face up, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So not just the thing that you get off of this, but anything you turn face up. So you're playing Cryptic Coat and turning stuff face up, that gets a counter. That's actual real, like, pretty thick icing, you know. But just a 2/2 with flash that puts a card into your yard and an enchantment into play. Okay, real value. I think that's actual value. So I'll give the card a 5. I think it's very close. I think it's extremely close. And at the very least, you know, average. It's like 5.01, right? But Hand That Feeds is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 mutant. When you have Delirium, this guy gets +2/+0 and gains Menace when it attacks. Whatever. You know, like I've said, I think that for the limited decks, you know, it's going to be harder to get Delirium on an early turn than it really should be. And until then, it's just a 2 mana 2/2. So I'm going to give this like a 1.7. Hardened Escort is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/4 human soldier. Whenever it attacks, another creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible till end of turn. So really good with survival, guys. But just good with your bomb, you know? Like, I want to make sure my bomb gets through combat unfazed, unscathed, whatever. Like, let's go. It works on a couple of different axes in limited, and I kind of like that about it, but still just a limited card. I'll give it a 3.8. Haunted Screen is 3 mana for good flavor. This is an artifact that taps for white or black, free and clear, or you can pay a life and tap it to get, colors. See how that works? It's a green, a blue, or a red. Or you can pay 7 to put 7 +1/+1 counters on it. Becomes a 0/0 in addition to its other types, and blah, blah, blah. Activate only once. So, yeah, at instant speed, too. You can do it during your opponent's turn. I kind of like it. You know? Right now, if you're looking up good 3 mana rocks in Standard, there kind of aren't a lot. There really aren't. I think, like, Patchwork Banner might be the best one. And so, with that in mind, I think this is probably better than most of the 3 mana rocks in Standard. Being able to make it huge is actually, I think, like, actually relevant. Seriously. You know, it sits there all game and plays through sweepers and removal and stuff like that. The whole time, just sits there, you're ramping you into your good stuff. And then when your opponent's exhausted on resources, it's late in the game, I got a 7/7 and I can activate it on your instep and I can use it to help activate itself. I'm telling you, man, card's better than it looks. Little sleepery. I'm going to give it a 4.99. About as close as you can get. Actually, screw it. I'll give it a 5.1. I will. I do think that a 3 mana rock that becomes an enormous guy it's okay, dude. I think it's kind of okay. Really. Hauntwood Shrieker is 3 mana, 1 and 2 green for a 3/3 beast mutant. When it attacks, manifest Dread. You can pay 1 and a green and reveal a face down permanent. If it's a creature card, why don't you turn it face up? You can if you want to. Don't know why you would look at the card. Like you probably already know that it's a creature. So why would you activate the ability? I guess you can look at your opponent's face down stuff too. That kind of matters. If this attacks even once, decent value. That said, 3 mana 3/3, no keyword abilities. 3 mana 3/3 is not what it used to be. It does have to attack, so it has to wait an entire turn to do the thing that it does. And its activated ability costs a little bit too much some of the time, but I will say, in, any deck where you're doing face down, booty up stuff in Commander, this is a must play. Guaranteed must play. Like, oh, this thing would normally cost 8 mana to flip up. I guess I'll just pay 2. Okay, you could do this at any time too. Let's go, man. Like, I do think in certain decks it's fine, but in Standard, I just don't think it's going to make it, guys. So let's give it a 4.4. Bump. Let's go with Head Shredder, though. This card's really good. 4 mana, 2 of it green for a 5/5 vehicle that crews for 1. Whenever it attacks, you may mill 2 cards. Whenever 1 or more land cards are put into your graveyard from your library, put them onto the battlefield tapped. Oh my goodness. What a good Magic card, dude. It only crews for 1. It's really good with all your survival guys, obviously, but it's just a good card in and of itself. A 4 mana 5/5 that almost always gets you something, right? You might want the mill, but if you ever mill that land into your yard when it attacks, then you just get free lands. It's a fantastic card, man. Again, this plays 3 sweepers, and the moment you get a token, it gets to attacking for 5 again, which is just unbelievable. It accrues for such a low cost. They didn't have to do that, but they did. So that's nice. So like if you have a Mirex or a Fountain Port, you can crew this every turn, regardless of Sunfall, and that's just silly. I really think it's very silly. It also doesn't die to go for the throat. It won't ever die to lay down arms, you know, like that's a sorcery speed card. So just a sick little vehicle here that I think attacks standard really, really well. You know, if you're looking for a green 4-drop, you got one. Obviously 4-drop is a spot on curve. There's a lot of competition for, to say the least, but I think that this is like, I think this hedges out, a couple of other like pretty good 4s. It makes the grade, dude. I really do think this is a fantastic Magic card. And obviously, if you're milling yourself in other ways, this is great. Like imagine you can mill yourself by playing not bad cards. Like imagine a Sultai deck that has Restless Reef, right? Restless Reef mills 4 cards when you attack with it. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure you can target yourself with Restless Reef. So you can mill 4 cards and just, even if you're not attacking with the Head Shredder, even if the Head Shredder's not crewed, you end up getting like 2 lands by attacking with Restless Reef. Crazy. It doesn't die to Gopher. Like, this is a great Magic card. It really is. So, 7.3. 7.3. Totally serious. This is fantastic. But Horrid Vigor is up next. 2 mana for an instant. A creature gains Death Touch and Indestructible until end of turn. This little guy in the art is apparently incredible. Like we set it on fire, it lived. We cut off its head, it lived. We fell to it one by one, it lives. What is this little guy? I'm not sure. But anyway, this I actually want to give a decent score to. I'm going to give this a 4.3, and it probably deserves slightly higher than that. Normally you want these, insta-speed indestructible effects to be 1 mana, but the addition of Death Touch means that you just blow people completely out on blocks all the time. Like in Limited, I think this is one of the sneakiest and best, combat tricks in the whole set. Like, oh, you're attacking with your bomb, but you really want to survive combat, and I don't have guys. Oh, I'm so sorry. Here's a Horrid Vigor. My 1/1 token, my Glimmer token blocks your 6/6. Bye. Get blown out, kids. Suck it up. Let's go home. I really think this is going to blow so many people out at pre-release. Just remember this card exists. But moving on to House Cartographer. This is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/2 human scout survivor with survival. So if it survives, you get to reveal cards from the top of your library till you hit a land, put it into your hand, the rest on the bottom in a random order. So this just hits any land. That's okay. Sometimes it's going to get you your 3rd land drop, your 4th land drop. That's kind of important. But as the game goes on, if you want to keep getting that card advantage out of it, you have to keep getting it through. And I'm just not sure that that's great. But obviously crews vehicles extremely well. You just crew something with this every single turn and you get a land. So like along with Head Shredder, you're getting a land in your hand every turn. You're probably getting a land in play 2 out of every 3 turns, or 1 out of every 2 turns, or something like that. So that's a lot of lands if you want them. Like, this card does not look that bad. It really doesn't. So 4.66. Impossible Inferno is 5 mana for an instant. It deals 6 damage to a creature. It has Delirium. So if you have Delirium, you get to exile the top of your library, play it till the end of your next turn. Card's not good. Even instant speed with a little bit of, potential card advantage. Garbage. Not very good. I'll give it a 2.3. Infernal Phantom is 4 mana for a 2/3 spirit with Eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, this guy gets +2/+0 till end of turn. When Infernal Phantom dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. So what you want to do is get this guy out and then go like Audacity, Monstrous Rage, because that gives you an enchantment in the form of the roll token. And then sack him to Callous Sellsword, and you win the game. Turns out you can already do that with 1-drops. You don't have to play 4-drops. You can do it with 1 and 2 drops. So this card's not as good as I want it to be. But still, there are ways to win the game with this pretty easily. But a little mana intensive. So let's throw a 3.9 on it. Innocuous Rat is 2 mana for a 1/1 rat. It's just a rat. When it dies, manifests Dread. So it becomes better, becomes larger when it dies, and gets you some graveyard shenanigans. It's actually not terrible. It's really not. I feel like this card, this whole set, is somewhere between a 4 and a 6. You know what I mean? They did really well with this set in terms of like balancing the power level. But ultimately, I'm just going to give it like a 3.8. like somewhere in that range. Inquisitive Glimmer is awesome. It's so awesome. It's a white and a blue for a 2/3 enchantment creature. It's also a Fox Glimmer. Glimmer matters. Enchantment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Unlock cost you cast or pay cost 1 less. Cost 1 less. What am I doing? We're halfway through, so I'm doing this thing that I do where I can't read anymore. Slow it down, Deb. Sometimes you got to go slow to go fast. You actually learn that when you learn how to race, you know, slow in, fast out. You don't just slam on brakes at the last possible second to get through a corner, because then your exit speed is going to be super screwed up and you're going into the back straight and you're going to have no speed. And the other cars that came into the corner slower than you are going to pass you. How does that happen? Because physics, that's how it happens. So sometimes you got to go slow to go fast. So let's calm it down a little bit. 2 mana for a 2/3. That's also a Jukai Naturalist with extra gravy and an extra point of toughness, but no lifelink in a different color combination. It has ceased to be Jukai Naturalist. Still very, very good. We know through very recent experience that this card is great. Seriously, no matter what color combination you're going to put it in, it's going to be good. So I'm going to give this a 6.3. Commander playable, standard playable, potentially Pioneer playable, makes rooms better. 2 mana, 2/3, pretty good stats, you know, just all together. Puts an enchantment in play. What a great guy. What a great guy. Yeah, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Exactly. So if you too, sir, have read the Gran Turismo 3 instruction booklet. It's in there. It's in every book about racing, but slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. But let's move on to Insidious Fungus. A green mana for a 1/2 fungus. You can pay 2 and sacrifice it to choose 1. Destroy an artifact, destroy an enchantment, or draw a card. Then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. Sleeper. Absolutely. So good. Such a good card, baby. Like, this can do 2 things you want it to do. It can blow up 2 incredibly important permanent types. But you know what else it does? On turn 2, it draws and ramps. This is actually a growth spiral on a body. Did you know that's what this was? This is an instant speed, draw a card, play a land for 2 mana. That's growth spiral. This card is sick. This card is very, very good. I promise you. Will it see all the standard play in the world? Remains to be seen. I got to hedge my bets and all that. But are there any other cards in standard ramp a land on turn 2? Glimpse the Core, I think, is like the only one that can guarantee do it. But yeah, turn 1, play it. Survives. Turn 2, ramp draw. Instant speed. So... woo. Seems very, very good. And note that, and I've pointed this out a couple times, but the activation requires a sacrifice. That means you won't pay the activated ability and then they just cut it down in response. It's already gone. It's sacrificed. So it's also protected from lines like that, which I think is something you want to point out. This card's better than it looks. 5.4. Intruding Soul Rager is a blue and a red for a 2/2 spirit with vigilance. Tap it, sack a room. Soul Rager deals 2 damage to each opponent. Draw a card. Sacrifice a room? Jeez. It's ridiculous. It's mostly, I think, a limited playable card for like the Rooms deck. It kind of like increases the clock on a deck like that. But I do like the card draw. I do like tap, sack, draw a card. That seems to be fine. But ultimately, I'm not going to give it too high of a score. It's like a 4.5. Irreverent Gremlin is 2 mana. I like this little guy, man. 1 and a red for a 2/2 Gremlin with Menace. Whenever another creature you control with power 2 or less enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Do this only once each turn. I was just talking about like Takasia's welcome effects, you know, welcoming vampire effects. We've already seen one like this, you know, in this, you know, set review so far. These things that care about these power 2 or less things, often they draw a card. This draws a card, but not really. It rummages, right? You can discard if you do draw a card. So this fuels graveyard strategies, which a lot of those things don't do. And it does it at 2 mana. A lot of those things are 3 mana. So I don't know. This actually has like its real upsides. You might think that the rummage makes it worse. And it technically does because you're not getting real card advantage out of it. But you can turn that discard into an upside super fast. Are you Delirium? Are you Reanimator? Are you Flashing Back? Are you a million other things? Like that? Discarding a card is pretty good some of the time. So I like this dude. I'll give him a 4.7. Something like that. Jump Scare. Jump Scare is up next. It's a single white mana for an instant. Till end of turn, a creature gets +2/+2, gains flying, and becomes a horror enchantment in addition to its other types. So, +2/+2 is flying. and flying. Is that standard playable? Is it? You know, Heartfire Hero, Cacophony Scamp, Emberheart Challenger, Monastery of Swiftspear, +2/+2, and near guaranteed combat damage. I don't know, man. I don't know, dog. For a single mana, it could be worse. I'll give it a 4.4. Kaito, Bane of Nightmares, up next. This is 4 mana, 2 a white and a black for a 4 loyalty planeswalker that you can ninjutsu in for 1 a blue and a black. Neat. During your turn, as long as Kaito has 1 or more loyalty counters, he's a 3/4 ninja and has hexproof. You can +1 Kaito to get an emblem with ninjas you control, get +1/+1. And you can 0 Kaito to surveil 2 and draw a card for everyone who lost life this turn, each opponent. And you can -2 Kaito to tap a creature and put 2 stun counters on it. I think this card is actually very, very good. The problem, I think, is that a lot of cards you don't necessarily, a lot of creatures that you ninjutsu this out with, you don't really want to return to your hand. You know, Deep Cavern Bat. I don't want them to have their card back. You know what I mean? But I guess in some cases, let's say you take a removal spell with Deep Cavern Bat. Get through with Deep Cavern Bat on turn 3. Well, yeah, you're going to play Kaito, right? But let's say the thing you took was a Cut Down or a Go for the Throat or a Get Lost. Well, they can't target Kaito with it. At least during your turn, they can't target Kaito with it because it's got hexproof. So in some cases, you might not mind getting through with a Deep Cavern Bat and then giving them back their removal spell because they can't do anything with it. You know what I mean? At least not right now. So I kind of like that line, but maybe stuff like Spyglass Siren, you know, a 1 mana, 1/1 flyer. Maybe stuff like Fairy Mastermind, which has flash. Maybe stuff like an unblockable 2 mana blue creature we'll look at a little bit later in this set review. There are things that set this up really well. Caustic Bronco is a consideration, right? So there are things this works pretty well with. I'll say that much. There's no real like ninjas in standard, at least until we get changelings. I guess there's going to be a bunch of ninjas in the changeling set, at least technically speaking, but at least Kaito is a ninja. So you're kind of, you know, he's a 4/5. And then he's a 5/6, and he's a 6/7, and that's pretty good too, right? That's kind of neat. I also kind of like that if you attack with a 1 loyalty Kaito, you can ninjutsu in a 4 loyalty Kaito if he gets through, and that's kind of cute too, you know? So it's kind of 3 mana for a 3/4 that has loyalty abilities and hexproof. 3 mana, 3/4 hexproof loyalty abilities. That's really good, right? That's like super good. I'm fairly certain. So I don't know, dude. I'm going to give, and if nothing else, the semi-removal mode is pretty good too. I should point that out. So lots of tempo on this card, right? Lots and lots of tempo on this card. I think that there's already a blue-black deck that slots into pretty well, you know? So I'll give this a 6.8, which is one of the higher scores I've given out tonight. But I do think this card is very good. I feel like people are sleeping on it a little bit. Well, it's not a sleeper, but I do feel like people are kind of forgetting it exists and like not really brewing around it right now, not really talking about it. It's not one of the things people are excited for, but I do think there's a lot to this card. I think if you go like Deep Cavern Bat into this on 3, save mana for Urtai on the next turn or whatever you're doing, or just play Gix, like there's so many good lines with a card like this. The Keys to the House is next. 1 mana for an artifact. Pay 1, tap it, and sack it to search your library for a basic, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle up, or pay 3, tap it, and sack it to lock or unlock a door of a room you control at sorcery speed. Pretty neat. A little bit gimmicky, yeah, I'll say that much, but pretty neat. Even the 1 mana sacrifice mode is Wayfarer's Bauble at technically a mana off, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think Wayfarer's Bauble costs 2 to sack. But yeah, just the go get a land mode is kind of all right. It's really not bad, but when you get to unlocking these like 7 and 8 mana rooms, like we are having a grown-up conversation. So, you know, a little bit narrow in scope, obviously, but I'm still going to give it like a 4.9 in that neighborhood somewhere. Killer's Mask is 3 mana, 2 and a black for an equipment. Equips for 2. The equipped creature has menace. And when it enters, you manifest dread, attaching Killer's Mask to the creature you manifested. It's all right. You know, it's whatever. I guess it gets your survivors through a little bit easier in draft, but that's really all I can say about it. It's not that good. I'll give it a 2. Kona, Rescue Beastie, is up next. Oh boy. This is 4 mana, 3 and a green for a 4/3 legendary beast with survivor. If it survives, you just put a permanent card from your hand on the battlefield. No big deal. You just like throw Omniscience onto the table. Behold the Multiverse. Wait, is it Behold? One with the Multiverse is the card I'm looking for. Behold the Multiverse is a 4-mana instant speed draw 2 with upside. One with the Multiverse is a good card. Phyrexia, what is it? Portal to Phyrexia, Atraxa, Tally. There's a 9-mana creature in this set you could throw down on the table. Vault-Born Tyrant. I mean, I could literally do this all day. The card is absolutely stupid. One thing to note, though, in this set is that I believe if you do this with rooms, it doesn't work. If you throw a room onto the table, it ain't unlocked. It's just onto the table. You don't want to do that. Don't be the person at your pre-release to make that mistake. Don't believe this works with rooms. Just like if you reanimate a room somehow, you still have to unlock it. So don't do that. But anyway, when you just consider throwing down Atraxa because you ramped into this on 3 and crewed a vehicle with it or something, like if you can pull that off, which isn't that hard, then like Atraxa on 3 is a real thing. And we get Lawn War Elves in Magic Foundations, which will come out in like 2 months. So we get Lawn War Elves. And so that means we play Lawn War Elves on 1. This on turn 3. And then on turn 4, we get whatever we want. So that's good. Actually, we could play... Yeah, we play Lawn War Elves on 1, vehicle on turn 2, this on turn 3, crew the vehicle, play Atraxa. That's how you do it on turn 3. But is that ever going to happen? I don't know. It can work on turn 2, or it can work the turn it comes into play. If it crews a vehicle again, if you have another way of tapping it, but mostly if you crew a vehicle or saddle a mount, then you can do it on turn 3 or 4. Realistically. And that's probably nuts. So it does give your opponent a whole combat step. So like it doesn't immediately work or anything. It gives them a few steps to spend that mana, kill that guy. So, but that said, if they're tapped out or something and you can actually make this work, whew, but you got to have a thing in your hand you actually want to play. I don't know. Even if you have a 3-mana thing in your hand, you still play it. It's free value to the board. Let's go. So card's great. Even if all you do is throw a land into play, you're ramping, right? So like, it's not a bad card. It just can't be a bad card. It can't be, right? I mean, it can, but it's probably not. This is probably the card that people have discussed the most in terms of like, is it a trap or is it good, right? Is it a trap or I'm about to fap? One of those. Which is it? I will give this a 5.4. And this is another one of those that could earn an entire point if it's better than that. And it may be. But Let's Play a Game is up next. 4 mana for a sorcery with Delirium. So choose one. If there are 4 or more, if you have Delirium, you get to choose all of these instead. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 till end of turn, or each opponent discards 2 cards, or each opponent loses 3, you gain 3. I think it's pretty weak. I really do. Whatever, sometimes it'll sweep the board and mind rot them, gain you a little life back. I don't know, but it seems like that particular situation, pretty hard to engineer, but sometimes like a mind rot that also gains you some life back, I guess you don't mind, but 4 mana definitely seems priced out of real competitive, like 1v1 60 cards. We're going at it mono e mana. I just don't think this is really a thing you want to be doing. So I'll give it a 3. Leyline of Hope is, we're in the ley lines. 4 mana. This one's the white one. If it's in your opening hand, throw it onto the table. If you would gain life, gain that much life +1 instead. As long as you have at least 7 or more life than your starting life total. Creatures you control get +2/+2. So Righteous Valkyrie's ability. 7 or more life than you're starting, your guys get swole. Plus a little bit of extra gravy, pretty good gravy as a matter of fact. These Case of the Uneaten Feasts, these decks I was talking about earlier that actually care about life gain, Zoraline decks and stuff. Obviously, I think this slots directly in. I don't know how many you play. Sometimes with ley lines you want to play 4 because you want to increase the chances of seeing an opening hand, right? That makes sense. And when it comes to this one, I actually think that in those decks it might play pretty well in multiples. I do, because you swing with Zoraline, you have 2 copies of this in play, you gain 3. And that's if it's the only bat you're swinging with. If you swing with Zoraline and a Deep Cavern Bat, you're gaining 6 life. You have 2 of these in play. It seems pretty good, And your Deep Cavern Bats are probably like 5/5s if you have 2 of these in play. So that's also disgusting. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's better than a lot of people have given it credit for, because a lot of people say it's actively just not going to see play. It's bad, but I think the life gain decks have some life left in them yet. Yuck, yuck. So I'm going to give this. And obviously, I guess Commander, but as far as standard goes, I think I want to give this like a 6. I really do. I think it's very, very playable. Leyline of Mutation, the one that people have bagged on the most. This is 4 mana for the green one. Throw it onto the table if it's in your opener. You may play Wooburg rather than pay the mana cost for spells that you cast. So one of each color. That means you want to play a bunch of 7, 8, 9 mana spells, right? And you only pay 5 for them. Pretty good. I actually think this is okay. I think that even if it's not in your opening hand, it's still okay, you know? We play Invasion of Zendikar to get 2 lands on turn 4, right? We do that. We play Invasion of Zendikar, go get 2 lands. Next turn, play a land, play Atraxa. Game over. Vaultborn Tyrant. Well, that's good. So this, you also play on turn 4, right? Just like Invasion, play it on turn 4. On turn 5, play a land, play Atraxa. Literally the exact same line. Although sometimes you don't have to waste your entire turn 4 on it like you do Invasion of Zendikar, right? So am I missing something? Is this actually really, really good? Like most people have said that this is the worst one, and it may actually be the worst one technically. I think the blue one is the worst one, objectively. But this one I actually think is just so much better than people, because people have dismissed it, by and large. Strictly better Fist of Suns. I don't know if it's strictly better, because Fist can be played in anything, and I guess this can be played in anything too, but Fist is easier to cast in any deck. So I don't know if I go strictly, but it is basically Fist of Suns, and it's neat to have a redundant effect in Commander with that. But in Standard, I actually think this has like actual playability. Those decks already make 5 colors anyway. Atraxa decks, you're heaped harvesting and stuff. You're making 5 colors regardless. You'll be fine. I think that Leyline is pretty good. I really do. But what am I going to give it? 5.3. Leyline of Resonance is the one everyone's talking about. 4 mana, 2 and 2 red for an enchantment. If Leyline's in your opening hand, it's actually on the table. How did that happen? Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets only a single creature you control, copy the spell. Choose new targets for the copy and win on turn 2. That's how it's done. There were already turn 2 wins. That's the funny thing, is I see so many people on Twitter and Reddit bemoaning that there's a turn 2 win with this. And it's like, you know, every set that's come out for the last year, there's been a turn 2 win. Like everyone always points out the turn 2 win. Like there's some ridiculous way of doing it. I will give you this. With this one, the turn 2 win is much easier to achieve because all you have to do is Leyline of Resonance, Heartfire Hero, Monastery Swiftspear, whatever on turn 1. And then turn 2, play, I don't know, 2 pump spells and you just win. You just automatically win. Like almost guaranteed. So the card does pack a ridiculous punch. It's probably the best phrase I could use there. But it also forces those like red-black or red-green slick shot decks to play it. There's a real opportunity cost with drawing this card on turn 3. Like you didn't get it in your opener and you draw it on turn 3. You basically didn't get to draw a card that turn. You know, so I just think that it's really, really dreadfully awful for those decks if you don't get it literally in your opening hand. And it may not be worth mulling to get it in your opening hand because those decks need every card in their opener. Mulling is actually really bad for those aggro decks. So I don't think it's quite as good in this case, quite as alarming as a lot of people say that it is. But you will die to the card on turn 2. You will, but I don't think you'll do it half as often as people think you will right now. But I'm still going to give the card like a 6. Because it has real potential. It really has crazy potential to just go off. But Leyline of the Void is a classic. This is the black one. It's the only reprint, if I'm to understand, of the Leylines. And obviously it has the Leyline text. If a card would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. Pretty sick to just start the game with this, but not game breaking, right? And doesn't actually give you all of the value in the world. It's just an incredible sideboard piece. So I'm going to give, what do you give a card like Leyline of the Void? I will give this a 5.9 just to show you how good of a score 5.9 can be sometimes. Again, we're mostly judging these for Standard and stuff, but this has been a playable card nearly every time it's been available to play in Standard. But 5.9, again, good score. That's why I gave it to it. Leyline of Transformation is the blue one, the much maligned blue one. If it's in your opening hand, throw it onto the table. When it enters, choose a creature type. It is Arcane Adaptation. Creatures you control are the chosen type in addition to their other types. Same is true for creature spells you control and creature cards you own that are not on the battlefield. So now suddenly everything, whether it's in your deck, your graveyard, whatever, it's all this type. Cowboy. Choose Cowboy. But yeah, this obviously has tricks And people like cards like Conspiracy and Arcane Adaptation and Commander. So like there's a potential to do something. But ultimately, meh. Just a big meh on this. I'll give it a 5. Lionheart Glimmer. Isn't there another Leyline? Is that all of them? Maybe. Lionheart Glimmer is 5 mana, 3 and 2 white for a 2/5 enchantment creature. It's a cat Glimmer with Ward 2. Whenever you attack, creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. So, neat little Aslan reference, I guess. If that's what we're doing. It's a cool limited sort of Anthem effect that triggers Eerie and stuff. You know, it's also a Glimmer for all of those things. So, again, as far as uncommon signposty things go, I think this meets at the crossroads, of a couple of different strategies. And that's pretty good for limited, but I can't give it more than like a 3.4. Live or Die is 5 mana, 3 and 2 black. For an instant, choose one, return target creature card from your yard to the battlefield, or destroy target creature. I've listened to too much Morrissey in my life because all I hear is live or die. It's all I hear. Morrissey sucks. This is an instant speed reanimator spell or an extremely overpriced kill spell. Turns out when you slap them together, make a sandwich, it's a really good magic card. Instant speed removal is incredible. So, and it is good art too. This is fantastic art. Conceptually good. But this is great. I will give this a 5.2. Totally serial? I think I am. I'll give it a 5.1. I'm going to tone it down slightly, 5.1, but this modality is always very, very good. It's really, really good, I promise you. Living Phone is 3 mana for a nostalgic toy reference. We all had one of these when we were a toddler. Remember? It talked to you, told you to do things. You had one, right? This is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/1 artifact creature. When it dies, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with power 2 or less from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom in a random order. It's fine. I said this in the spoiler video, but I feel like 5 to 7 years ago, I'd have been like, oh, that's pretty good. Replaces itself. All right. Guaranteed to replace itself in the right day. It's fine. But it's just not as good nowadays. It just really isn't, man. I'm not sure it was that good 7 years ago. I just would have freaked out a little bit more, but it's still okay. I'll give it a 4.4. Moving on, Malevolent Chandelier. 6 mana for a 4/4 artifact creature with flying. Pay 2 to screw with your opponent's delirium count or their reanimation abilities. Put a card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Activate only as a sorcery for some reason. I guess they don't want you waiting until your opponent targets a reanimation thing and then you use this, and it feels so cheesy and it just feels terrible when that happens. I get it. I get the sorcery speed. But it's just a normal magic card. I'll give it a 2.2. Manifest Dread is 2 mana to Manifest Dread at sorcery speed. That's what the card does. It's also the name of the card. Cool. 3. Marina Vendrell, everybody. 5 mana, Wooburg, for a 3/5 legendary human warlock. When it enters, reveal the top 7. Put all enchantment cards from among those into your hand, the rest on the bottom in a random order. Tap to lock or unlock the door of a room you control at sorcery speed. Bonkers. Bonkers card, dude. I really think it is. I'm going to go with, God, it's hard. Unique Commander, great for Enchantress decks. Obviously, like a Wooburg Enchantment Commander doesn't really exist. And yet, somebody in the comment section popped me the last time I said that, said Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil Sagas. I know, I get it. It's Wooburg, they're enchantments. I probably would have said the same thing. But just enchantments, period, as a card type. This is the first one we've really seen that does that, and that is a huge dig. You can draw like 4 cards off this super easy, and you can activate, you can just unlock rooms. What? It's a really good commander, but I'm not sure that it's where you want to be in standard. But that said, 3-4 cards. Again, pretty easy to draw 3-4 cards off this and get a body. Okay. If you're building 5-color rooms, I think you play a copy or 2. I'm going to give this a 5.78. Mostly for Commander, but, you know, again, it's got some potential standard playability. It really does. Marina Vendrell's Grimoire is a Lich effect in blue. It also cares about gaining life in blue. It's such a weird card. 6 mana for a legendary artifact. When it enters, if you cast it, draw 5 cards. You have no maximum hand size and don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. Whenever you gain life, draw that many cards. Whenever you lose life, discard that many cards. Then if you don't have any cards in your hand, you lose the game, chump. What were you thinking playing a card like this? I don't know, dude. Drawing 5. It's like gaining 5 life, right? But it's also 5 freaking cards. You know, drawing 5 is really, really good when this ETBs. I do like that. I also like the idea of blinking it or breaking it yourself when it comes down to it, because you can play it, draw your 5, gain some life, draw some cards, and then break it. Sure, there's nothing keeping you from breaking this thing. And if you're not at 0 or less life at that point, whatever. You know, you can play it, draw 5, gain 6 life, draw 6 cards, and then again eventually get rid of it. But the card doesn't actually help you do that much when it comes to winning the game. It just helps you not lose the game. And cards like that aren't typically as good as some people would like them to be. Again, kind of gimmicky, but really cool, really unique. Does a couple of things Blue's never done before, and I think might actually have something to do in some format or another because it's so unique that it's kind of hard to predict, right? So I'm going to throw a 5.4 at this. Actually, I'll throw a 5.7 at this. No, I won't. I'll throw a 5.3 at this. It's come down even more. I just think that it's probably a little bit trappy, and it's meant to give you big eyes, you know, like, oh, what can we do with that? And it turns out not win the game most of the time. But again, man, I mean, you throw out the Grimoire in like a blue-white control deck. Remember that card I was talking about earlier where you draw cards, where you draw a card and then you gain life equal to the number of cards in your hand? You remember that card? It's instant speed, 3-drop card. And it seems to go super well with this. Drop the Grimoire, drop that card, gain like 10 life, draw 10 cards. You know what I'm saying? Like, seems good. So there could be some like fun action with this in standard. There really could be. But Marvin, Murderous Mimic. Wow. Okay, so 2 mana for a 2/2 legendary artifact creature. He has all the activated abilities of creatures you control that don't have the same name as Marvin. So, okay, dude. Walter White looking at it's a really, really cool card here. But I'm not sure that it transcends being cool. You know, it does add up to a bunch of different infinite combos in Commander. In Commander, bomb card that can be your commander, but just goes in the 99 of so many things. In Standard, it might be good redundancy in like the Soul Cauldron decks. You know, it could be. It cares about activated abilities. It's reasonably cheap to cast. You know, like, it's not terrible. But for like competitive play, I really can't give this more than like a 5.2. But the day that we get a workable, like 2-card infinite combo with it in a constructed format, then it'll be like a 7 point something. But it's just not there, you know, yet. And I just don't think that combo exists yet. So I'll give it a 5.1, a little above average. If you're playing Commander, it's like a 6 point something. And again, if it ever hits a competitive environment hard with a ridiculous 2-card combo, then yeah, it'll be, we will do its score again. We'll do an addendum. But for now, just a 5.1. You know, just kind of reads as a 2-mana 2/2 like 99 times out of 100. That's not good. Meat Hook Massacre, everybody. 2X, double X, and 4 black for a legendary enchantment. When it enters, each player sacrifices X creatures. Whenever a creature you control dies, you may pay 3 life. If you do, return that card under your control with a finality counter on it. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, they may pay 3 life. If they don't, return that card under your control with a finality counter on it. My God, this card is so wordy, but what this card is actually doing, just so you know, is if one of your guys dies, pay 3 life. You get the guy back. If one of their guys dies, they can pay 3 life. If they don't do that, you get their guy. So it's actually a very simple card, right? Your guys die, you can get them back. Their guys die, you can get them. Pretty good, actually. And I think worth playing for 4 mana. You know, no X equals 0. I think if you can find yourself in the right sort of spot in the game state, playing this for 4 mana is more than reasonable, you know, especially if you're playing it right up under, say, Deadly Cover Up on curve. You know what I mean? Then that seems fantastic. You just sweep the board the turn after you play this. But if you do have a lot of mana the turn you play it, you can make everyone sack 1 or 2 creatures at the very highest, you know, mana values. And then things get crazy, right? You know, if you are actually sacking things to this thing's ETB trigger, then suddenly you get your guys back, you get their guys if they don't want to pay the life, you know, it's pretty fantastic. But mostly I think it's just meant to work with other black removal. But never discount scalability. Scalability is intensely important on a Magic card. I think this is very good. I do. I think that it really matters that your opponent has creatures that interact with it or that, you know, matter with it. You know what I'm trying to say. I think it's much better when your opponent's actually playing guys. And that's not always going to happen. But even if your opponent's not playing guys and you're up against, some sort of sweeper deck or something, being able to pay like 6 life and get your 2 best guys back after a sweep, nuts. Very good. So, I like this card. I think it has plenty of things to do in standard and commander. I'm going to give it a 6.1. Stop me. Miasma Demon is 6 mana, 4 and 2 black for a 5/4 demon with flying. When it enters, you can discard any number of cards. When you do, up to that many creatures get -2/-2 till end of turn. So often, I think this is going to be some Delirium fuel because you discard the card. Maybe some Reanimator fuel because you discard the card. On a big flying body, kill one of your opponent's guys. Very limited playable in a lot of ways, especially at slower events like pre-release. Draft, you get to make a pretty streamlined deck. Sealed pool, the decks won't be as, coherent all the time. So with that in mind, you can play 6 drops a little easier at a pre-release event when everyone's just working with a sealed pool. And this is a 6 drop I would recommend, really. But that said, it's pretty bad outside of that one specific environment. So, 3. Midnight Mayhem is 4 mana, 2 in Boros for a sorcery. Create 3 1/1 red gremlin creature tokens. Gremlins you control gain menace, lifelink, and haste until end of turn. I like this more than I should. I really do. I like 3 tokens. I like the haste. I like the lifelink. I don't mind the menace. It's pretty good with stuff like Beauregard Mentor and Regal Bunnycorn or anything like what War Leader's Call on curve up underneath this, and you play this and you deal 3 damage and they're all 2/2s. And I don't know, man. I like this too much. So I'll give it a 4.9. Next is Mirror Room and Fractured Realm. This is one of them 7 mana rooms, what we've been discussing. And this is 3 mana on the left side for an enchantment. When you unlock it, create a token that's a copy of a creature you control, except it is a reflection in addition to its other types. Fractured Realm is 7 mana. If a triggered ability of a permanent you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Yo, dog. We got some triggers to put on your triggers. We heard you like triggers. That's so many procs. I'm sick of saying the one word. There's got to be something we can dip into the thesaurus for. So let's say procs instead. Good card, right? Am I wrong? It's a good card. Like 7 mana is so much, but again, you play Mirror Room first, copy one of your guys, right? And copying one of your guys for 3 mana is a pretty good rate. So you can't call the card bad. And if you ever Fractured Realm, you win the game immediately. Most of the time, right? It's so good. So let's just give this card a 6.2 and keep it pushing. I'm very serious. A Saffron Olive card. Wasn't this a reveal of the art like a year ago? Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? I feel like this was the first art we got revealed. The one on the left. Actually, I think we got both. But next up is Moldering Gem and Weight Room. Now, Gem is 3 mana for an enchantment. When you unlock it, search your library for a basic, throw it onto the table tapped, and shuffle up. Weight Room is 6 mana. When you unlock this door, Manifest Dread, put 3 +1/+1 counters on that guy. So this is, 3 mana ramp, which is the going rate for the most part. And then Weight Room is a guy a few turns later. I don't hate this. I really don't. I don't think this is that bad. It ramps you into it. So it's really kind of like Weight Room costs 5 mana a little bit for a 5/5, which is fine. It's not a bad rate. It's really not. And obviously you get the extra gravy on Manifest Dread of looking at a card and putting it in your yard. And I don't know, it could work. But altogether, not like super impressive. I'll give it a 4.6. Most Valuable Slayer, one of the best names in the set. 4 mana for a 2/4 human warrior. Whenever you attack, an attacking creature gets +1/+0 and first strike till end of turn. First strike is actually pretty good to bestow every turn. But in the meantime, +1/+0 every turn on a guy. Pretty good too. So in some ways, this seems decent in like a limited aggro deck, but nowhere outside of there. I will just give this a 3.6. Murder is up next. It got reprinted in the set. That guy's scared. 3 mana to destroy a creature at instant speed. 5. Nashi, Searcher in the Dark. This is a blue and a black for a 2/2 legendary rat ninja wizard with menace. When Nashi, Searcher in the Dark, deals combat damage to a player, mill that many cards. You may put any number of legendary and or enchantment cards from among those into your hand. If you put no cards in your hand this way, put a +1/+1 counter on Nashi, which is kind of cute because if it doesn't actually hit, it gets a little bit larger, which means that it's slightly more likely to hit on subsequent turns. If it gets big, then it's going to get through more often, one would think, theoretically. But I don't know, 2 mana for a 2/2 menace, not the absolute best rate in the world, but not bad either. Not bad by any stretch. You get a Dimir Legend for the Legends deck, or even if you're playing Dimir Legend specifically, pretty good with that. Obviously good in a Legends deck because it'll find Legends for you. And if you're in an Enchantments deck, helps you kind of find those. It has the Menace, so it gets through more easily. I just don't think it's terrible. And when it does get larger, by the way, you can look at more cards with it, meaning it's, again, more likely to actually hit something in that way, too. So, I don't know. Just a cool little Magic card that I'm not going to rate super highly, but it is slightly above average. I'll give it a 5.44. Nico, Light of Hope, 4 mana to an Azorius for a 3/4 legendary human wizard. When he enters, create 2 shards. In case you don't know what those are, they're enchantments. You can pay 2 and sack them to scry 1 and draw a card. So an upgraded clue. Pay 2, tap Nico, exile a non-legendary creature you control. Shards you control become copies of it until the beginning of the next end step. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control, beginning of the next end step. So, neat that there are tricks you can do with this. First of all, you can do the reflection of Kiki Jiki trick, where you use this activated ability during your opponent's end step, right? And that means they'll last until your next end step. So that effectively gives them like a form of haste, and that's really important. Good card, man. I really do think it is. We've already talked about how this draws you 2 cards off of the Enchantress, like the Flash, 3-mana Enchantress in this set. That's good enough, but you can also use the shards to copy the Enchantress guy and draw even more cards when you cast even more stuff, and that seems great. But obviously the shards can copy any number of things. Really good creatures, from things like Preacher of the Schism, right, to Sentinel of the Nameless City. Lots of stuff that's on curve up under Nico that's still really worth copying. And obviously stuff above Nico on curve too, I shouldn't have to point out. So I think that even though it's a 4-mana 3/4, it leaves behind enough value and creates enough value if it stays on the table that it is definitely a potentially standard playable card. So I'm going to give this a 6. And again, you can't stop me. That's a reasonably high score. But I just think that this ETB value is very good. I think that's very, very good ETB value. But next is Norin, Swift Survivalist, a single red mana for a 2/1 legendary human coward that cannot block. Whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, you may exile it. You may play that card from exile this turn. So you have to pay the mana for it. And for that matter, you have to play it this turn. If you don't play the card this turn, then you don't get to play it ever. And I don't know that I've ever really noticed that on this card before. I really don't know, but I guess you can get like sort of a pseudo flicker effect on those guys. That's not bad. And Norin's a 2-mana 2/1 that actually can do damage for the first time in its career. So that's not bad either. I'm going to give Norin a 4.4. That sounds low, doesn't it? I don't have as much faith in this card as some other people do. I think it's a gimmick. Next is Nowhere to Run. 2 mana, 1 and a black for an enchantment with flash. When it enters, a creature an opponent controls gets -3/-3 till end of turn. Creatures your opponents control can be the target of spells and abilities, as though they didn't have hexproof. Ward abilities of the creatures also do not work. So ward and hexproof off the table entirely. Aside from that, it puts an enchantment into play at instant speed and is just nameless inversion on the floor of the card, right? -3/-3 for 2 mana. That's pretty good. Really. Just the turn off hexproof and ward mode, I think makes the card one of the most playable 2-mana black removal spells. In both standard and commander. I know that there are a lot of unconditional 2-mana removal spells in black for commander. Even in standard there are. Well, not entirely unconditional, but somewhat unconditional. So that looks like a bunk statement, but turning off hexproof, and even in standard especially, turning off ward is just incredible. So I'm going to give this a 5.5. I think this is a very good piece of very playable removal. I really do. But Oblivious Bookworm over here is 2 mana, Simic colors, for a 2/3 human wizard that sleeps. This is a sleeper spell. At the beginning of your end step, you may draw a card. Why wouldn't I? If you do, discard a card unless a permanent entered the battlefield face down under your control this turn, or you turned a permanent face up this turn. Now, you may do that from time to time. From time to time, you may just throw a thing face down and then decide you're going to draw the card, and then it's just straight up card advantage. But starting the turn this comes out, regardless of what you have face down or not, or turned face up, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just forget that part of the card even exists. The turn it comes into play, draws a card on your end step, and then loots. Discards a card, right? The whole thing is a loot. Draw a card, discard a card, that's known as a loot. But then it does it again the next turn. and the next turn. And it's a 2-mana 2/3. So serviceable stats, really is, that draws you a card the turn it comes in. I think this is a playable Magic card. No idea what deck wants this. But maybe if there's some kind of, Sultai Reanimator or something else that's playing around in its yard and can make good use of the fact that this is looting you every turn. Yeah, man. Think it's okay. 2 mana, decent stats, cheap to get out, draws every turn. Nuts. I think that's actually nuts. I do. Even with the potential discard, I think it's very good. So I'll give this a 5.6. And again, I'm totally serious. By the way, you know what this is? This reminds me of the never-ending story. Let's move on to Omnivorous Flytrap. 3 mana for a 2/4 plant with Delirium. So when it enters or attacks, if you have Delirium, distribute 2 +1/+1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures. Then, if there are 6 or more card types among cards in your yard, double the number of +1/+1 counters on the creatures you put the counters on. This card is a bulk rare, I'm pretty sure. If you have Delirium, if you've gone through all of the steps to get Delirium early enough in the game where the card matters, guess what? 4/6 worth of stats for 3 mana. No keyword abilities. Doesn't, it's just not, I'm telling you, the card is not great. I'm going to give this a 3.8. I really have almost no faith in this card. I really don't. It doesn't die to cut down. All right. Optimistic Scavenger is a single white mana for a 1/1 human scout with Eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters in, whenever you fully unlock a room, a creature gets a +1/+1 counter. Oh my God, it's Generous Visitor again. I believe Generous Visitor was whenever you cast, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong, but I think it was whenever you cast. This is whenever one enters. So, Generous Visitor gave you the counters even if they countered the spell. Boy, we need to come up with different words for those two actions, don't we? But anyway, I believe if it was written the way I remember that, Generous Visitor gave you a +1/+1 counter when you put an enchantment on the stack, which is kind of important. The enchantment actually has to enter, but that's kind of good. If you can copy enchantments, or if you have enchantment creatures that also happen to be tokens, you copy those somehow, Caretaker's Talent or whatever. So this works on, again, a different level in a way than Generous Visitor. You have to point that out, but it's still effectively Generous Visitor, which was a blowout of a Magic card. What would I rate Generous Visitor? Like a 6.2. So I'm going to give Optimistic Scavenger a 6.2. That's awesome. And I haven't even talked about the room thing yet, but it's there. This card is very good. It really is. Orphans of the Wheat, not Children of the Corn. Orphans of the Wheat. It's 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/1 human. Whenever Orphans of the Wheat attacks, tap any number of untapped creatures you control. Orphans gets +1/+1 till end of turn for each creature tapped this way. Works pretty well with Survival and Limited, but that's about all it does. If you're not having luck going wide, then I guess this helps you go tall, but I don't think it's good. I'll leave it at that. I will give this a 3.5. Osseous Stick Twister, you. This is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 2/2 artifact creature with lifelink. It also has Delirium. So at the beginning of your end step, if you have Delirium, each opponent may sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Then Stick Twister deals damage equal to its power to each opponent who didn't sacrifice a permanent or discard a card this way. So that's good. 2 mana for this effect is great. Now, until you have Delirium, it's just a 2 mana 2/2 lifelink, which is probably not quite good enough, but it doesn't die to go for the throat. It's an artifact creature. I guess that matters. And if it does go into your graveyard, it's 2 types for Delirium. So the next one is better theoretically again. So I like this card. I meant to point out the other day how good it is in Commander, but did not, because this has lifelink. This will work in Standard or Commander, but if your opponent neglects to discard a card or sack a non-land, maybe they can't do that, right? So if they neglect to do that, they'll take at least 2, right? But then you'll gain 2 because this guy has lifelink, and it's each player. So if it does damage to each player, you'll gain at least 8 life, and that's if you haven't modified his power in any way. And if you do modify his power, he gets much better. So I think this guy's actually kind of chuffed, not scuffed, but chuffed. I think we got a decent Magic card here in some ways. We really do. But Having to wait till you get to Delirium is kind of poopy, but I still think he's fine. So I'm going to give him kind of a surprise score here. This is a 5.6. And I know that it's probably like a 4.3 really, but I got a feeling that tonight's going to be a good night. But I've also got a feeling this card's good. I really do. And if nothing else, maybe commander playability. Overgrown Zealot. 2 mana, 1 in the green for a 0/4 Elf Druid. You can tap it for a mana of any color, or you can tap it to add 2 mana of any one color. But you can only spend that to turn permanents face up, which you may want to do some of the time. But honestly, I'm just kind of into a 2 mana 0/4, taps for any color, relevant creature type and elf. Just all that seems decent to me. I like this card. 5. Overlord of the Baelmerk is 5 mana, 3 and 2 black for a 5/5 enchantment creature. It's an avatar horror, and I believe the first of the Overlords. This has impending 5 for 1 and a black. When Overlord of the Baelmerk enters or attacks, mill 4 cards, then you may return a non-avatar creature card or a planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand, baby. It goes to your hand and not to play, but if it went to play, it would be absolutely stupid because it only costs 2 mana. For the impending cost. This has the longest impending cost of any of the Overlords, but also the cheapest in terms of mana cost, and it's not a bad 2-drop. It's really not. It mills those cards, so that helps with Delirium. Puts a card into your hand, that's not bad. So kind of an impulse effect, or Grizzly salvage effect of some kind, that ultimately leads to a 5/5. And if the 5/5 ever actually gets to attack, then it does this again, and then again, and that seems really, really good. So I don't know, man. It kind of immediately replaces itself the turn that you play it. And then when it attacks, it starts to generate card advantage rather than just selection. Incredible. Also works really well with anything that blinks, because you can just blink one of these and suddenly it's not impending anymore. It's just there, which is very good. That works pretty well with Salvation Swan, a card that I've wanted to be good for a set now. But there's plenty of blink things. Parting Gust. Stuff like that. All of these work very well with. They also work pretty well with Glissa. Sunslayer, because, especially the green and black ones, right? You would think, because she's green and black. She can just remove 3 counters from a permanent. So that means you can play this on turn 2, remove a counter from it. So it's impending 4 at the end of your second turn. Then play Glissa, right? Then this goes down to impending 3. Then Glissa attacks on your next turn, gets through, removes 3 counters from it. It's a creature. On turn 4. Normally you have to wait till like turn 6 or 7. So that's pretty good. Just again, blinking and Glissa are 2 things you really have to think about when you analyze these cards. I think most of these have a place in standard, including and especially this one. I will give this card a 6.6. It's a good Magic card. Overlord of the Boiler Bilges gets a little bit of flack, but I think it's fine. 6 mana for a 5/5 enchantment creature. Impending 4 for 2 and 2 red. So impending 4 for 4 mana. When it enters or attacks, it deals 4 damage to any target. So that's 4 mana for 4 damage at sorcery speed. We can do better than that a lot of the time, but it's going to kill something. And it can go face. It can hit planeswalkers. That's really, really good. That was a real burp. I apologize. But yeah, it goes face, hits planeswalkers, blows up most creatures in standard, not Shelly, not Biza, I know, but most. And then when it attacks, it can deal 9 damage to face. If it survives that combat step, it deals another 9 damage to face. This wins the game by itself pretty easily. I'll say that much, but you know, both the impending cost and the actual mana cost are relatively high on this guy. Like, no kidding, right? But I still think there's playability on him. I really do think there's playability on him. And yeah, that's somebody in chat has pointed out, if you reanimate him with something that gives him haste, push pull was a good example, then he's going to deal 13 to face theoretically. But I think if you reanimate him with push pull, what you're probably going to do is like deal 4 to that guy. He attacks, deal 4 to that guy. I get him for 5. You know what I mean? But it is pretty sick. It is pretty sick that this guy and something else can come back with a push pull, and you can kill your opponent right then and there with a bunch of different setups. Also neat that this guy's not legendary. This guy is not legendary. So, if you do have push pull, you can just get 2 copies of this back and deal 26 face, It's like, I do think there are lines with this guy in standard that'll make him somewhat important. So I'm going to give him a 5.6. I think he's pretty good. Next is Overlord of the Flood Pits. 5 mana, 3 and 2 blue for a 5/3 enchantment creature. Avatar Horror. It's impending 4 for 1 and 2 blue. Flying. Whenever Overlord of the Floodplains enters or attacks, draw 2, discard a card. So you get to cast Catalog when it enters or attacks. I would think this would be much cooler with Flash, but I guess you could say that about most creatures ever printed that don't have Flash. But you could flash it in. You'd still have to wait until your end step to take the time counter off of it. I think that'd be kind of interesting. But I want an instant speed, draw 2, discard a card. I want that. Sadly, and this is what we get. I think that this is the worst of them, but it might be better than the red one. Right? It could be better than the red one. Draw 2, discard a card is great. It's really good. It's not quite card advantage, right? Because this is a card out of your hand. You discard a card, you draw 2. You're at neutral cards at this point. But once it starts attacking, then you could start getting card advantage with it. And it's a 5/3 flyer. But what deck plays it? What deck plays this card? Oh, mono blue, mid-range or something. There's a deck I build, but I'm not sure anybody else does. So I'm just not really sure where it goes. But if it attacks for more than 1 or 2 turns in a row, then it is generating very good card advantage. I'll give you that much, but I still don't have a whole lot of faith that it's that good. So I am going to give this like a 5.2. I'm going to do that, but it's obviously above average, but I don't think it's like that great of a Magic card. Well, time will tell. Overlord of the Hauntwoods is next. This is 5 mana, 3 and 2 green for a 6/5 legendary. Well, it's not legendary. It's just an enchantment creature. I just pointed that out. Impending 4 for 1 and 2 green. Whenever Overlord of the Hauntlords enters or attacks, create a tapped colorless land token named Everywhere that is every basic land type. That is disgusting. Being able to create a land token is so freaking good, guys. Like, first of all, Caretaker's Talent. And I know this takes what sounds like a lot of mana, but I still think it's a good line in Standard. If you have a Caretaker's Talent, you play this guy, you get your Everywhere token, and then you can pay a mana, which, this will give you. I know it's tapped when it comes into play, but still, you pay a mana. You create with the Caretaker's Talent, you can create a token copy of the land. That seems good to me. So you ramp 2 and draw a card in that situation because a token came into play, right, with Caretaker's Talent. God, that seems like a brutal sequence. Ramp 2, draw a card, and you're impending on this. This will more than replace Topiary Stomper. Right? Because these domain decks have been looking for a replacement for it. They've been playing Heaped Harvest, which is fine. It's fine, but I think that in a lot of ways, this is just better. Because especially for a domain deck, the land is every basic land type. So if you have one of these tokens, just one, play this on turn 3, suddenly you just have all 5 basic land types. So you can leyline for 1. Right? Like you can get the maximum value off of a herd migration now. You might even put other domain cards in your deck because this just giving you domain on turn 3 immediately is so good. It's a card type that's hard to interact with, a land, right? I just think this may be the best one. It's somewhat possible this is the best one by far. When it actually does become a creature, it's huge. No keyword abilities, which kind of sucks, but it's still huge. And it will get you more and more ramp. I just think this card is phenomenal. I really do. So I'm going to give this a 7.4. Very high score, baby. Now, Overlord of the Mistmoors, I think might be the second best of these, if not the first, but the mana cost to actually just play it out of your hand is ridiculous. It's 7 mana, 5 and 2 white for a 6/6 enchantment creature with impending 4 for 4 mana, 2 and 2 white. Whenever Overlord it enters or attacks, create 2/2/1 white insect creature tokens with flying. So this also works with Caretaker's Talent, right? Caretaker's Talent on 3, and then on 4 you do this, and you get 2/2/1s. You draw a card. Those guys fly. And then on the next turn, you can create another 2/1 flyer and draw a card because you level up Caretaker's Talent. Really good in the sort of already existing red-white or mono-white tokens decks in Standard. I feel like this is phenomenal. You can rip it off the top of your library, play it late, because that deck will often get to 7 mana. Or you can just impending 4, get your 2/1s. They'll block if you need them to block, they'll block. Whatever. If you need them to attack, they'll attack. They attack. They protect. It's fine. And then later in the game, you can start copying those tokens. If you do have to rip off a Sunfall, then you can rip the Sunfall off and get 2 extra counters on your incubator token because of your 2/2/1s, right? But I like the timing here because you impending this on 4, right? You get a couple of blockers or attackers, whatever. And then you have like a 3 or 4 turn window to cast Sunfall. And Sunfall won't hit this guy, right? But a couple turns after you cast a Sunfall, this guy becomes a creature. You start filling your board, right, with dudes. So you can actually respond to your own Sunfall very easily if you slip this guy on curve underneath the Sunfall by impending him. I just think there's a lot of cool things you can do with this. I think there's homes for it in Standard on day 1. So you could argue it's actually the best one of these Overlords. You really could, but I'm going to give it a 7.39, slightly below my last score. I do think this is that high. It probably isn't that playable in other formats. Even Commander, I don't know how good it is, but in Standard, I feel like this card is phenomenal and has lots of synergies to explore. And, you know, it's just great with anything that wants to go wide. And there are multiple decks that want to do that right now. I really like this Magic card. But let's see what our next thing is. We're going to look at Painter Studio Deface Gallery. Is this the best room in the set? This is the second best room in the set. Painter Studio, 3 mana, 2 and a red. When you unlock the store, exile the top 2 of your library. You can play them till the end of your next turn. Defaced Gallery is 2 mana. They put the cheap one on the right again. Stop it. It's 2 mana. Whenever you attack, attacking creatures you control get +1/+0 till end of turn. Orcish Oriflamme for the correct, or Goblin Oriflamme, I guess, really, for the correct mana cost, 2 mana. And then a Wren's Resolve for an extra mana. Those are both fine cards. So again, you sandwich them. You make a little sandwich for me. I'm going to eat it. I'm going to eat that sandwich. That's good. I feel like this is a good Magic card, man. One of the rare rooms that looks halfway decent in aggro. Even the current mono red aggro deck to play Slick Shot, Monastery Swiftspear, Emberheart Challenger, all that stuff. This is a non-creature spell. Deface Gallery, non-creature spell, so triggers Prowess, triggers Slick Shot, all that, and gives the dudes a boost every time they attack. And when you run out of gas, you just Painter Studio and get 2 more cards off the top of your library. They're both Monstrous Rages. I win the game. They're always both Monstrous Rages. So I don't know, dude. I think this card is playable. I think it's more than playable. I'm going to give it a 5.9, and it's actually, I'm going to give this card a 6.3. Screw that. I think this card is actually very good. I really do. Paranormal Analyst is up next. 2 mana, 1 on the blue for a 1/3 Human Detective. Whenever you manifest Dread, put a card you put into your graveyard this way into your hand. So that's clever. Instead of revealing your graveyard, now all manifest Dread effects draw cards. It's gross. A little parasitic, obviously. Only works with the one set mechanic that we'll only ever see in this one set. So unless we get another Duskmourn, which would be sick, by the way. Just wait like 5 years before you do it. But in any case, yeah, this is great in limited. I feel like this is an amazing little uncommon for Manifest Dread decks because you're going to be getting all the card advantage, baby. But even in standard, if you can make it work, it seems pretty good there. But I just don't think it becomes the cornerstone of a Manifest Dread deck that makes the top 8 of the Pro Tour. I don't think we're there. I think it's mostly a very high power uncommon for limited. So I'm going to throw a 5 this thing's way and just call it a day. I think it's a pretty much exactly where we want to be without being too overpowered or underpowered. But I should really give it a 4.9 for parasitism, but I'll move up to 5. Patched Plaything is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 4/3 artifact creature with double strike, but it enters the battlefield with 2 -1/-1 counters if you cast it from your hand. So you're looking for ways to, like Manifest Dread. It works really well with the set mechanic, right? You Manifest Dread, you get this thing out as your face down creature, turn it face up, 4/3 double strike. That seems good. Seems all right. But this is mostly a limited toy, right? Pun included, pun intended, I guess. But I'm going to give it a 4. Straight up 4. Patchwork Beastie is up next. A single green mana for a 3/4 artifact creature. It's a beast with delirium. It can't attack or block unless there are 4 or more card types among cards in your yard. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill a card if you'd like to, so it's kind of like a Death Bonnet Sprout. That also just gets to be an artifact creature. I kind of like it, dude. I think that it's pretty good, like, role-playing for the mill, like the self-mill decks. But I'm not sure how good it actually is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those where it's like, okay, well, on turn 4, this will be a 3/3. That's invalidated. But, I like playing 1 mana for a 3/3. And I like the extra gravy. Milling a card every turn's fine. So about the same level as a Death Bonnet Sprout. 4.9, something like that. But actually, I want to give this a 5.1. I do want to give it a 5.1, and I want to give Death Bonnet Sprout a 5.1. Peer Pass the Veil. 4 mana, 2 a red and a green for an instant. Discard your hand. Then draw X cards, X being the number of card types among cards in your graveyard. 7.2. Is that a surprise? Have I surprised you? I really think this card is something special. I really do. Sometimes discard your hand will be an upside. Discard your reanimation targets or discard whatever, stuff you need to put in your graveyard. That helps you trigger Delirium. Or I say trigger, it helps you enable Delirium. Note too that you'll discard your hand first and then count for Delirium. So you may draw a bunch of cards off this. You can draw a max of 8 cards in standard off of this, but I think a lot of the time you will draw 3 to 4. If you have Delirium, this draws 4 cards at instant speed. You understand how incredible that is? That's just if you have Delirium. It can draw 5 or 6 somewhat easily. And I would actually argue that if this draws you 3 cards, you might not have any cards in your hand when you cast it, by the way. I think that's the ideal way of casting it if you're not enabling certain strategies. But if this only draws you 3 cards, well, I've already talked tonight about multiple cards that I've seen play over the years that have been 4 mana at instant speed to draw 2 cards with an upside. This is 4 mana at instant speed to draw really anywhere between 2, 3, 6 cards while enabling certain strategies. In a color combination that very rarely gets access to this. So imagine this in Jund. Jund has a ton of ways, black, green, red. Jund has tons of ways to get cards into its yard. And then you'll sweep the board or something with a, deadly cover up on turn 5. You'll keep the board clear with removal up until then. So that's, a sorcery and instant in your yard right there. You might have a creature in your yard from early in the game that died or blocked in combat and traded or something like that. And then after you rip that sweeper off and reset the game, the next turn, at the end of your opponent's turn, you can draw 4 at instant speed. How does that not end the game? I think this card is very, very, very good. And I think it's probably going to end up on my sleepers list because I just don't see anyone talking about this card. And I actually think it's one of the stronger cards in the set. Really do. So 7.2. Sticking to my guns. Draw a bunch of cards, Chief. This card is fantastic. I promise you. Piggy Bank up next. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 3/2 artifact creature. When it dies, create a treasure token. Good card. Good card, man. Like I said, I like role players. And this is sweet in like a big red deck. Not necessarily mono red aggro, but like a big red deck that's looking to ramp a little bit. Almost always trades in combat. Is a 3 mana 3/2, which is a fine rate anyway. So this is like better than all right and slightly above average. 5.14. Seriously, this is a good card. Piranha Fly is 2 mana for a 2/1 fish insect with flying that enters tapped. Why? Why does it enter tapped? How come it does that? 2. I'll give it a 2. Popular Ego. No, I won't. I'll give it a 1.6. Popular Egotist is 3 mana. 2 and a black for a 3/2 human rogue. Pay 1 and a black. Sacrifice another creature or enchantment to have Egotist gain indestructible until end of turn. Tap it down. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target opponent loses a life and you gain a life. Treasure tokens. Whenever you sack a treasure, seems really good. Seems commander playable. I'll say that. Follow a Dockside Extortionist up with this, but I guess that's why we have Mirkwood Bats, right? But this is just another copy of Mirkwood Bats or something like it for commander. But even in standard, there are treasure tokens, there are clue tokens, there are plenty of ways of sacrificing creatures, and this is just that sweet, delicious incremental damage I love so much. And it costs so much mana to play, but creatures like this tend to be lightning rods. And there's not a whole lot of creatures like this in the history of Magic that have had the ability to regenerate effectively, to go indestructible. When your Blood Artist can go indestructible, and when your Blood Artist is in and of itself a sacrifice outlet, I think these are pretty good touches for your Blood Artist that might make it worth an extra mana. You know what I mean? So I don't love that it dies to cut down. I don't love the 2 toughness in general. I don't love that it's, 50% more mana than I would normally like to pay for this effect, but I still have to respect this card. I'm so serious, dude. I'm going to give this a 5.3. Try to stop me. You can give it a 4.4 if you want to. I'm an aristocrats man. I like my stuff like this. Pyroclasm's up next. The classic Pyroclasm. 2 mana in red for a sorcery that deals 2 damage to each creature. Pyroclasm gets a 6.4. This is one of the best sweepers in red that we've ever seen, and will continue to be that. This will completely blow away, the Boros tokens decks and other decks like them. Any sort of aggro deck that's looking to go really wide, really quickly, Pyroclasm has our backs. This is probably one of the most played red sideboard pieces in the upcoming standard for the next 2 years. So get ready. Pyroclasm, really, really good. Ragged Playmate is up next. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 artifact creature. You can pay 1 and tap her and have target creature with power 2 or less go unblocked this turn. So cute in the limited 2 or less matters, and really cute with Annabelle. I don't remember what her actual name is, but she's riffing on the movie Annabelle, that doll we looked at earlier. You can make her go unblockable every turn with this thing and deal a bunch of damage and stuff. It's pretty good. Cute, too, that they're both kind of like clown dolls or whatever. I don't know. Now that I've called them both clown dolls, they will be on the edge of my bed tonight, waiting for me to fall asleep. But this is not great, so I'm just going to have to give this a 3.8. It's okay. Rampaging Soul Rager, 3 mana for a 1/4 spirit that gets +3/+0 as long as there are 2 or more unlocked doors among rooms that you control. It's kind of bad. It just kind of is, too. Razorkin Horde Caller, though, is 5 mana for a 4/4 human clown berserker with haste, and whenever you attack, you get a 1/1 red gremlin. So it protects you from the crackback a little bit. If you care about tokens coming into play, it does that for you, but is way too expensive, 2.3. Razorkin Needlehead, on the other way, is a hell of a card here. This is 2 red mana for a 2/2 human assassin that has first strike during your turn. Whenever an opponent draws a card, Needlehead deals 1 damage to them. This is Underworld Dreams. It just simply is Underworld Dreams on a 2 red mana body. Threw the first strike on it too, so that you could be more likely to attack with it on your turn. And I say that if you have open mana, if you swing this 2/2 first strike into a 4/4 on the other side of the table and you have 1 open mana, it's going to get through every time. Every single time. Your opponent's going to be so afraid of Monstrous Rage or whatever other trick you might have up your sleeve that I feel like if you have open mana, opponent's just yeah, come right through. do whatever you want to do, man. First strike is an underrated ability. It really is. But in this case, having a non-legendary, I know that Underworld Dreams itself isn't, but still, an Underworld Dreams that you can play multiples of in your deck. You want to play multiples of it in your deck. It costs, 50% less than an Underworld Dreams. I don't care that it's more removable. It's Underworld Dreams. This card is great, right? Am I just insane? It's very good. So good, dude. I'm going to give this... Okay. So I feel like this is really playable in older formats, especially where people are just drawing more cards. People have access to Brainstorm in other formats. People draw a lot of cards over the course of one turn because of some long, stupid combo they're doing or whatever, in formats where Underworld Dreams would be way too slow. Whereas, and there's just no deck for Underworld Dreams. This guy just goes into a mono red deck, which is a deck in every single format. And again, the older you go, the more people are playing. In a format where people are playing Ancestral Recall, like Vintage or whatever, this card's very good, right? So just for that reason, I'm going to give this card a 7.5. They'll have removal for it every single time, but if they don't have removal, they're going to take a lot of damage. I really do think this is a 7.5. Hopefully I'm not overrating it, but that line of text is bonkers. It really is, dude. We'll move on to Reluctant Role Model. This is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/2 human survivor with survival. If it survives, it gets a counter of your choice, right? So if it survives, you get a flying, a lifelink, or a +1/+1 counter for this guy. And whenever it or another creature you control dies, if the creature had counters, you put those counters on up to 1 target creature, right? So all your dudes become like Kyrion Beast Callers, or whatever that card is called. Just the cards that move their counters to other stuff, and Iron Apprentice. There's been a bunch of these. But all your creatures become those guys. And that's kind of neat. I also feel like it's an undersold role of this card. to kind of have a, a global effect on the table, it doesn't have to die. Other stuff can die and it has an effect. That's pretty cool. But usually you'll get through on turn 3 with this, put a flying counter on it, then continue to get through with it, and it gets bigger for the whole rest of the game, I think that's good. Eventually you put the lifelink counter on it and start just getting through in the trenches. This guy can win the game all by himself. And there aren't a whole lot of 2-drops that can do that. And you have to point it out when you do see it. I mean, technically any 2-drop can deal 20 damage over the course of 10 turns, right? But not a whole lot of 2-drops left to their own devices with nothing else really happening in the game can close the gap this quickly. So, I don't know. I think he might be a 1 of or 2 of even in Boros Convoke, because you can tap him down really easily. Tap him down to convoke a Knight Errant of Eos. Tap him down for Warden of the Inner Sky, or whatever that card is called. And suddenly he'll get larger. He'll get the flying counter. Maybe you tap him to Warden of the Inner Sky to put the flying counter on him. Then next turn, he can start attacking, there's really good stuff this guy can do. There really is. And obviously he works fantastically well in anything that's putting counters on anything else. So I'm going to go ahead and give this guy a 6.4. I think he's a really good 2-drop creature. I really do. But next is Restricted Office and Lecture Hall. Now, Restricted Office, 4 mana for an enchantment. When you unlock it, destroy all creatures with power 3 or greater. Lecture Hall is 7 mana, but other permanents you control have hexproof. Permanents, not just creatures, permanents. So your lands too, I guess. Enchantments, your artifacts, your planeswalkers. Pretty cool. But obviously, I think Restricted Office is the good part of this card. It wants you to play a bunch of small guys. This reminds me of Dusk Dawn, right? It blows up guys, power 3 or greater. And that can be really good if you got a bunch of small ball dudes, like Tokens deck or something like that. I could see this going really well in. And then later, since all of your permanents in that Tokens decks are really important, like again, Caretaker's Talent, Virtue of Loyalty, all these enchantments, and your planeswalkers like Archangel Elspeth and stuff, they're all really important to you. So if you have a dead turn and enough mana, permanent you control have hexproof. Is I feel like if you get to that mode, your opponent might scoop, depending on, again, what the game state is like at that point. So altogether, kind of like it, but it's not the best sweeper in Standard, and it's way too expensive on the second half. So that'll dock it a few points, but I'm still going to give it a 5.5. I like conditional sweepers like this. Typically, I do. Resurrected Cultist up next. 3 mana for a 4/1 human cleric with Delirium. So if you have Delirium, you can pay 4 mana, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter. Drafty, but, comes back. I like dudes that come back, but still not anywhere near good enough for Standard. 3.6. Rip Chain Razorkin. You got to rip that chain, man. This is 4 mana, 3 and a red for a 5/3 human berserker with reach. Pay 2 and a red, sack a land to draw a card. So neat little draw a card ability. I guess it enables Delirium and draft or something because you get to put lands in your yard. It's fun. A 4 mana, 5/3 reach is an okay rate. I just want to point that out. That's a more than fine rate for limited play. Never sees play in Standard, though. 3.7. Rip Spawn Hunter. I'm going to break hearts with this one. Rip is 4 mana, 2 in Selesnya for a 4/4 legendary human survivor. When it survives, if it's tapped, beginning of your second main, reveal the top X cards of your library, X being Rip's power. Put any number of creatures and or vehicle cards with different powers from among them into your hand. The rest go on the bottom in a random order. Sucks they have to be different powers. Why do they have to be different powers? It doesn't ruin the card, but... the best thing I can say about this is that it can have real relevance. It can put cards into your hand the turn it comes into play, and it can do that relatively easily. This follows up the UFO really well, by the way. If you UFO on turn 3, snag one of their guys, and then rip on turn 4, use that to crew the UFO, draw 2 or 3 cards, God, you're going, dude. Selesnya is, Selesnya is hitting right now, you know what I mean? But that's the most broken thing you can do. Although, I will say Rip is in the color combination of the 2 vehicles I want to play most, right? UFO and Head Shredder. Both of those are in the Rip deck. So maybe it's really good, but I don't know, dude. I just don't know. I think that it's really removable, doesn't have any actual keywords of its own, doesn't do much outside of sticking cards into your hand, which is really, really good. But, your opponent has time to deal with it before you actually draw cards off of it. I don't know, dude. This is what I'm really on the fence about. I really am. But I am going to say that this card is a 5.2. Hopefully it's not the worst card I've ever seen, but I do think it has stuff it can do. Really do. And it is Ripley. It is, in fact, Ripley. Or is it a Ghostbuster? But I like to think that it's Ripley as well. She's cool. Rite of the Moth is my favorite reanimator spell in Standard. 4 mana, 1 a white, and 2 black for a sorcery. Return target creature card from your yard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. You can flash it back for 6 mana. That sounds like a lot, but you will pay that. You will pay that sometimes. Now, you'll always pay 4. You know, most reanimator spells are 5 in Standard right now. This being 4 makes it, to my mind, the best reanimator spell in Standard, bar none. You always want to do reanimation a turn earlier. There's almost nothing better than that. You know what I mean? It's like you could make the 5 mana one the best possible. You could literally make the Cruelty of Gix like one of the best possible 5 mana reanimation spells you can imagine. And I would still rather play a 4 mana reanimator. Doing it a turn earlier is always better. This card, I would give what I would give Zombify were it in Standard. And I would have to give Zombify like a 5.8 if it were in Standard. You know, and this has flashback. So 5.8, easy, baby. Rootwise Survivor, 5 mana, 3 and 2 green for a 3/4 haste. If it survives, then you're going to put 3+1/+1 counters on a land you control. The land becomes a 0/0 in addition to its other types and gains haste till your next turn. Gains haste till your next. Oh, yeah, because it still has to be able to tap for mana. I was like, but you're done with your attack step. I guess this is to make sure that you can tap it. This is neat. One of the few survivors, if not the only one, with haste, right? So it'll take your opponent off guard by surprise. Some of the time, they won't be ready to block it. You'll play it and immediately get, 3 damage and the survival mode, which will make one of your lands a dude. So you're kind of getting 6 total power, in a haste guy. It's not terrible, but again, just for limited and only for limited, and also the streets. You can tell he's for the streets. Look at him. Look at that nipple poking out. He's for the streets. This is a 3. What's next? Savior of the Small is next. 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 3/4 core survivor with survival. If it's tapped at the beginning of your second main phase, return a creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand, not the battlefield. So it's not very good at all, actually. It's worth some card advantage every now and again, but I think this is mostly a limited thing, So I'm just going to give it a 3.4. Sawblade Skin Ripper over here is 3 mana, 1 a black and a red for a 3/2 human assassin with menace. Pay 2, sack a creature or enchantment to put a +1/+1 counter on Skin Ripper. At the beginning of your end step, if you sacked 1 or more permanents this turn, Skin Ripper deals that much damage to any target. My goodness. Seems okay. Again, works really well with treasures. Works in Commander with Dockside Extortionist and other cards that put a bunch of treasure into play, obviously. But even in Standard, man, even in Standard, I think this could be part of the coup de grace, right? I have an Elisol Core or probably Andor. I have that, not Andor, not the planet with all the Ewoks or all the Wookiees, not Endor. Andor, you have, I don't even remember what I was saying. It was the stupidest joke in the world. but yeah, if you have Elisol Core, Andor, let's say a Vron maybe, Andor, let's say you have that 3 mana thing we just looked at not long ago that can regenerate itself and cares when you sacrifice stuff and drains when you sacrifice stuff. You have like any number of these things out. You're dealing a fair amount of incremental damage through sacrificing stuff during your turn. And then you get one big Hadouken at the end of your turn. Like, okay, Elisol Core does a damage to you and Vron does 2 damage to you. Sacrifice something else, Elisol Core does a damage to you. Sacrifice something else, Elisol Core does a damage to you. End of my turn, Sawblade Skin Ripper does 4 damage to you all at one time. And that actually seems like we're counting up pretty quickly. We cannot have too many 3 mana cards in our Aristocrats deck. I built Aristocrats every season for the last 8 seasons, ever since, Elisol Core came out. And before, really. I've been building Aristocrats. Sacrifice decks. And I have always felt pretty consistently that those decks need to come down on the curve rather than go up on the curve in order to be successful. So we can't play, 15, 16 3 mana things, but I do still think that this is actually potentially insane in an Aristocrats deck, because if you do have the big turn where you sacrifice 4 or 5 things and get all that incremental value, all that damage, then this will just come through and lava axe the opponent EOT and finish the game off for you. And I actually think it's a pretty good off the top rope finisher right there. I really do. And it's any target. So pretty great, actually. No Mayhem Devil, but pretty good. Saw. Did I actually rate this card? 5.26. Saw is up next. 2 mana for an artifact. It equips for 2. An equipped creature gets +2/+0. When an equipped creature attacks, you may sacrifice a permanent other than that creature or Saw. If you do, draw a card. Bad card. Bad. Not a very good card. I guess it'll get you some sort of card draw while also allowing you to sack permanents. In Limited, that's good in the black-red sacrifice deck. Nowhere near any other format, though. So 2.5. Not good. Scorching Dragonfire is a reprint, and this is the first time we're seeing it. I know that's a weird thing to say back to back, but this card just came out this morning in this set, but we have seen it in other sets before. 2 mana, 1 in a red for an instant that deals 3 damage to a creature or a walker. If that creature or walker would die, exile it instead. So, good card. We've seen this card see play many a time. And it may see play again unless a Braid is better or Lightning Strike is better, but Scorching Dragonfire getting you an exile and hitting Planeswalkers has always been very good. So I'm going to give this card a 5.22. Scrabbling Skullcrab. He plays Scrabble. He's a single blue mana for a 0/3 crab skeleton. With Eerie, whenever you Eerie, target player mills 2 cards. You get a chill up your spine right there. You want to break this guy apart, dip him in butter, and suck his innards out? Yeah, I'm sorry to vegetarians, but that's how you eat crab. This guy is not as good as he looks, though. I'm fairly certain he's not that good. But if you're in like an all enchantments deck, sure. Give it a shot. Get multiple copies out. Play 2 or 3 enchantments in a turn. Mill, 12, it's still, your opponent's still not dead. So I'm not sure this is anything to be too alarmed about, but put that on my tombstone. You know what I'm saying? I'll give it a 4.4. Screaming Nemesis is a card a lot of people talk about. 3 mana, 2 in a red for a 3/3 spirit with haste. Whenever it is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any other target. If a player is dealt damage this way, they can't gain life for the rest of the game, even if Screaming Nemesis dies. Yikes. So a lot of times this is just going to say your opponent can't gain life for the rest of the game. But, if we had a 3 mana 3/3 haste that just said your opponent can't gain life for the rest of the game, it wouldn't be good enough. But when you slap Boros Reckoner onto it, this is also a Boros Reckoner. Whenever it gets blocked, whenever it takes a burn spell, it redirects that damage somewhere else. I mean, it takes the damage, but it also throws that damage at something else. And that is an unbelievably good ability, especially in a format where we have cards that can deal a bunch of damage to it all at one time. You know what I mean? You can deal the damage to it and then throw it at their face or whatever. So if they print Blasphemous Act into this standard, just remember this guy exists. You know what I mean? They probably won't do that. But even against let's say you have to play this and then a couple turns later, for whatever reason, you have to resolve Brotherhood's End. And it sucks that it kills this guy, right? Brotherhood's End will kill this guy. But, however, you'll get to deal 3 damage to something else. If you play the Elder Dragon War, this is a good one. You play the Elder Dragon War the turn after you play this. That deals 2 damage to every creature. Yeah? So you deal 2 damage to this, and then it doesn't die in this case. And then you get to deal 2 damage to something else. You get to take out their 4 toughness creature or hit them for another 2 damage. Because Elder Dragon War does 2 damage to each creature and each opponent. So you will have dealt a total of 4 damage that turn with Screaming Nemesis. I don't know. It lines up pretty well. And Star of Extinction, yes, 20 damage, baby. Maybe we'll get that card. But yeah, ultimately, cards like this are typically great. This is just a super upgraded Boros Reckoner. And I think they've upgraded it to the point of real playability. I'm going to give this card a 6.8. This is a very good Magic card. Shard Mage's Rescue is a single mana, white mana, for a flash enchantment aura that enchants a creature you control. As long as Shard Mage's Rescue entered this turn, enchanted creature has hexproof. Enchanted creature also gets +1/+1. This is fine. Save your guy for 1 mana, trigger Eerie or any other enchantress effects, and also get +1/+1, which is like the worst thing about the card. Like, everything about the card is great except, it just gets +1/+1. But, if you're getting synergy off of playing an enchantment, then the card becomes really, really good. I actually like this a lot. It's like a white snakeskin veil. What would I give snakeskin veil? A 6? I'll give it a 6. I'm serious. You think I'm kidding? I will give this card a 6. It's phenomenal. Really fantastic card, man. Let's say I have a monastery, no, not a monastery Swift Spirit. Let's say I have a Heartfire hero, right? You go to kill my Heartfire hero. Well, now I can flash this in and look, I target it with a thing. It gets a +1/+1 counter. Well, it also gets +1/+1 from this. And you don't get to like hexproof it. Same thing with like, any of these things that care about like Valiant. Like what is it? Emberheart Challenger has Valiant. So if I target Emberheart Challenger with this because you tried to kill it, well then suddenly I get to play a card off the top of my library till end of turn, and I get the prowess trigger, and I get +1/+1. So what's my Emberheart hero? A 4/4? And I get a free card, and your removal spell fizzles? This is fantastic. This really is a ridiculous Magic card. I'll give it a 6. Sheltered by Ghost is brand new. Haven't talked about it yet on the channel. This is 2 mana, 1 and a white for an aura that enchants a creature you control. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. Sheltered by Ghost, that is. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 or +1/+0, has lifelink and ward 2. So we have an ossification, right? Targets a non-land permanent, not just a creature. So a non-land permanent. And the dude you control gets a boost and a keyword ability and is harder to target. This card's great. Am I crazy? This card's good. It can be hit by temporary lockdown. That means you can't play temporary lockdown and your opponents blow you out with temporary lockdown. Right? So you definitely have some things to worry about with a card like this. There's a reason no one plays ossification anymore. A lot of that is temporary lockdown and just more main deck artifact and enchantment hate. But this right here, again, this triggers Valiant, triggers prowess and all that, while also being able to deal with your opponent's stuff. And I really think that we've seen the basis for like a Boros slick shot deck in these last couple of cards. Because again, this takes a permanent off the table. Permanent off the table, not a creature, permanent off the table. And also is going to give your slick shot +3/+0 in lifelink that turn, and they can't kill it unless they pay like 4 mana for the removal spell? This card's nuts. It's pretty good. Sorcery speed auras are a trap? I don't think so. I don't think that's necessary. Audacity is sorcery speed. Demonic Ruckus is sorcery speed. I don't know about that. Especially when they're cheap. I think when they're cheap, they're pretty good. This does require that you have a creature out to target it with, which I don't love, but I'm still going to give it a 4.99. I'll give it a 5.01. I'll give it a 5.01, baby. Here it is. Yeah, they'll cut down. Cut down is a card that exists. You know what I mean? Cut down is a card that exists. Does that mean Deep Cavern Bat's a bad Magic card? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Shepherding Spirits is up next. I think we actually hit a glut of these land cycling cards here. This is 6 mana for a 4/5 spirit with flying, plane cycling 2. It's fine. It gets a 4. Shrewd Storyteller is 3 mana, 1 a green and a white for a 3/3 human survivor with survival. If it survives, you put a +1/+1 counter on a guy. That's okay. That's not that bad. You know what I'm saying? It's not terrible. It's not standard playable or anything, but it's fine. I'll give this a 4. Silent Hall Creeper. Silent Hall Creeper, guys. This is 2 mana. 1 in a blue for a 1/1 enchantment creature that cannot be blocked. When it deals combat damage to a player, choose one that has not been chosen. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on Hall Creeper, or draw a card, or Hall Creeper becomes a copy of another target creature that you control. Now, there's a couple of ways you can go about this, because when it copies a creature you control, it no longer has the unblock ability, right? So you probably go in unblocked and draw your card if you're sniffing removal, right? Like if you think, oh, any second now they're going to draw removal, I want to go ahead and make this thing replace itself. You might want to draw the card. But if you're trying to get as much damage in as possible, go ahead and put the 2 +1/+1 counters on it first, then draw the card on the next turn. And this has done a total of, 7 damage before it ever has to copy one of your guys. But if you don't have another creature in play for it to target, you just keep swinging with your 3/3 unblockable. That works too. If you have another Hall Creeper in play, they can continue copying each other, which means that they will not be able to be blocked. Really good. And there's a bunch of stuff that cares about combat damage in this set. There's a bunch of stuff that cares about a creature getting through, one way or the other. I just think this card's fantastic. I think this is one of the best pseudo-aggressive, blue 2-drops that we've seen for standard in a really long time. And we keep looking at copying the creature as a downside, but obviously copying the creature can be a massive upside. Do you want a 4/6 Preacher of the Schism? Yeah. Cool. Also works somewhat well with Mockingbird, right? Because Mockingbird can copy this and they can just like see each other and keep going unblocked, and it's just gross. And Mockingbird can become a copy of something else later on because it has this text, but it will still have the flying, right? Well, actually, it won't. It won't, now that I think about it. But still, Mockingbird does work well with this card. Cruise, certain vehicles, if it's got nothing better to do, if you can't get through or you don't want to get through for just 1 or 2 damage, you can get through with your subterranean schooner now because this can crew it. It's just, I don't know, man. Card does so many cool things. It really does. I think it is the best blue creature in the set by a pretty wide margin. And I'm going to give this thing a 6.88. The card is very good. The card is phenomenal. Yeah, somebody's going to crack it wide open. Yeah, absolutely. This card will be good. I can nearly promise you that. I really want to give this like a 7.3. I really do. If this copies a Mockingbird that's already copying something, does it get flying? I think it does. I think it would. Mockingbird has flying. It absolutely should. Yeah, it's good with Mockingbird. It's a good card, man. Skull Snap Nuisance is 2 mana, Dimir colors, for a 1/4 flyer with Eerie. So whenever you Eerie, Surveil 1. It's fine. 2 mana, 1/4 flyer blocks everything. I just want to throw that out there. It's decent stats for 2 mana. In terms of like just sitting there and not letting anything through, but it's still just okay. It's a cute little guy. It's actually horrifying. I've never seen the card this large. And oh my God. That's awful. I'm going to give this a 3.6. Yeah, it's like a 4.2. It's like a 4.2, guys. It really is. But Slavering Branch Snapper, it's actually Slavering Branch Snapper is up next. 6 mana for a 7/6 lizard with trample and forest cycling. These get a 4. Next is Smoky Lounge and Misty Salon. Misty Salon. Lounge is 2 mana, 2 and a red for an enchantment. At the beginning of your first main phase, add 2 red. Spend that mana only to cast rooms and unlock doors. Misty Salon costs 4 mana, 3 and a blue. When you unlock this door, create an XX blue spirit creature token with flying, X being the number of unlocked doors among rooms you control. This could be another like win condition sort of in your rooms deck. I just really like the mana. In rooms, the extra mana is phenomenal because all these rooms cost way too much. These rooms tend to cost 1 more mana than they should. But this makes them cost 1 less mana than they should. So it's like actually good, I like it, but extremely narrow. Only good in the 1 deck. I'll give it a 4.3. Next is Spectral Snatcher of 6 mana for 6/5 spirit. Ward, discard a card. Swamp Cycling 2. I do like Swamp Cycling. You can grab an Urborg with it or something like that. It's not bad, but still 4. Spine Seeker Centipede is 3 mana for a 2/1 insect. When it enters, search your library for a basic. Put it into your hand, shuffle up. Delirium. It becomes a, 3/4? Yeah, it becomes a, 3/3. It becomes a 3/3 and has vigilance as long as you have Delirium. It usually doesn't find spines, but it will always find a land. And that's kind of nice. But I'd much rather the land come into play. Still 3 mana, go get a land. We've seen worse cards, so I'll give it a 4. Split Skin Doll is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/1 artifact creature. When it enters, draw a card and then discard a card unless you control another creature power 2 or less, which should not be that hard. So you get, a Spirited Companion that instead of being an enchantment, it's an artifact, still a relevant type, and it has an extra point of power. But if you don't have another guy, it can be reanimation fodder, delirium fodder, flashback fodder, madness fodder, if that's what you're doing. Just a cool little card, man. I think it does a lot of things, but is not super powerful in and of itself. 5.1. Split Up. Ooh, this is 3 mana. What you should never split up, by the way. It's 3 mana, 1 and 2 white for a sorcery. Either destroy all tapped creatures or destroy all untapped creatures. That's a neat way to make a conditional sweeper. 6.5. This card is bonkers. It really is. There are times when it's not going to kill all of your opponent's guys. It probably won't kill all of your opponent's guys, right? But the fact that you can effectively make this a one-sided sweeper is so busted that at least a 6.5, guys. Sporogenic Infection is 2 mana, 1 and a black for an R that enchants a creature. When it enters, target player sacks a creature other than enchanted creature. And when enchanted creature is dealt damage, destroy it. So kind of kills 2 guys on 1 card. In some way, everything has death touch against the enchanted creature. And you put the enchantment on the Preacher of the Schism. And they have to sack their Sheldred. This is pretty good. I think this is better than, say, Tithing Blade in the Black-White Pixie, the Nurturing Pixie deck. So I think this could actually see play. I'll give it a 4.8. Stalked Researcher is 2 mana. 2 mana for a 3/3 defender. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, whenever you Eerie, it loses the defender. This is better than the average 2 mana 3/3 defender guy in blue. There's like one in every single set. This is a little bit better. That doesn't make it good for Stay Hidden, Stay Silent. And that guy is not. That guy is caught. This is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an aura that enchants a creature. When it enters, tap that creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. You can pay 6 mana to shuffle the enchanted creature into its owner's library and then manifest Dread at sorcery speed. So, actually, decent removal. Tap down for 2 mana, doesn't wait for the creature to tap. A lot of these for 2 mana just say like the creature doesn't untap, but does not tap the creature down itself. This does, and also let you manifest Dread later and deal with the creature. So that's pretty good, but still like 4. Seriously, just a 4. Next is Surgical Suite and Hospital Room. Now, Surgical Suite is 2 mana. When you unlock it, return a creature with mana value 3 or less from your yard to the battlefield. Hospital Room is 4 mana. Whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on an attacking creature. Solid card for mid-range decks all day long. I actually think this is much better than it looks. It is so much better than a worse Helping Hand. It is so much better than a worse Innkeeper's Talent. When you put both of those cards together, you actually get a pretty good card. I don't care if Luminarch Aspirant costs double the amount of mana it should cast. It turns out that even later on in the game, once you've established control of the board state, that's a really good ability. And in the meantime, you can bring back whatever you want. 3 mana less, right? And it's Sanguine Evangelist and under. On the 2 mana side. So again, when you make a sandwich out of 2 cards I would not normally play, I will now eat that sandwich happily. So I actually really like this. I'll give it a 5.6. I'm serious. I think this card sees play. Next is Terramorphic Expanse. What do you give Terramorphic Expanse? Terramorphic Expanse always gets a 5.5. The Jolly Balloon Man is up next. And I'm serious. Most lands are, really, really good. Basic land gets a 5. Terramorphic Expanse, 5.5. Jolly Balloon Man, 1 a red and a white for a 1/4 legendary human clown with haste. You pay 1 and tap it to create a token that's a copy of another creature you control, except it's a 1/1 red balloon creature in addition to its other colors and types, and has flying and haste. Sack it at the beginning of the next end step, activate at sorcery speed only. So sorcery speed kind of sucks a little bit, but whatever. It's still trying to be Reflection of Kiki Jiki, and if you play it on turn 4 and you have an open mana, you go ahead and use its ability. Seem all right, cuz. I don't know. It's pretty good to me. It only makes 1/1s, so it doesn't copy them the way you want it to, right? But if you're just looking for good ETBs, this will give you some, dude. I think this card is really, really good, but I think people are going to have to do something weird with it in order for it to see play. But that said, I could be wrong. It could just be a fine, like red-white mid-range card. It's okay. It's just okay in mid-range. I'm going to give this a 5.8. Also, because it's a fine commander. Imagine the commander decks you can build with this guy. But yeah, 5.8, mostly because of the proposed standard playability. I think he's much better than the other sort of takes on Reflection that we've seen these last few years. The Mind Skinner is up next. Oh boy, 3 blue mana for a 10/1 legendary enchantment creature that cannot be blocked. If a source you control would deal damage to an opponent, prevent that damage, and each opponent mills that many cards. So, fun commander. Let's say that. Fun commander that I want to build around. Even though it's mono blue, I still want to build around it. Bunch of unblockable guys. Let's go. But you are kind of increasing your opponent's life total. You're multiplying your opponent's life total by nearly 3. Technically it is 3, right? Because 20 and 60 cards in their deck. But as soon as they draw their opening hand, it's less than 60 cards. So I should point that out. But still, you're kind of tripling your opponent's life total. Which is not something you really want to do. But this guy goes unblocked. So 10 cards the turn he first goes unblocked. 10 cards the next turn. 10 cards the turn after that. And if they can't kill him, he will slowly murder them and drive them insane, which is pretty good. And it's not just him, right? It's other creatures you control getting through for combat damage. It's things you control dealing damage to your opponent at all, period. So again, really fun build around in Commander that I'm just not that afraid of in Standard. I'm just kind of not. But I guess the other thing I need to say about this is that it's got 10 power. So it trades. If you attack with something and this guy's untapped, he can trade with it. 99 times out of 100. This dude will kill whatever he blocks. But obviously, the decks that play him are going to want to just go unblocked with him over and over. They want to play Jace. They want to play Teresian Mindbender or whatever that card is called. The one with Unearth that makes you mill a bunch of cards when it hits. You know, and I could definitely see that deck being kind of fine. But this is kind of a really tough call. It is. Is this card good enough? I'm not super sure. Right? Yeah, limited. God, in limited. Jeez, that's disgusting. I haven't even really thought about that, but in limited, this hits, what, twice you win the game? 3 times guaranteed. So, yeah, it's good there. But I think in Standard, it's exciting to build around, but probably not going to quite make it, right? But the fact that it's such a unique Commander build around with an ability we've never really seen before, it makes you want to build your whole deck around it. I am going to give this like a 6, and pardon me, because I like unique Commanders. But I also think there might be something there. I think there might be something there that wasn't there before. Roller Crusher Ride up next. 3 mana, 2 a red, and X for a legendary enchantment. If you have Delirium, then if a source you control would deal non-combat damage to a permanent or player, then it deals double that damage instead. See, this goes with the Mind Skinner, so you get double mills. When the Roller Crusher Ride enters, it deals X damage to each of up to X target creatures. So if you spend 1 on X, it deals 1 to 1 guy. You spend 2 on X and a total of 5 mana in that case. 2 damage to 2 targets. 6 mana in total for the card. 3 damage to 3 targets. 7 mana in total for the card. 4 damage to 4 targets. In which case you've made the card good. I think if you spend 6 mana on it, it's pretty good. I think if you spend 4 mana on it and take out 2 things, 2 damage to 2 targets, it's pretty good. I think that's actually pretty good. But the best thing about this is just like it's, meat hooky cousins, you can just play this for 3. It's kind of still fine. I think if you play it on curve for 3 mana, you probably skipped your turn. It probably does literally nothing in that case. Because you don't have Delirium yet, right? So that doesn't seem good. But obviously later on in the game, you play this for a total of 6. You kind of cast Brotherhood's End on them a little bit, 3 damage to 3 targets. And then you get this ability. And if you have Delirium, you're dealing a lot of damage with it. If you have Delirium and this costs 6, then you're actually dealing 6 damage to 3 targets and definitely killing them. This is another one where you have to remember that scalability good. Scalability is always underrated, and you don't want to be the fool caught underrating the scalability of a card like this. I think this is actually really good. I do. Good enough to give, and this is going to bunch a few people's panties, but I'm going to give this card a 6.9. Can't stop me. I'm all the way over here. I really think the Delirium on this is sick. I think the Delirium ability on this is unbelievably good. And I think it's a better sweeper than people are giving it credit for because, again, this kind of modality, scalability to the late game, is always undervalued. You're undervaluing it right now, but this will be a played card at some point during its standard life cycle. I may be wrong. I think it's important for people to admit they may be wrong because nobody knows everything and I can't see the future. But I think this is one of those that people are going to hit themselves for underrating and not crafting. And I'm not saying craft 4 of it day 1, but I do think this card is kind of phenomenal. I don't think it's a 6.9. I love you though, Dev. Yeah, 6.9 is really high. It's one of the highest scores I've given all night. But I think that this card is something very special. And if it doesn't make it in Command, or if it doesn't make it in Standard, I think it's got a real life of it in Commander, dude, where you can target specific things that specific players, own. I think that's even better in some ways than just a straight up sweeper because it's one-sided. This is one-sided. And again, I think it's got big things ahead of it and you need to prepare for it. I think this is a very good Magic card. I really do. But the Swarm Weaver, I think this is a good Magic card too. This is 4 mana, 2 a green and a black for a 2/3 legendary artifact creature. When it enters, you get 2 1/1 black and green insect creature tokens with flying. And if you have Delirium, then insects and spiders you control get +1/+1 and have Death Touch. So even if you do not have Delirium yet, when you cast this, you get 4 total power, 2 of which flies, on 3 bodies. Good enough. Good enough. When you do have Delirium, though, you know, what is this? 2 for 6 total power. 4 of that power has flying and death touch. Unbelievable. Stupid good. You know, and it's not hard to imagine a Golgari deck. If any deck can get Delirium by turn 4, it's Golgari. So you might be able to turn this all the way on by turn 4, but even if you don't, okay. I'll take, these many bodies. I'll take this much evasion, and then you can just turn on the Delirium later in the game. In the meantime, maybe you find a couple of insects and spiders and stuff that aren't embarrassing to play, and you play those lower on the curve than this. I don't know. It could happen, but Swarm Weaver could just be a one of in Golgari midrange as it's built right now. You're 2 of Sheldred and you're like 1 of Swarm Weaver, or you're 1 of Hostile Investigator to go with it, I don't think you have to go overboard playing this card, but I do think it's a pretty good, standard playable card. So I'm going to give this a 6.1. Yeah, Queen Bee, is that you? It's not quite Hornet Queen, but I do love the take on Hornet Queen, and I'm going to give it a 6.1. Actually, I'll give it a 6.25. Yeah, I'll man up and give it a higher score. The Tale of Tameo is up next. This is a trap. 2 and a blue, so 3 mana for a saga. On chapters 1 through 3, you mill 2 cards. If 2 cards that share a card type are milled this way, draw a card, repeat the process. On chapter 4, exile any number of target instant, sorcery, and or Tameo Planeswalker cards from your yard. Copy them. You can cast the copies. So you have to pay mana to cast those copies. Just want to throw that out there, but that doesn't make the card outright bad. It doesn't. To me, what makes the card outright bad is that on turn 3, you're not doing a whole lot. On turn 3, you're probably just milling 2 cards. Even if you built your deck correctly, you're probably just milling 2 cards. Land and a creature. Land and an instant. If you hit land, good. If you hit enchantment, good. You know what I mean? These are fine. You mostly want to play Tale of Tameo and then nothing but instants and sorceries and lands, right? Because that will maximize the value of both the first 3 chapters and the final chapter. So I could see this casting a Sunfall out of your graveyard when you don't otherwise have the ability to do that. That'd be fine. That'd be mighty fine. But for the most part, I think this card is skipping your turn 3 to not do a whole lot. If it does draw you a card on turn 3, congratulations, that is half of a divination. It's not good. So unless you are doing the thing where you're comboing this with Laboratory Maniac, and even that I don't think is good, because everyone thinks that you just combo this with Lab Maniac and suddenly you hit your entire deck. You just turn over your whole deck. No, you don't. Sometimes you'll mill a Tale of Tameo in a land and you'll stop. And that sucks. You don't just win the game on turn 4. Stop. That's not how the card works. Sometimes you will mill 2 things. You'll mill a Lab Maniac in a land, a Lab Maniac in a Tale of Tameo, a Lab Maniac in a Tale of Tameo in a land. It's not the deck you think it is. I promise that like Thassa's Oracle Tale of Tameo deck is not good. So this card just kind of bad. It just seems bad to me. And if you are playing 4 Tale of Tameo and 50 lands or something, then okay, congratulations, you drew 4 the turn this came into play. They're all lands. So, you know what I mean? It seems really bad to me, on a bunch of different levels. So I'm going to give this the booby prize of the set, and it will prove me wrong. It will be the strongest card in a very important deck in modern, guaranteed. But just based on what this is going to do in the average Magic deck, 1.6. It's just not good, man. It just is not good. We'll move on to the Wandering Rescuer. 5 mana, that's 3 and 2 white for a 3/4 legendary human samurai noble with flash and convoke. Double strike, other tapped creatures you control have hexproof. That's pretty good. It's not bad. The more I look at this, the worse I think it is, but it's never going to get below a certain baseline in my eyes. It really isn't. I don't want to pay 5 mana for a 3/4 double strike, but the good news is I don't have to. The good news is I can just tap guys down to play it. But wouldn't you just rather play Night Errant of Eos? Does this go in a Survivor deck? I think it does go in a Survivor deck because all your dudes will have hexproof. You can tap them down and help cast this. And now they're definitely going to get through to the second main phase, unfazed, because they have hexproof. Seems good in those decks. So you play it in survival decks. But ultimately, I'm just not convinced that I would rather have this than a Snakeskin Veil. If I want to protect my guy, I'll do a 1 mana spell. Rather than a 5 mana thing that requires me to have a bunch of creatures out and stuff. I could see this being really swingy, but not in like that many board situations, you know what I mean? So again, I could be wrong about this, but I'm not going to score it particularly high. 5.16. I'm so serious. I don't think this card is that great, but you know, it's workable. You could play it. Threats around every corner is 4 mana for an enchantment. When it enters, manifest dread. Whenever a face-down permanent you control enters, search your library for a basic land, put it on the battlefield tapped, shuffle up. So this is 4 mana for a 2/2 and a land on the field. Not good enough, but the second time it gets you a land, it's become a good card. The third time it gets you a land, it's incredible, dog. But the problem is, you probably have to play a lot of not great cards in your deck. You know what I mean? This does work pretty well in multiples, right? Like if you can actually afford to do this, threats around every corner on turn 3 if you ramp into it, and then threats around every corner on turn 4 as well. And both of them see the face down creature coming into play. So again, you get multiples on early or mid turns than like maybe, but I still don't think it's that good. I'll give the card a 4.79. Toby, Beastie Befriender, is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 1/1 legendary human wizard. And when it enters, you create a 4/4 white beast creature token with this creature can't attack or block alone. As long as you control 4 or more creature tokens you control have flying. A 1/of. At the very least, it may even be more than that. In the Caretaker's Talent deck. You can't play all the 3-drops in the world in that deck, and Caretaker's Talent's already a 3-drop, but boy, a 4/4 is a pretty meaty token to count to copy with the Caretaker's Talent. Caretaker's Talent doesn't have the ability to copy that many big tokens right now. Like, the best thing it can copy in most versions of the deck is an Urabrass Forge token from time to time. Or it can copy a 2/2 like Virtue of Loyalty token. The token's not legendary. Perfect for copying. That's amazing. You're in so many tokens that doesn't have to worry about attacking or blocking alone. And you have so many tokens in that deck, then eventually they'll all gain flying. That seems like you win the game, especially when you have enough creature tokens. They gain flying. You do the 3rd level of Caretaker's Talent and give all your creature tokens +2/+2, fly over for the win. So again, considering this is legendary, considering the deck already plays a number of 3-drops, I mostly consider this as a potential 1/of for those, Caretaker Talent decks. But those Caretaker Talent decks are so good in Standard that, anytime you see an addition to them, you got to point it out. You got to give it some love. You got to give it some points. And it's just kind of a good card by itself, too. It's kind of a Love-Struck Beast variant by itself, and that's a fantastic card. And any tokens deck in Commander is going to like the card because, you want your tokens to have flying, you know what I mean? So it's altogether a good little package. I'm going to give it a 6.4, a Nintendo 64. Let's look at Trapped in the Screen, though. This is 3 mana, 2 and a red. Why did I say red? 2 and a white for an enchantment with Ward 2. When it enters, exile an artifact, creature, or enchantment an opponent controls until Trapped in the Screen leaves the battlefield. Good Oblivion Ring effect that just can't pick up Planeswalkers. But apart from that, it is just better Oblivion Ring. You cannot call it strictly better because it doesn't hit Planeswalkers. But in most cases, yes, better Oblivion Ring because it's really hard to get rid of for a decent amount of mana, right? So, yeah, it's all right. 4.8. Trial of Agony. Here we go. Trial of Agony is a single red mana. For a sorcery, choose target creatures controlled by the same opponent. That player chooses one of those creatures. The opponent whose creatures you have targeted chooses one of those creatures to deal 5 damage to. The other can't block this turn. Your opponent gets to choose the creature. It's not good. It's not good. Your opponent gets to choose the guy that takes 5. The one good thing I can say about this, besides its mana cost, is that there are times where the mono red slick shot decks, for instance, just need a turn worth of effective tempo. So if your opponent has 2 creatures out, you get to kill one of them almost no matter what, and the other one can't block this turn. And this only costs 1, so that still leaves you plenty of mana for your monsters, rages, and cards like that. Whatever nonsense pump spells you've thrown into the deck. And sometimes all that deck needs is Kill that guy, get that guy out of the way. I don't even care what order it happens in. I don't even care which guy you kill. I don't care which guy gets out of the way. Just get a guy out of the way, kill a guy, I win the game. I do think that's going to happen some of the time. But your opponent has to have 2 creatures. So this is going to rot in your hand a lot of the time. In your slick shot deck, the worst thing a card can do is rot in your hand in that deck. You need, a use for every card in your hand in that deck, or you're going to lose the game. A lot of the time. So I just don't know, guys. Cards like this have typically not been good when we've seen them in the past. The requirement for your opponent to control 2 creatures is bad. The requirement for your opponent to, be able to choose the creature that actually dies, that's bad. So I can see this being, a one-shot, mom spaghetti kind of card where, like, when you cast it, you're winning that turn because you effectively got 2 dudes off the table for a turn. But there are going to be a lot of situations where this is not good. I'm telling you. So I'm going to give this card a 4.4, which is way higher than I want to give it. I want to give this card a 1. I really do. I do not like this. But everyone else on YouTube thinks it's one of the best red cards in the set. I disagree. But that doesn't mean it won't see play. I just don't think it's like as busted as everyone thinks. I've seen multiple other YouTubers, and I'm not going to call any names, but I have seen other YouTubers straight up miss the fact that the opponent gets to choose the creature that dies. And yeah, if you got to choose the creatures here, it would be phenomenal. Why would they print that kind of Magic card? But again, giving your opponent the choice, I think I don't like it. But we'll see. But I'm not a huge fan. I'm really not. But Tunnel Surveyor is 3 mana for a 2/2 human detective. When it enters, you get a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token. It's fine. It's mostly meant for limited. We have better cards in this in standard that already don't see play. I will give this a 3.4. Turn Inside Out is a single red mana for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+0 till end of turn. When it dies this turn, Manifest Dread. Just better than Felonious Assault or whatever it's called. The creature gets +2/+0 and you make it 2/2 when it dies. You see that in Slickshot decks. This is just better. Gives them more power. That's automatically better. But you also Manifest Dread, so you might get blast through a land pocket or something that way. Card's just very good. Will see play in standard, but it's just a pump spell at the end of the day, so 4.98. Twist Reality is 3 mana for the cancel with set mechanic, right? Choose 1, counter a spell, or Manifest Dread. Not terrible. It's really not. 4.3. Twitching Doll is 2 mana for a 2/2. Can we get out of the tease? For God's sake. 2 mana for a 2/2 artifact creature. You can tap it to add a mana of any color and put a nest counter on it. Tap it and sacrifice it to create a 2/2 green spider creature token with reach for each counter on Twitching Doll. Activate only as a sorcery. Not each nest counter, by the way, but each counter. So if it has +1/+1 counters or whatever, you get spiders for those 2. Not bad. For a mana dork, that's not bad at all. You know what I mean? Taps for any color mana, actually has their actual power toughness that can attack and block, trade with things sometimes, and then make a bunch of guys. I'll take like 2-3 guys. I'll even take 1 guy. My mana dork dies and I get a guy. Killer. It's great. This also works with the Swarm Weaver because it makes spiders, but not the best mana dork in standard, day 1 or anything, but a pretty good one, really. So I'll give it a 5.5. Tyvar the Pummeler. This has to be the last T, right? 3 mana, 1 and 2 green for a 3/3 legendary elf warrior. Tap another untapped creature you control to make this guy indestructible and tap him. So a form of regeneration. You can pay 5 mana to have creatures you control get +X/+X till end of turn, X being the greatest power among creatures you control. So it's always going to give everyone, +3/+3, right? Because he's a 3. So even in your elves deck, where you just got a bunch of little guys, all your elves get +3/+3. You win the game. Yeah, that's not bad. And the fact that he goes indestructible is amazing too. I think indestructible is pretty good ability right about now. So kind of a fan, I think that as far as like green 3s that are better, there's, stuff with more power and toughness. Again, Pelucranos, Pugnacious Hammer Skull, stuff like that. And there's just better cards. Like I think Glissa is a better card at a similar mana cost with a similar stat line. But obviously, in decks that are creature heavy, this is very good because it's never going to die, And even if all your other dudes do die, then Tyvar can still give himself +3/+3 or whatever it is and get 3 for 6 damage. So pretty sustainable card is all I'm saying. I'm going to give this a 5.9. I think it's very good. Unable to scream a single blue mana for an aura that enchants a creature. Enchanted creature loses all of its abilities and is a toy artifact creature with base PT 0/2 in addition to its other types. As long as the enchanted creature's face down, can't be turned face up. Kind of cute. Little gravy on it that didn't even have to be on there because this is a blue Swords to Plowshares. You understand this is better than Witness Protection, which was already a blue Swords to Plowshares. Witness Protection left standard, and I was very sad. I was an incredibly sad panda when that card left standard because I really like mono blue mid-range and decks like it that are just stupid. Why would you ever build that deck? Because you can. Why not build a deck? Because you can. That's why I like building decks. And Witness Protection was a super underrated, incredibly good piece of removal for that deck that we only have echoes of right now. You know, we have a 1 blue mana thing that Weakstone Subjugation is sort of a tapper for a single blue mana. Eaten by Piranhas is Witness Protection with Flash, but it costs twice as much as Witness Protection. Dumb. Why would I pay double for the card? This is a single mana and doesn't give the creature any power, wipes all of its abilities. This is potentially, I don't even know if it's potential. I think that it's just objectively true. The best piece of blue removal ever printed in the history of Magic. 6. Shut up. Not anybody who's in chat right now. Just people who think it's not a 6. It's probably not. It's probably like a 5.5. You know? But seriously, 6. I really, this is the best piece of removal that I've ever seen. That I can recall having seen. We'll move on to Undead Sprinter. 2 mana, black and a red for a 2/2 Zombo with trample and haste. You can cast it from your graveyard if a non-zombie creature died this turn. If you do, Sprinter enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. It can block. Pretty insane this guy can block. Usually creatures like this often can't. But yeah, a potential 2 mana 3/3 trample haste. What's wrong? What's bad about this card? On turn 2, it's 2/2 trample haste. It's fine. I'll take a 2 mana 2/2 haste. Those tend to be at least okay, right? But in this case, when it stops being okay, because it'll just die in combat, it's fine. You can bring it back. It's great. It's a really, really good card, man. It's really hard. That's really hard because I don't know what he goes in. But obviously there's like an Aristocrats deck in standard sacrifice deck kind of brewing up. He could go in there. There's lots of ways dudes might die. I mean, just in combat, dudes can die. You know what I'm saying? It's like really easily. So I think this guy's fine. More than fine. Not necessarily like blood gassed or anything. He's not like at the level of some of the better creatures like this that we've seen in the past. But creatures like this tend to be great and often have like a weird downside or they can't block or something like that. And this guy has none of those problems. So he's just like an above curve haste guy, which is insane when you think about it. So I'm going to give him, even though he's a little awkward, right? Kind of, because like, you know, he has haste, but usually if a guy died, it's going to be in combat. So he can come back with haste after combat. So I guess it's a little awkward, but even then he can block. He's a 3-power guy that can block if a guy died in combat. That's fine. So I don't know. Lots of cool things about this guy. 6.1. Totally serious. 6.1, man. But let's look at Under the Skin here. 3 mana, 2 and a green for a sorcery. Manifest Dread. You may return a permanent card from your yard to your hand. It's not Eternal Witness, guys. It's really, I had so many people like, you're underselling Under the Skin, man. That's an Eternal Witness. And it's like, well, yeah. Point taken that maybe I'm underselling it. Point taken. But is it Eternal Witness? No. We just had Gloom Shrieker. You guys remember Gloom Shrieker? Just exited standard. It was in Kamigawa. Little Golgari 2/1. When it comes into play, return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. No play. None. 0 play. Honest Rutstein. Comes into play. Turn a thing from your graveyard to your hand. Sparing play is part of an infinite combo in like the Slogurk deck. Like the 5th way you can win the game in that deck, and nobody ever wins the game that way. They just pound in with a Slogurk and a bunch of channel lands that cost 1. You know, like the least noteworthy win condition in the whole deck was Honest Rutstein. Sees no play nowadays. Even the Golgari is one of the best deck in standard. So Wes, what I guess I'm saying is that Eternal Witness is not, well, Eternal Witness herself would be pretty good. This Restricts the card type to permanent, which Witness doesn't do. All right. But I'll give it this. It does put a thing in the yard, right? Because you're manifesting Dread. Puts a thing in the yard to get back. So it's kind of a 3-mana 2/2 draw card. So Eternal Witness, 2/2 draws a card. Like, these are all good things. But ultimately, I don't love this card, but could see it seeing play. I actually really could see it seeing play. And for that, I'm going to give it a 4.81. Next is Unholy Annex and Ritual Chamber. Now, Annex is 3 mana. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. If you control a demon, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Otherwise, you lose 2 life. Ritual Chamber, though, is 5 mana, 3 and 2 black. Whenever you unlock this door, you get a 6/6 black demon creature with flying. So, this card's good, man. There are a few people in my comments section saying, like, well, it's bad against mono red. So is Phyrexian Arena. It's still a really good Magic card. You know, if they just printed Phyrexian Arena into a set, which they did not long ago, I'd have to give that like a 7.5. It's Phyrexian Arena. Okay. That's another thing, man. Like, earlier I had to point out, like, okay, dies to cut down. So does Deep Cavern Bat. So does Caustic Bronco. Are these bad Magic cards? No. Just because a card dies to a removal spell doesn't mean it's bad. The same thing is true of a card effectively being useless against one deck in Standard. You know what I mean? Like, oh, but it dies to this deck. Checkmate, lib, or whatever. You know what I mean? And it's like, I think you're really underestimating how many different decks are in Standard. Like, even in best of one, right? This is probably not as good some of the time as a Phyrexian Arena. You board it out against aggro. Like a person. That's exactly what you do. Board it out against aggro. Come on. But if you do control a demon, it starts gaining life. You start gaining life when you draw a card. So it's not even technically terrible against mono red. You know, there's at least one 2-mana changeling in Standard right now that I believe came from Bloomburrow. So, like, if you want to, you can run out the changeling on turn 2 and then run this out on turn 3, and then you'll, gain 2 life. They'll lose 2. You'll draw a card. You'll feel good. I don't know if it's worth playing the changeling guy in your deck, but, do you? But still, a Phyrexian Arena that is sometimes better than a Phyrexian Arena. You don't even have to control a demon, by the way. You don't. If you just play this on 2, or this on 3, rather, and then Sheldred on turn 4, it just negates the life you lose. Cool. That's a fine line to take as well. And I haven't even talked about the fact there's a 6/6 flyer stapled to it that enables you to start, gaining life and then losing life. It's just, this is so good. Why would you think this card's bad? It's like, I guess if you're in the arena loop where, like, you literally only ever play against mono red, you're like, this card's terrible. But if you play any other format in Magic, or even if you play arena and you just don't play against mono red all the time. I played against green black 3 times in a row earlier today. It's not all mono red out there. Then suddenly this card is phenomenal. So 7. I got there. I actually rated the card. It's a 7. Sticking to my guns. Totally serious. Next card is Unidentified Hovership, one of the best cards in the set. 3 mana, 1 and 2 white for a 2/2 vehicle with flying. When it enters, exile up to 1 target creature with toughness 5 or less. When Hovership leaves the battlefield, the exiled card's owner manifests dread in this cruise for 1. So you never get your guy back. He doesn't get abducted and then, like, probed and then drop back off later. Like, oh, what happened? I lost some time. That doesn't happen. He just never comes back. So that's interesting flavor. But this exiles Sheldreds, exiles Bizas, and everything up under them. Exiles Aclazats forever. So freaking good, dude. Only 3 mana. Works with all your survival guys. Works on curve with that guy that, like, lets you drop any permanent from your hand. If he survives, that guy, works on curve with that. While still taking things off the table. It has flying. It's relatively cheap to cast. I think it's better than Skyclave Apparition, which is really saying something. Doesn't die to sweepers. Doesn't die to lay down arms. Doesn't die to go for the throat. Oh my God. This is one of the best cards for Standard play specifically in the whole set. The entire set. Like, they never get their guy back, dude. And you exile it. And it's flying. Skyclave Apparition did not have flying. Yikes. It's unbelievable, dude. I'm going to give this straight 7. Straight 7. Seriously. One of the better cards for standard in the whole set. Not close. Also weird that one of the rooms in the house is being abducted. You know what I mean? Like there's a fear of being abducted. There's the unidentified hover ship. So that means that you'll walk into one of these rooms, you'll open the door to a room, and it's just going to be like aliens. That's okay. We'll move on to Unnerving Grasp. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a sorcery. Return up to 1 non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Manifest Dread. This is, in fact, a Mana War. But Mana War, I think, only hits creatures. Whereas this hits non-land permanents and puts a card in your yard. That's pretty good, dude. I'm going to give it a 4.71. It deserves it. And can you do the trick? Can you do the trick? When it enters, I'm looking at unidentified hover ship again. When it enters, exile up to 1 target creature power toughness or with toughness 5 or less. When it leaves the battlefield, yep, that's what you're looking for. When it leaves the battlefield, the exile card's owner manifests dread. So you should be able to do the Fiend Hunter trick with this and like make it enter the battlefield, target a guy, it's exiled, and then somehow make hover ship leave the battlefield. And this ability won't make it leave the battlefield with this ability on the stack, and then this ability won't go off. is always how Fiend Hunter worked. And I guess the way this is worded, you could do it with this card too. You can't do it with all of them, but it looks like you can do it with this one. So that makes it a little bit better. That's a weird trick. You'll try it at the pre-release and the person you're up against will be like, that doesn't work. And you'll have to go on the internet and stuff. It does work. It does. Unsettling Twins is up next. 4 mana for a 2/2. When it enters, manifest dread. It's fine. 2.3. Unstoppable Slasher is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/3 Zombo Assassin with Death Touch. When it deals combat damage to a player, they lose half their life. Round it up. When it dies, if it had no counters on it, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control with 2 stun counters on it. And then if your opponent can kill it while it's stunned, it doesn't come back. Do you see the flavor? Do you understand the flavor of a card like this? I think it's good. But I do think it's a bit of a, not trap. I don't think trap is the right word. I just don't think it's as good as, say, Preacher of the Schism, which does not die to cut down, for instance, which has an attacks trigger rather than a combat damage trigger. Right. Sentinel of the Nameless City has an attacks trigger. Doesn't die to cut down. It doesn't die to bolt. Preacher doesn't die to bolt. I think these are just better things than Unstoppable Slasher. I'm just saying. I think it looks like this is going to come back over and over and over. But what it actually does is either die to Sunfall or eat 2 removal spells in a row and die forever. And it's just not good. But even then, I guess your opponent had to throw 2 removal spells at it. That's not terrible. But I also think that when it gets a stun counter, like it dies on turn 4, comes back, and then it's not going to unstun till turn 6, turn 7. It's like your opponent's probably killed you by then anyway. The more I think about this card, the more I don't like it, but love the flavor. I'm still going to give it a 5.13. Something like that. But let's look at Untimely Malfunction. Yeah, they can lay down arms at 2 and it just dies forever. Untimely Malfunction is 2 mana, 1 and a red for an instant. Either destroy an artifact or change the target of a spell or ability with a single target, or there's more. 1 or 2 target creatures can't block this turn. Kind of amazing. A shatter effect for the proper mana cost at instant speed. Or, and this is the one that interests me the most, a redirect effect for 2 mana. That's pretty good. I guess 1 or 2 creatures can't block is also great. I've already discussed why that could be good. That could be very good. But I am very interested in this. Change the target of a target spell or ability with a single target. It's not that we've never seen it on a Magic card before, but at 2 mana, surrounded by other options you can use if that option isn't viable, this card's great. Really do, man. I'm going to give this a 5.5. Again, stopping me is impossible. I'm going to look at Unwanted Remake up next. This is a single white mana for some of the best art in the set. It's an instant, destroy target creature. Its controller manifests dread. So I think this is a little bit trappy. I think that if it were an exile, like a Path to Exile or Swords to Plowshares, if it was actually doing a better job of cribbing the cards it's supposed to remind you of, it'd be way better. An exile would be fan-freaking-tastic on this. But just destroying their Aclazots isn't as good. And they get a Manifest Dread. Just destroying their Sheldred isn't as good. They're going to reanimate with that Virtue of Persistence later. You know, like destroying is fine, especially for a single mana. It's good. And in some ways, this is just better than a Pongify, you know, which is 1 mana for destroy target creature. They get a 3/3. So it's better than Pongify. It's better than some other cards we've seen like it. I don't think it's a bad Magic card. I just don't think it's a playable Magic card in Standard. 1 mana to destroy target creature is a great line of text. It is. And sometimes you'll get rid of something that, you know, is way better than that Manifest Dread token. Often you will. And sometimes, you know, it'll be something smaller. Sometimes you'll just use this to get rid of a Deep Cavern Bat, right? You don't care they get a bigger creature. You get your card back. It's like, there are things this is decent against, but I still think there are probably better options, you know? Are you going to start playing this over Elspeth Smite? Are you? Are you going to cut all the laydown arms and Elspeth Smites out of your deck and just consolidate them into 4 copies of this card? I don't think you should. I don't think you should. So, yeah, it is a good pun. It is a pretty good pun, especially considering if it is meant to crib Swords to Plowshares and Path to Exiles, it is definitely an unwanted remake. You know, it itself is that. But I'm still going to give this card just a solid 5. Straight up and down, average Magic card. It's a fine Magic card. 1 mana to destroy a creature at instant speed should be incredible. But you'd be surprised at how often it's just kind of whatever. Unwilling Vessel is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 3/2 human wizard with vigilance. It also has Eerie, so whenever you Eerie, put a possession counter on this guy. When it dies, create an XX blue spirit creature token with flying, X being the number of counters of any kind on Vessel. This is mostly a limited thing, but I am kind of intrigued by it. I'm going to give it a 4.1. Valgavoss Faithful is a single black mana for a 1/1 human cleric. Pay 3 and a black and sacrifice it to return a creature card from your yard to the battlefield at sorcery speed only. So yet another 4 mana like a Zombify. You know, 4 mana reanimation effect. And in this case, again, sacrificing it is part of the activation. So they can't just, you know, wait till you activate it and then kill it with a cut down. That doesn't work. It's already in the graveyard when you activate it. So they can't mess up your ability to activate it. That's sick. Altogether neat, but I don't think quite where I want it to be. I'd much rather have the flashback one, right? So I'm going to give this a 4.6. Valgavoss Lair is an enchantment land with hexproof that enters tapped. As it enters, choose a color, tap it for a mana of the color you chose. This is an enchantment land. Urza's Saga is the only other enchantment land we've ever had, and I'm pretty sure that one puts itself into the graveyard after a while because it's a saga. So this is really cool. And if this does end up in your graveyard, that's fine. You got an enchantment and a land in there for Delirium. So now just go like creature instant, Delirium, achieved. That's fine. So I just think lands that have another card type are always going to be fantastic. 6.5. Valgavoss Onslaught, 2x and a green for a sorcery. Manifest Dread X times, put X +1/+1 counters on each of those creatures. This is, I think, better than it's getting any credit for right now. You know, what is it? 5 mana for 2 3/3s? No, it's 5 mana for 2 4/4s. And then, is that right? Okay, so double X, I want to make sure I've got the math right in here. Double X. So if I pay 5 mana, then I paid 4 into X, right? So that's 2. So Manifest Dread twice, put 2 +1/+1 counters. So yeah, 5 mana is 2 4/4s, right? And then 7 mana is 3 5/5s. I just did this math the other day, but I have to remind myself of it. And of course, 3 mana is a 3/3. You know, it's could be worse. You have that option available to you at least. But yeah, again, scalability is key. And I think this is pretty good. And I'm going to give it a 5 point. God, am I? Yeah, sure. I'm going to give it a 5.5. It's not amazing, but I think it might show up from time to time. I really do. But yeah, we're in the V's, everybody. We're finishing up. Valgavoth Terror Eater is the big, ugly, scary, mythic villain of the set. 9 mana, 6 and 3 black for a 9/9 legendary Elder Demon with flying and lifelink and ward, sack 3 non-land permanents. If a card you didn't control would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. During your turn, you may play cards exiled with Volgavoth. If you cast a spell this way, pay life equal to its mana value rather than pay its mana cost. That's fine because this guy has lifelink. You know, I'm getting through for 9 lifelink every turn. I'm pretty sure I can cast a couple of their cards. And it's from anywhere. If a card you didn't control will be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, the top of their library, their hand, the battlefield, obviously, you know, the exile zone. So who knows, you know? From anywhere is amazing. So that's good. I'm just not sure where it goes. I really don't. Would we rather reanimate a Traxa? Would we rather reanimate a Tally than this? And I don't think you're playing it unless you're reanimating it. But if you are reanimating it, it doesn't end the game immediately. And it doesn't even have an ETB trigger, which kind of sucks. But it is a nearly impossible to actually deal with 9/9 flying lifelink. And even if they can deal with it, sacking 3 non-land permanents that's going to set them back. Obviously. So I think the card is very powerful. But again, no ETB. That's killing me that it doesn't have an enters trigger. But, you know, this is one of those where if it sits on the table for a couple of turns, you probably end up winning off of your opponent's own cards. But it doesn't have to sit on the table for a couple of turns. You win the game in effectively 2 bites with this. You know what I mean? So, like, how many of your opponent's cards are you actually playing? Right. So, I don't know, man. If your opponent casts removal spells on your other things, suddenly you get to cast those removal spells. That seems good. You know, like if they just cast spells and those spells go to their graveyard, then you can say, "Oh, thanks. Yeah, that does look like a good spell. I think I'll cast that too." It just seems like once it's on the table, it's really hard to deal with. But you know, when you're reanimating a huge guy, you want it to effectively end the game now. Like, I didn't wait till turn 5 to reanimate this guy just to wait 2 more turns to win the game. Screw that. I want to get out of here. You know what I mean? So I think that, again, a Traxa is just a much better reanimation target than this. And let's face it, at 9 mana, you will only be discussed as a reanimation target. You know, so maybe once a Traxa and a Tally are out of the format, but for now, I'm not seeing it. I'm just kind of not. That said, even with all of my doubts, sometimes you look at the text box of a card and you have to give it a 6.2. You really don't want to miss the train on that one, man. Once this card is in play and its text box is in effect, it is disgusting. It's disgusting, repulsive Magic card. So that's going to do so many like worse things to you than you can even picture at this very moment. Especially me. On stream, I guarantee this card will be in play on the opponent's side of the table. I will screw up and cast like a huge instant or sorcery, doesn't win the game immediately, forgetting that my opponent now has access to that card. It's guaranteed, man. Card is good, 6.2. Vanish from sight is 4 mana for an instant. Target non-land permanent's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Surveil run. No, normal removal costs way too much for the time ebb effect, but they always cost way too much. Surveil 1 is fine gravy. I'll give it a 3. Vengeful Possession is a threaten with upside at the same rate as threaten. 3 mana for a sorcery. Threaten a creature. Gain control of it. Untap it till end of turn. It gains haste. You may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So, great. Threaten with a rummage. Sounds very good, right? Am I crazy? Is threaten with a just random rummage insanely good? I'm going to give this a 4.98. Veteran Survivor is a single white mana for a 2/1 human survivor. If it survives, exile a card from a yard. As long as there are 3 or more cards exiled with Survivor, it gets +3/+3 and has hexproof. Just at the baseline, it's a Savannah Lions and does way more than Savannah Lions at the end of the day. So 4.8. A Savannah Lions isn't what it used to be, and this is almost never going to actually trigger. Just, you know what I mean? So I don't know about it, dude. Vicious Clown. The Vicious Clowns is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 2/3 human clown. When another creature you control with power 2 or less enters, clown gets +2/+0 till end of turn. I'm playing hop to it. And in limited, you can play this along with that like Midnight Mayhem, the one that gives you 3 gremlins and they all have haste. And suddenly this guy's swinging for 8. Your gremlins are swinging. Like, I don't know. It's neat in that format, but it's just not very good. It's like the worst Devilish Valet imaginable. So I guess we should just give it like a 3.4. Victor Valgavoth Seneschal. This is 3 mana, 1 a white and a black for a 3/3 legendary human warlock with Eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, surveil 2 if this is the first time this ability is resolved this turn. If it's the second time, each opponent discards a card. If it's the third time, reanimate a guy. It's a pretty neat dude. And I really want to play him as like a commander. I think he might be good as the guy. But apart from that, I just think that he's kind of a trap. I think this is trappy in a way because, you know, you have to resolve 2 enchantments to really get anything truly good off of it. You know, the discard. So I'm just not like super impressed. I'm going to give the guy a 4.8 and a chance. Vile Mutilator is 7 mana, 5 and 2 black for a 6/5 demon. As an additional cost to cast it, sack a creature or enchantment, has flying and trample, and when it enters, each opponent sacks a non-token enchantment and then sacks a non-token creature. In some ways, I would rather reanimate this than Valgavoth. It's got a busted ETB trigger, and it flamples. Valgavoth doesn't flample, it just flies in lifelinks, which is good. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, I don't really want to cast this, pay 7 and sack a thing. I don't want that. I want to reanimate it for 4 mana, and suddenly you got to come off 2 permanents and deal with a 6/5 flample. That just seems good. So I'm going to give the card a 4.7. Violent Urge is a single red mana for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+0, gains first strike till end of turn, so it's a Defiant Strike. The upside here is Delirium. So if you have Delirium, the creature's going to gain double strike till end of turn instead, which is bonkers. You know, I could actually see the Slickshot decks trying to figure out how to get Delirium as quickly as possible, but I don't think it's going to happen ultimately. You know, even with the promise of potential double strike, that ain't going to happen until turn 3, 4, 5, and then you really should have packed up and gone home 2 turns ago if you're that deck. You know what I mean? Should have finished your opponent off forever ago. So I don't think this really goes in too much, but in the limited environment, you know, later on in the game when you do have Delirium, yeah, you get a guy gets through and suddenly he deals a bunch of damage. That's good. I'm just not sure that it's standard playable. So I'm going to throw a 4.2 at it. And then walk-in closet and Forgotten Cellar. I think this is the best room in the set. Walk-in closet is 3 mana, 2 and a green. You may play lands from your graveyard. Forgotten Cellar is 5 mana, 3 and 2 green. When you unlock this door, you may cast spells from your graveyard this turn. And if a card would be put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn, exile it instead. So what this is Crucible of Worlds on the left, Yawgmoth's Will on the right. It just is Yawgmoth's Will. It costs 2 extra mana, but it is Yawgmoth's Will. My God. Card is crazy. This card is crazy. And I guess that like it sort of helps you like ramp into or at least get lands every turn to actually get to the 5 mana, you know, Forgotten Cellar piece. Really good with like just a turn 1 Fabled Passage, right? Because you turn 1 Fabled Passage, turn 2 land, turn 3 land, this turn 4, play the Fabled Passage out of your yard, get an untapped land. Every turn thereafter, you can play the Fabled Passage out of your yard. That seems really good in Standard to just have Crucible of Worlds. But we also have Blast Zone in Standard. We have Demolition Field in Standard. We have all kinds of lands that sack to do a thing in Standard. So Crucible of Worlds is kind of good enough by itself, and it's the same mana value. It's just 3 mana for a Crucible. It's just Crucible of Worlds. It just is that. And then, you know, even if the card they stapled to it was garbage, even if it's just like, oh, here's a 6 mana 2/2, it's like, well, it's technically better than Crucible of Worlds because now it's got a 6 mana 2/2 where it didn't have that before. No, instead they just decided we're going to throw a Yawgmoth's Will on the card. Why is there Yawgmoth's Will on this card? Why is Yawgmoth's Will on this card? I do not understand. It costs 5 to unlock, meaning you probably won't have all the mana in the world right after you unlock it. So I'll give you that. That's an easy give to you, my friends. But that said, I still think there are decks in Standard that make enough mana to take advantage of this card the turn they unlock the Cellar. There are ways to unlock the Cellar, if you'll remember, for no mana. You just do that. you can absolutely just unlock it for no mana or very, very little mana, less mana than it would normally cost to unlock it, and then you're off to the races. What I think this is mostly good in is a sort of slow roll, mid-range, kind of really control deck at its heart that wins the game with Forgotten Cellar. Whole time it's making sure that it's getting its drops with Walk-in Closet. You skip your turn 3 to play Walk-in Closet, but then you just no Witnesses or Sunfall or whatever. You just reset the board with any number of sweepers and lock Forgotten Cellar in place. And then, if your opponent tries to reestablish board presence, Sunfall them again. Who cares? Later on in the game, your opponent's establishes board presence again. Well, unlock the Cellar and just play the Sunfall again. I know I'm doing a lot of Sunfall related stuff here, but if you can control the board state long enough to where you have enough mana to Forgotten Cellar and play a card or two, you're getting really good value. And it's not unheard of. Decks that, play Sunfall in a game, double Sunfall, they typically get to 9-10 mana. So it's not unheard of to unlock the Cellar, play a Beza, unlock the Cellar, play a Sheldred. You could easily do that. But if you're playing stuff like, say, the Green Virtue, right? The Green Virtue allows you to, for 1 mana, put a card from your yard on top of your library, right? But it also allows you, on the Virtue half of it, to tap a basic land for triple the mana it would normally give you. So if you have that card in play and Forgotten Cellar ready to unlock, just unlock your Cellar, and now what do you still have 15 mana out? You know what I mean? You can win the game that turn. I think there are plenty of setups that are easy to envision that you have enough mana to unlock Cellar, win the game that turn. I really think there are. And even if you don't win the game that turn, you just flood the board with value and what's your opponent going to do, So I think this card is kind of stupid for existing in the first place, and one of the best cards in the entire set. I'm going to give it, trust me, there is a setup with this card. There is a setup, if not multiple. You're playing what? Naya Ancient Cornucopia, right? Right? Am I wrong? You play Naya Ancient Cornucopia. Cornucopia not only ramps you into this, but also gains you life to keep you in the game so you can actually do this, right? What if you doppelgang? What if you doppelgang, everybody? What if you're doppelganging your Ancient Cornucopias and all the other stuff you normally doppelgang? Doppelgang a bunch of lands, right? Now you have a bunch of mana and possibly even multiple copies of Forgotten Cellar. But even if you don't, right, just doppelgang enough lands, and then you can, unlock Forgotten Cellar and play a doppelgang out of your graveyard. Do you understand how good that is in the doppelgang deck? That's incredible. 5 mana is nothing in that deck once you actually get rocking and rolling. And some turns, all you want to do is play doppelgang again. Mostly the point of the doppelgang deck is to play doppelgang 4 turns in a row, and if you haven't won by now, your opponent's probably asleep and doesn't know to concede. So this in doppelgang is good too. It's good in so many potential decks. It really is. My God. The more I think about this card, the more I think of decks it can go in, and decks it just makes out of thin air on day one. This card gets an 8. This card absolutely gets an 8. A Sultai Control. Card could be incredible in Sultai Control. I don't even know what else you're playing in the deck. That sounds great. Seriously. This card gets an 8. And I mean it. This card is... I can't believe it exists. I really can't. Waltz of Rage is up next. Is it last? Not quite. 5 mana, 3 and 2 red for a sorcery. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each other creature until end of turn. Whenever a creature you control dies, exile the top card of your library. You can play it until the end of your next turn. Good that it's one of those that it gives you, a whole turn cycle to play it. This had a bunch of people point this out in my comments section. I'm kind of feel dumb that I missed it. But yeah, this and a Death Touch guy. This and any Death Touch dude. And you just blow the entire board apart. Nothing they can do about it. You know what I mean? And there's a couple of indestructible dudes in the set. Tyvar, just tap down one of your dudes. He's indestructible. He sticks around. That's cool. Some little damage to your own guys too. But if it does kill your own guys, you get card advantage. So it's like a sweeper that's not one-sided, but you keep one guy out. That's more than you normally would. And you get card advantage off of it, right? Not necessarily advantage, because, you're losing 4 guys, but you're drawing 4 cards. And so you're making it a lopsided sweeper against your opponent at that point. Only thing that it requires is that you have a reasonably large creature or creature with Death Touch. And I don't think those are impossible requirements. Just the worst thing that could happen is you get blown out. You go to play this for 5 mana. Your opponent plays the 2 mana removal spell in response, and you're like, oh, I guess I lose. But, we're going to lose and win a bunch of games of Magic the Gathering over our lifetimes. And, we have to admit that and accept it. So I don't know. I want to play with this card. I think it's especially neat considering we've just seen Screaming Nemesis, right? So now we're engineering something, right? Screaming Nemesis on turn 3, Sunspine Lynx or some other big 4-drop on turn 4. Turn 5, play this. We'll kill everything on the table with our big Sunspine Lynx, but we'll also deal 5 damage to our Screaming Nemesis, which can then deal 5 damage to our opponent's face. And I don't know, there's just, again, there's lines. So I don't hate this, dude. I think as far as 5-mana red sweepers go, it's definitely not the best one we've ever seen. I'd much rather have Burn Down the House, but I'll take it. I'll take it, man. 5.16. 5.16? Sure. Wary Watchdog is up next. This is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 3/1 dog. When it enters or dies, surveil 1. Delicious. God, that's really bad, especially considering what everyone's talking about, like in politics right now. It's pretty bad to say delicious about a dog, but I will. In terms of the magic, I was going to say flavor. I'm digging a hole here, but but I really mean though, this card is solid. This card is solid. I really didn't mean to make those jokes. I actually didn't. But yeah, 2 mana, 3/1 probably trades in combat with most other 2 and 3 drops even. And then dies surveil 1, enters surveil 1. You get a little both. I like an enters trigger, likes a death trigger. It's all good, man. I'll give this like a 4.81. Wicker Folk Thresher, everybody. 4 mana for a 5/4 artifact creature with Delirium. So if you have Delirium and this guy attacks, you're going to look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, throw it onto the table. That's ramp. If you don't put the card onto the table because it's not a land, put it into your hand. So draw it, but don't take damage from Sheldred. That's not terrible. During previous season, I spent way too long on this thinking like, this is okay, right? Am I crazy? Is this okay? And I still think it's pretty good. By the way, the artist's name appears to be Wolf Skulljack. Sick. That's the sickest name a person could have. My name's Wolf Skulljack. It's like, wow. Man, you don't seem like a Wolf Skulljack. You seem like a Dave. But anyway, sorry. This is better than it looks, I think, but it does require you to have Delirium. And if you don't have Delirium, it's just a 4 mana 5/4, and that's literally all it is. That's not good. But with Delirium, thing actually starts jumping off a little bit. I'm going to give it a 4.6. Wildfire Wicker Folk is white. Why did I say that? It's a red and a green. You can tell I'm breaking down mentally here in the end game. 3/2 artifact creature with haste. You have when it has Delirium. When you have Delirium, it gets +1/+1 in trample. So what are we looking at? A 2 mana 3/2 artifact creature with haste that can be a 4/3 if you have Delirium. That's how I should have read the card. 2 mana 3/2 haste is fine. Doesn't die to cut down, or excuse me, it does die to cut down. Doesn't die to go for the throat. That's fine. Oh, that's fine. I said that's fine. It's a King of the Hill reference. But altogether, I can't hate this card. And I can love it a little bit. So I'm going to give it a 5.19. Winter Misanthropic Guide is 4 mana, 1 in Jund colors for a 3/4 legendary human warlock with Ward 2. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player draws 2 cards. It also has Delirium. As long as there are 4 or more card types, you know what Delirium is. Each opponent's maximum hand size is equal to 7 minus the number of those card types. So if you have Delirium, right, and you just have minimum Delirium, your opponent's maximum hand size is 3. Pretty good. You can actually make it to where your opponent has no hand at all. Period. Right? Because there's 8 different card types in standard right now. So if you just have 7 out of those 8, they don't get to have cards in their hand. It's pretty good. They get to keep their card they draw every turn until they're in step. So it's just like putting them in top deck mode. But it is neat. Cool commander kind of build around here and might be slightly better in standard than I think. It really might be. But kind of hard to say. I don't think that a 4 mana 3/4 Ward 2 is quite where it needs to be. So this is mostly just going to sit on the board without doing much outside of drawing the cards. And drawing the cards is fine. I don't want my opponent to do that. I don't want my opponent to draw the cards. So I think we'll just do a fun little commander build around from time to time and not really play too much of this in standard. But that's just what I think now. We'll see how that opinion changes. But as it is, unique commander build around, I'm going to give it a 5.3. Winter's Intervention is 2 mana, 1 and a black for an instant that deals 2 damage to a creature. You gain 2 life. Yes, you gain 2 life. This is Farika's Cure, but it's easier to cast. So I'm going to give it a 4.6. Sounds too high. But Farika's Cure was playable, and I have a feeling Farika's Cure is still playable. Seriously. Withering Torment. Oh boy, and this is 3 mana, 2 and a black for an instant. Destroy target creature or enchantment. You lose 2 life. Destroy target enchantment. Sure, it's been on Feed the Swarm, but I don't know that it's ever been on an instant speed black card, right? We've had like Farika's Cure and stuff that makes them sack an enchantment instant speed. But just point and click, instant speed, destroy target enchantment, that's nuts in black. Black does not usually get to do that. And at the floor of the card, it's still instant speed creature, like unconditional creature removal. So the card is nuts. You know, you might think it's bad against aggro, but okay, so you lose 2 life, right? But how much is that Slick Shot going to do to you? Is that Slick Shot going to do 8 damage to you? Is that Monastery Swiftspear going to do 6? Is that Heartfire Hero about to do 12 damage to you in 1 turn when they peel off that Monstrous Rage? Well, just Withering Torment the guy. You lose 2, but at least you don't lose your entire life total. So like, it's still serviceable against certain aggro decks. Just altogether, very good removal spell. 6. Zimone. This has to be the last card, right? Zimone, all questioning. 3 mana, 1 a green and a blue for a 1/1 legendary human wizard. At the beginning of your end step, if a land entered the battlefield under your control this turn, and you control a prime number of lands, create Primo the Indivisible, a legendary 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token, and put that many +1/+1 counters on it. I thought that I didn't do uncards. I thought that I did not rate uncards, but I don't see a silver border on this or an acorn anywhere somehow. I don't know how, but this is fine. It's fine. You know, the turn it comes into play, you'll get a 3/3 and a 1/1. If you play it later in the game, you'll get a 5/5. Okay. Play it even later in the game, you get a 7/7. All right. It's not that bad. And you don't even have to like keep playing it later and later. It's just at the beginning of your end step, it triggers. So if you already have the 3/3 and you get the 5/5, they have the same name, just keep the 5/5. Same thing that happens when you get the 7/7, just keep the 7/7, you know? So altogether, this card is not bad. It is obviously not the level of Simic 3-drop that we are accustomed to, because usually Simic 3-drops are just like straight up bannable, but I do still think there's something to this card. I really do. You're probably not playing it in too much. You're probably not. The token doesn't copy well. She doesn't copy well. She doesn't blink that well when you really get down to it. So I think she's just putting a pile of stats into play, and that's usually not really where you want to be. But I do think she's pretty cool. So I'm going to give her a 5.1, and we are donezo, ladies and gentlemen.